Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch. Hope you're all doing well. Hoping a good Sunday. Here with everyone's favorite, the guy who will personally replace every human worker with a robot, Adam Friended. And we're
You
also
could
joined
never be
by
replaced. What are you talking about?
you did try to AI both our voices to see if you could use them.
In videos, but look, not on the live stream. That would never work. That'd be
The dream,
insane.
right? The
Yes.
dream. But yeah, fortunately, didn't work out so well. Let's try again. We're also joined by our number one fan, the best, the one who loves us more than anyone else. Dialogue always.
The one who constantly tweets at us mean things on Twitter. Why do you do that, DA? What's up with that?
It's fun, and it's the only way. It's the only thing I'm on, so I don't know. It's fun to do.
Sitch, are you still blocking DA these days or?
Yes,
Of course.
I've never unblocked dialogue always. No.
Unfortunate. I thought you said you were going to unblock him. I think last time he was on.
Yeah,
but-
and then I probably forgot, and then I was like, oh, my feed seems so much better now.
right.
And no, and to be honest, I did ask him to wait 2.5 years. Last time I asked him to unblock me.
Oh, did you?
That's-
Okay. Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's when the conversation will matter.
Do you remember what your last incendiary tweet towards me was, DA? I think I archived it so we could actually talk about it. Actually, I think I
Was
sent it to Sitch.
Was it the one saying that at this point it's valid to compare Trump to Nazism?
Yeah.
Wow. Is that what? Okay. There
Yes,
you go.
yeah.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Yes.
this-
It's
this is
reasonable to
something else
accuse
we can-
Trump and MAGA of fascism and a double
Yeah.
standard behind political labeling.
Mm.
So you want to start with that, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
So what was the tweet that made you think that?
Oh, wait, before we start with that, do you want to explain what's going on in the video behind?
Yeah, what are we watching here, Sitch? What's going on?
I don't know. You chose. This is the video you chose.
I did, but look, I explained it to you ahead of time so that you could explain it to the audience.
Okay. I see.
And Sitch
So-
Sitch is ready for this job because he already figured out the job. What's going on here?
Well, so I kept seeing this clip going around. It's this clip of this robot moving packages, and I looked at it and I didn't understand what the fuck it was doing because it was just pushing packages forward onto an assembly belt or something.
Oh, it's
And then
having trouble. It can't find the thing.
Yeah, so I'm guessing. So I watched. So Adam, just had it playing, and now there's like a human. And Dialogue always brought up, it's like we have like the modern day John Henry story going on here, the human trying to beat the robot. So I'm guessing it looks like what they're trying to do is they just have to make sure the little barcodes are face down, which that's a pretty crazy that's like a job that exists. You just have to make sure the barcodes
Somebody
are face
loves
down.
having that job. Are you kidding me? They
Right.
spend 40 hours a week doing this and get to feed their family.
So I think that is a job that 100% should be automated if you can, to just have a robot make sure the barcode is face down. That
Look,
makes sense to
look,
me.
he can't find it. He's like, "Where's that barcode? Where is it?"
Yes.
Look, he's
So-
looking for it. Oh, there it is. Look, he did it. He
You
got
could
it
see it
down.
You could see at the top of the screen, it's got, I guess, how long this guy's been doing. This guy's been doing this for 9 hours and 20 minutes. It's pretty crazy. Or no, I guess he just started because it says full work shift. And then it's got the package count. So, the humans right now winning 930 to 607 by the robot. So we'll see
Well, they
if that
just
keeps
started
up.
this. Look, they've been doing this for 3 days, and they were going to run this robot until the robot breaks.
Mm-hmm.
But then it got boring, so they wanted to bring in a human to compete against it. They
So you're saying
did
the robot didn't break.
they had a live stream going where they had people in the live stream name the robot. So now you see his name is Jim. I've seen I think they've changed his name a few times, or maybe they've switched out different robots. Maybe robots have broken down. So
How do they not name him like Clanky?
it's just a test.
Okay.
Clanky, look at you.
Clanky, yeah.
Clankers.
It's with affection.
I like how the robot has a name, Jim, and the human's name is Human.
It's human.
How
It's very
distasteful.
dehumanizing.
How
Ironic.
dehumanizing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The robot's got a nice human name, and we don't bother to name our humans
He's
here.
just a
Our
just a boring
workforce.
human. We've seen those a lot.
Laborer. That's what they name him. Laborer.
Yes. Oh, but look at that. The robot almost put it the wrong way, caught the package in time, put it the right way.
It is kind of hypnotizing, isn't it? I love it when he can't find one of the barcodes and he has to where is that barcode?
This is impressive. This goes to what, we'd always have these conversations about how long it would take for the
Mhm.
AI to be ready. and this is a lot more ready than I thought it would be. So
Yeah. No,
we're
I
moving and
told
trucking.
you. I told you this was going to happen.
Yeah.
These things are going to be half the workforce pretty soon. Everyone's still going to be like denying it,
Mm-hmm.
still having trouble. Anyway, so we can move on from that. We were going to talk, I think, about you brought up Anna Kasparian. Our girl Anna Kasparian is going a bit viral. DA, you wanted to talk about that. You want to describe the clip that's going viral, since DA is on his phone right now, so he can't watch the watch together.
Yeah, unfortunately. No,
That's
no,
okay.
I was just saying like she's the worst. And the reason why she's the worst is because she's the worst of both sides. So when she was on the left, she was the, hey, let's call everybody Karen, let's accuse everyone of being a racist, let's, not think before making certain accusations towards white people. And then she did the full 180 where she went the exact opposite way, where it's like, hey, there's a racist thing that happened right here. And then she was like, I don't give a F about race. And it's like, oh, okay. So you went like there's no middle ground for you. You're just the worst on both sides. That just came from a different conversation where I just have been calling Annie Kasparian the worst ever, even when she was on the left.
Well, maybe we should start with you laying out your politics a little bit, since there might be people here who've never. We've had you on, I don't know, like 3, 4, 5 times, but there are new people that might not know what your politics are. So you want to describe those for us, DA?
I'm left of center. I mostly deal with issues regarding race, environmental law, and just some social issues, politics. But I stay out of the other ones I don't know much about, like the transgender issue. I don't know much about it, so I shut up about it. Um, but yeah, that's just basically who I am. I mostly just post on Twitter. I don't really do much else, you know, but that's about it.
We've famously clashed with you over critical race theory. You
Yes.
are a supporter of critical race theory, and we very much are not supporters of critical race theory.
And DEI, which, you know what? I did send you a tweet about DEI. Did you guys happen to watch that video of the DEI Doge tapes? That should be like,
I mean, I have you
I don't know
blocked,
if you were
so I didn't watch anything you sent me.
I don't think I did.
okay. It was in the I sent you that as a message. But
Okay.
yeah, like they had a whole DEI Doge investigation, and it was actually pretty hilarious. But I don't know if you guys saw it or not. I mean, just I guess when you have a chance to, just type it in the YouTube DEI Doge. It's just
Oh yeah, I did look at this. Yeah,
where they
I
flat out
did.
admitted that they like typed certain words in the AI, and then whatever popped up with that word in it, they deleted the program, and then was like, "Oh crap, this
Didn't
actually
we?
is
Did
supposed to be
wasn't
something."
that was reported on like at the time? I think I remember hearing about this like a year ago.
Well, no, there was a whole tape. There was a whole like what do they call that? A congressional hearing about it, where they brought like the
Oh,
two top Doge, like two people that were top in Doge in it,
hmm.
and it was just absolutely hilarious watching them try to explain the reason why they did a lot of the things they did, and more than likely they're going to jail. So that's pretty funny.
Interesting. Well, okay, we're going all over the place though. Should we start with Nazis, Trump Nazis, Anna Kasparian Nazi,
Oh, Anna
people
Kasparian's
going
not
to
a Nazi.
jail?
I never called
Which
Anna Kasparian a Nazi, but I
which
mean,
where should we
if you,
start with this? I feel like we should start with Trump Nazis, but
okay. Sure. So my argument is, I do believe that earlier on it was pretty bad or irrational to call Trump a Nazi. But I would say at this point, there are far too many things that Trump has done in the last year and a half to where I think it's absolutely valid to at least compare him to Nazism. I'm not saying that he himself is a Nazi or he wants to like. I'm just saying like it's very like it's absolutely okay to be like, hey, we saw this once. Maybe we should call this out before it goes the wrong way.
wasn't the point of the comparison like to be like that he's a Nazi so that we should galvanize either politically or violently to stop this?
No.
No?
You usually when the insult usually don't get me wrong, there's gonna be people who are like, hey, this is the Nazi, shoot him or whatever else. But for the most part, it's hey, this is very, very reminiscent of X history time. And like we should be a lot more aware of what's happening. So we should point to that particular history time you can pick. So,
And
I
so it's
mean, like,
just you. I mean, I think you could say you could advocate to stop something without, you know. I think to me the issue with the Nazi thing is it's such a hard elicitation. I think that's going to lead to violence if people really believe it and push for it.
but I mean, I don't think anything, and I would argue there are a lot more um, destructive things that somebody can be called that actually lead to that. So, for example, one of the worst things you can call somebody is against the country. An anti-American gets tossed out to almost every single person in the world, and that has led to more deaths than calling someone a communist, calling someone a Nazi, or anything else. You call somebody against the country or against the social order or against the nation, that's what leads to most of the atrocities in the world. But we throw that around like it's absolutely okay.
That who's someone that's led to violence or has done a political assassination based on the against the country.
Well, and anti-American is usually everyone isn't against people who are anti-American, but pretty much everyone are against people who are Nazis. Even conservatives, liberals, libertarians, all against Nazis, right? There's really just a slim number of people, racists, right? Virulently racist people who are not going to see Nazi as a disparaging comment.
Sure, but if you see, like, if you look at world death tolls, it's not even close. Like the moment somebody gets accused of being against a certain nation or against a certain country, like, it doesn't matter what their politics are. Just being accused of being against it is like the first stage of being killed. I would argue one of the
Okay. Oh,
even
okay.
in
I see.
Nazi,
Wait, are
even
you
in Nazi
talking about
Germany, if you
like?
look at, well, if you let me finish, I can kind of say, like, if you look at Nazi Germany, if you look at a lot of the Germans that were killed, they weren't killed because they were communist or they weren't killed because they were Jewish or anything else. They were killed because they were arguably against the country.
Yeah. So what you're talking about, like there's some sort of authoritarian government, in order to justify cracking down or killing a bunch of people, they say, oh, you're against the country or the state or whatever, right? Which,
Yep.
yeah, that's definitely happened all throughout history. But I don't think when we're talking about political violence or when I'm talking about political violence, I'm talking about we don't exist in an authoritarian dictatorship, at least at the moment. We live in democracy where we don't want political violence to kind of spiral out of control. And we haven't had a situation where someone is like, oh, such and such person is against the country. And then that leads, a bunch of people trying to assassinate that person. I mean,
Well,
saying
sure,
someone's
but
against the country in America is like pretty tame rhetoric. So I don't see how that's really comparable in this situation.
it's always tame rhetoric until it's not. I mean, I would argue that Germany 1919 was pretty tame rhetoric until it wasn't until it wasn't anymore.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about the
saying.
specific language, like saying someone is against America or is something to me is substantially different than saying someone is a Nazi, someone who is a believer or someone who is akin to a person who advocates for and tries to pull off a genocide.
Sure, but that's because we don't really have, just here in the United States, we haven't had that moment yet.
Okay,
Almost
but so what?
every other country has that moment. So, but that's why I'm pointing out, like, just because we don't have it right now doesn't mean that it isn't just as dangerous. And I don't think we have
I mean, it does
many
though.
people.
I think it does.
I don't think there's really been many people in the United States killed for being accused of being a Nazi. I mean, we could look at Charlie Kirk, but one of the reasons why Charlie Kirk was so important was because, one, it's rare, and two, it was a major figure. But there aren't many people just being killed all over the country because they're called Nazis.
I mean, they've been trying to kill Trump like 3 or 4 times now. So they've been unsuccessful.
And Charlie Kirk, that was a big.
And right,
I mean,
and
they all
Charlie Kirk.
called him a
So
Nazi. Yeah.
And Trump and Charlie Kirk, I mean, Charlie Kirk was, again, like one of the first examples. I would
yeah,
argue Trump being isn't getting more assassination attempts, just more assassination attempts are getting past that failure that they call a Secret Service. Because if you look at the Biden administration, you look at, well, not as much Biden, but if you looked at Obama administration, there were multiple groups and individuals attempting to kill the president, but at the time we had at least a functioning FBI that was able to catch them early on. So all you would see is a newspaper report about it instead of somebody actually making it to, be in the hotel for a day and a half before trying to kill him.
Well, with Obama, I remember there were several where there were people that did things where like I know there was a guy who like did like a drive-by of the White House when no one was there. There are like a lot of these kind of I don't know, seeming more like crazy people that were just doing random shit. Where this with the Trump thing seems a lot more like people have a much clearer of mind goal. Like, I have to be the one to stop this president. I have to stop this Nazi Hitler from retaining power. So it
I
seemed to
can only
me the
think of
type of attack seemed very different.
I can only think of one where he had a clear goal, and that was the guy that just recently did it with a manifesto. The other guy was a massive Trump supporter and then happened to just rapidly change his politics and then disappear off the internet. We don't have any much more information other than that. And we had to rely on Tucker Carlson for that information. And the other guy wrote a pure conservative book, so we don't really know his motivation for it either. So the only person we can look at and go, okay, he wrote down a manifesto and his plot for doing it was just the recent shooter.
Well, first of all, that's one more than we have. Okay, number one, and then number two, the
Well,
with
there's one
Crooks,
more.
I will grant you that it seemed like he was just sort of trying to assassinate a high profile figure. But the other guy, I believe, I thought he was politically motivated because he he didn't think that Trump was going to support Ukraine. He thought Trump was like a Putin simp.
Yes, and I think he also, like, in his book, he was talking about like a financial issue that he was doing to harm conservatism. So like there was a lot of different arguments for the second guy.
Yeah,
And
but
like
so well,
usually,
wait a minute. So we have Charlie Kirk definitely was killed because the guy didn't, thought he was an evil transphobic
yes.
Nazi. We had this last guy who tried to shoot Trump who thought he was an evil pedo Nazi, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so it just seems like it's going to increase in my mind. I don't see how this is going to decrease.
Well, because again, like I said, there's a difference between a newspaper article because the FBI caught the person early and being so bad at your job that someone climbs up to the
Yeah, but
top of
it
a building.
wasn't like with Obama. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember it being like, oh, well, all these people are trying to shoot Obama because, Rush Limbaugh keeps calling him a dirty libtard or a socialist or whatever Rush Limbaugh was calling Obama back in the day. And that was like prompting a bunch of people to go, pick up arms and try to shoot Obama.
Well, the anthrax mailer and the White House bomber, the one that sent the pipe bombs and the one guy
Hmm.
that sent the anthrax, they both had very detailed "Obama's going to destroy the world"
Hmm,
manifestos.
really? And well, doesn't that kind of make my point though?
No, because every president has to deal with that. Like I said, Trump is the only one that just has such a failure of a FBI and a Secret Service that people got to the point of
No, but listen,
finding the team.
I'm not gonna defend Cash Patel's ineptness. Okay. I
Well, it's not
mean,
just Cat
he's got a
Patel.
very wide frame of view, so maybe he can keep his eye on a lot of things. But putting that aside for a second here, no, that's kind of the point is that if you have a lot of pundits and they're going out there and they're saying incendiary rhetoric that is getting people to go and try to do violence, political violence, that's bad, and we should be trying to stop that.
I mean, but like I said,
The
even
question, well, I guess the question is what the person is the criticism something that a reasonable person could interpret and use in some sort of effective manner, or is the criticism purely to rile people up? And I think that's the difference. And if someone says like, "Oh, well, you're anti-American" or whatever, okay, I think reasonable people they hear that they're like, "Okay, I understand. That just means whatever it means." Or if you say someone is like, "Oh, this person's a Nazi," right? To me, it's like, okay, well, that's very, very obviously advocating for a very specific thing, and it's not even really true. On
well,
top of that,
I would argue the best example of that of anti-American that happened recently was the Great Replacement argument. And the argument of the Great Replacement was not just, hey, like I hate black people or I hate these other races of people. It was there is an active movement to destroy the blood of our country by invoking people from different nationalities, different races, and different belief systems into our country in order to dilute the white race. And that led to multiple mass shootings.
yeah, I don't think people should be saying that.
But that's a good example of this being you're anti-American, you're anti the nation, you're anti the nation's people, leading to people being killed.
Okay, I think saying you're anti the country is a very broad claim, and saying like you're trying to import brown people to delude the white race is a very specific claim. And I think we can make a distinction between those two things.
Not exactly, because again, The people targeted would be Americans in general because they believe that it doesn't matter what race you are. If you believe certain people should be in the country, you're against the country. That's why
If
people
yeah, but if
argue
that
such
okay,
a
but if
big
that's the case, then it's just then literally any you're basically making the claim so broad that any act of violence anyone could twist into, well, they're against my idea of what the country is. So therefore no one could say anything because it will all lead to violence.
I would argue that mine is a bit more narrow than the Nazi argument because the Nazi argument, in order to somehow prove that somebody was being shot at solely for being a Nazi, is just because someone calls them it in a long form,
No. It's not.
way that
Wait,
means
no. It's
multiple different arguments. So,
if
like,
you're no.
if you,
Saying someone is a
well,
Nazi is a very, very specific claim that puts in people's mind a very specific image of a very specific group of people that did a very specific thing. If you say someone is just against the country, that can mean anything. And if you're going to broaden that out to say, well, that includes the great replacement theory, as I'm saying, you could literally put any, if that's where you're broadening out, you could put literally anything under that label.
because you're arguing it's against the nation and its people. So, yeah, it is that broad and it is that dangerous because it's that broad. You can put
Okay.
anything under this is endangering the nation and its people.
Okay. So there's
That's why
no,
it's,
so under this sort of theory that you're laying out, you think all political, all speech, there's no such really thing as incitement to violence at this point because everything could just be incitement to violence if this is how broad we're going.
no, I think the exact opposite. I think that there isn't much incitement to violence that you can connect to speech. People say things
I think
because
that's
they
what I
want
just
to
said. You're
resonate
saying there
with
isn't
people.
any incitement to violence through speech.
No, I'm saying that you're more like because all of these things have however a person accepts it, it's kind of ridiculous to try to be like, hey, you can't call this person a Nazi because it might be an incitement to violence when Nazism has a significantly smaller death rate than something like you're against the country, where you can tack on multiple things to it and it has a kill count that rivals like earthquakes.
I think this is do you have a response to that? I think I made my response. I think this is kind of a silly argument. I don't know why we're
I mean,
stuck on it.
you're like we're arguing definitions again here.
I
But
know this is
Well, yeah,
silly.
but for an example, do you
Yeah.
think that the last Trump shooter tried to kill Trump because he thought he was a Nazi?
Yeah, he thought he was an evil racist who was trying to, get rid of all the non-whites.
So you read his manifesto.
He said,
he
yeah,
thought he
he
was a
talked about, he said like
pedophile.
all the crying, immigrants that are, being deported or thrown in jail.
Okay, so the first part of his manifesto, right after he said like, "Hey," because most of the things like Nazi, pedophile, everything else, those are throwaway statements. Those
Hmm.
are literally throwaway statements.
They are.
When he got into specifics of like what is motivating him to do it, he cited the double tap on the boats. He cited the killings of Renee Good and
Hmm.
Peretti. He
Hmm.
actually cited specifics to his own argument as to say Trump is being a lot more authoritarian. Like the Nazi thing was a throwaway.
Okay. I feel like we're in a time warp. We're back to, was it 2016, 2017, the whole punch a Nazi discourse. And everyone was like, literally like, well, listen, we don't like Nazis, but that's a bad idea because then you're already calling everyone Nazis. And so you're just justifying violence against people.
Sure, but I
Like
don't think that's fair
I
because
guess
he
this is the
also
problem. This is the core problem is that in America, we have this very clear idea. Well, most people have this very clear idea and should have this clear idea that violence should only be used against people that are going to do violence against you. And a lot of the far left kind of took that idea and they tried to use this to shut down speech. This is why they transformed like, oh, well, words are actual violence. The criticisms that you levy against my ideas are actual violence. If you disagree with me, this is some form of like psychological violence. They'd always try to relate everything to some sort of violence in order to stop you from doing the action, right? Because we all kind of understand this. And when you have like a very broad thing, like, well, you're against the country or whatever, that's rhetoric that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with violence. Yes, you can equate it to like some other country and some other time, but in America, that doesn't really have anything to do with violence. And people have been saying that, forever since the beginning of America. Where when you're talking about Nazism, that is very specifically a violent regime that did violence that America fought and destroyed. And most people agree that that was a good thing to do. And so, sure, a lot of people are going to call Trump a Nazi. They're going to call right wingers a Nazi. Those people
Mhm.
aren't going to go and do violence. But if it just becomes this very commonplace thing where you're just like, oh, my opponent is this evil Nazi, then you're just going to keep creating a situation where you're just like basically setting up people to do stochastic terrorism.
Which would be an acceptable argument if it wasn't a I completely go the opposite direction when talking about other claims. So I agree with you that the left was absolutely wrong for walking around and, saying that people were inciting violence for saying other things. I was against that, and I argue that that is ridiculous. I just think the exact opposite is happening now, to where the same people who did the guilt by association, you just can't call people Nazis and everything else, are more than happy to bundle up the left into whatever insult that the left is using towards people and saying, hey, using this insult is what's leading to XYZ death. Because a good example of this is the Buffalo discourse is absolutely different from the Charlie Kirk discourse. The Buffalo discourse was, how dare you? You can't point to critical race, or you can't point to great replacement theory. You can't get mad at every single person that says great replacement as the motivation for this person who wrote great replacement theory is the reason why I'm killing people. How dare you? You're destroying speech, which turns into now just mentioning the word Nazi is more than enough to tell the left that they're inciting violence.
What was Buffalo? That was this shooter guy, right? At the
Yeah,
mall?
the Tops grocery store.
Okay. And he was going after black people because of great replacement theory.
Yep, specifically targeted a densely black neighborhood. Had to drive 200 miles
Okay.
to get there.
Right.
So
So
I
you're
see this.
I mean, I
I
I
see
don't
this
disagree. I don't like the
direction.
great replacement theory conversation. I've always said that it's stupid and push back against it, and I do think it can lead to violence. So I mean, I agree with you. People are hypocritical about it, but that doesn't detract from my point.
yeah, both
Well, it
sidesism aside, you're
it kind
still
of does.
like when you call someone a Nazi, you're implying that they're violent and you're sort of like insinuating that violence against them is okay as some sort of self-defense.
And see that second part seems to disappear when talking about great replacement theory.
Yeah, but
Because
look, I said both. Look, neither Sitch nor I are fans of the Great Replacement theory or inciting violence through that kind of rhetoric. So,
but my point is, when that happened, that argument wasn't made. When it was happening, the argument wasn't, oh shoot, maybe we should be a little bit more responsible with great replacement rhetoric. It was, even though he named these people that pointed out great replacement theory, how dare you try to link them to this shooter? This guy was just a crazy person. That's ridiculous. I mean,
so,
that happened 6 or 7 more times.
so look, if I give you the Great Replacement theory can incite violence, can we look at the level of the discourse? Because I think the level of the discourse with the Nazi stuff is way greater, way more pervasive than it is with the Great Replacement stuff.
Well, based on what? Are we talking about kill counts? Are we talking about, just the way you feel when it's said? How are we measuring this? Because
Just
yes, more people are
just
calling somebody a Nazi, but that's because most of the nation doesn't have much understanding of most of history other than Germany.
well, look, you have major members of Congress referring to the president of the United States as a fascist. You don't have anything similar to that on the other side with Great Replacement theory. You don't have members of Congress uh, using the Great Replacement theory rhetoric in the same way that AOC uses the fascism rhetoric all the time, or anyone else in the squad uses the fascism rhetoric.
Randy Fine, Stephen Miller, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, they've all mentioned great replacement theory rhetoric. I mean, I can continue to list names of people in politics that have leaned on that rhetoric in order to push an idea that immigration was specifically designed to diminish the white race, or at least diminish the vote of the Republican Party.
Hmm.
And fuck those people. I guess
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
agree. Okay, but that's my point.
but
People
no,
shouldn't be using that rhetoric.
I'm pushing back against the argument that, the right is not pushing their own rhetoric for actually, and I would say exceedingly worse than the left. Just for some reason, we give the right a pass whenever it happens. But the
Well, I
well,
left
think
look,
is just like,
it's not
there's a
we.
distinction though between
Well, wait. Hold on. When that shooting occurred in 2022, okay, there was like endless news stories about how people were being indoctrinated to be racist and to be white nationalist. So I don't know when you say that like they got a pass. I completely disagree with you. Like there was
I'm saying
endless
when I say
conversations about this topic,
when I say they
and there
got a
still
pass,
is.
I'm not saying they got a pass from a mainstream media. I'm saying they got a pass from the same people who now are saying just mentioning the word Nazism is the reason why Trump
Yes,
is
because
being
those
tried.
people are hypocrites. Yes,
Look, that's my whole argument is that it's all like that is incredibly hypocritical and
but I agree with you.
significantly.
Okay, I agree with you.
How do you have conversations about immigration without the left accusing you of using the violent rhetoric of great replacement theory? Because I don't know
Well,
what examples you're pointing to with these people bringing up great replacement theory, but it's easy for me to imagine that they're talking about immigration and that is being twisted into some sort of great replacement theory rhetoric. In the same way, you will probably argue that the authoritarian things that Trump has done allow you to cast that as fascism. Therefore, it's okay to call him a fascist.
well, sure, because I like I said before with racism, I don't think that people should be denied from calling somebody racist. I think every one of these claims should be responded with, well, what does that mean? Well, what are you saying? And it shouldn't be just, hey, you can't call this person anything because I fear somebody else might do something crazy. These are all the beginnings of conversations. If you called me racist, my answer is what makes me racist. If I called you racist, your answer should be what makes me racist. And then after you hear somebody explain, then it's up to people listening to go, oh, that's not racist, or yes, that's racist. But just deleting the accusation in itself is, I think it destroys speech. I think it's just as bad against speech as it is the argument of like calling somebody racist is shattering speech.
Well, there's two elements, which is number one. I mean, we've been just talking about the violent element. Number one is like the purpose of the label, and I think the purpose of the label is to promote stochastic terrorism. And then also not just why use the label, but is the label even valid in the first place? Right. Like there could be a person who's literally a Nazi and you can call them a Nazi because they're actually a Nazi or a white nationalist or something. And there could be a person who is actually wants to do the grace replacement, right? And they're like advocating for it, and you could call them that, like if it's actually true.
Well, yeah, but I think that that's because I'm saying there's two ways of saying something. So, for example, you can say somebody's a Nazi and be like, this person wants to murder 6 million Jewish people. Or you can say this person's a Nazi and say, hey, one of the first things the Nazis did was try to create, um, you know, un like, I'm trying to think what, like unfocused or buildings that are outside the purview of government oversight in order to create a place to funnel in people that no one knows what's happening inside those facilities, which is one of the first things the Nazis did. And if you listen to the I think it was the Christie Nome thing, they found out that they set aside a couple $1 billion to buy warehouses specifically designed to remove itself from federal and state oversight in order to hold people indefinitely, which would be a first step that you could look at both Nazi Germany and what's happening now.
Okay, the Nazis were doing things with for two purposes in mind. Number one, it was to centralize as much power as possible because Hitler wanted to be in charge of Nazi Germany forever,
Which you
and
can argue Trump is trying to do.
he wanted to be in charge of Nazi Germany forever, and he wanted to start invading other countries. And two, because he wanted to start genociding all the lesser races and subjugating the lesser races. Right now, I think Trump doesn't want to be president forever. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he thinks that's going to happen, even though he's trolling about it. And I think it's very destructive for him to troll about it, but I don't think he actually thinks that way. And I don't think whatever Christy Nome was trying to do with these warehouses had something to do with leading to genociding the non-whites or making sure that Trump is president forever.
But again, those same arguments were made before people were genocided.
So you're saying that you do think that that is the Trump administration's goal?
No, I'm saying if somebody says, hey, this looks like some Nazi stuff, I don't think it should be right to dismiss it as in like, well, no, he's not killing the people. It should be like, oh, okay, well then why is he trying to make sure that there's no federal or state oversight on warehouses where you're kidnapping people and putting them in? Why would he do it that way? Why wouldn't he just advocate for
I mean,
facilities that have oversight?
if Trump said, we're going to start rounding up non-white Americans who are citizens, and we're going to start putting them in ghettos, okay, and keeping them away from the other population because these people are filthy and gross and they do crime. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, we're entering some sort of Nazi territory, right? If you're saying
But
like
that's
we're going to
actually
take
too late.
people that are illegally in the country and we're going to put them in some sort of holding facility before we can deport them, like I can argue or I can agree or disagree with how the conditions of how these things are done, but that's not Nazism.
But that's also too late. Like that's
That's
why I'm
too
saying
late.
yeah, that is too late. If the person's already building the facilities and kidnapping people off the street, saying like, "Oh yeah, this is where you're allowed to call someone a Nazi," is way too late.
No,
At
but
that
that's like
point,
saying if a person that's like saying, well, if a person committed a crime, they stole from a gas station, and then the police come and they throw them in jail. You're like, well, they kidnapped someone off the street, so it's too late. It's like, well, wait a minute, that's a very different situation.
no, no. For a proper one-to-one, I would say it's more like if somebody was trying to move legislation to get less government oversight and already has a major problem with pulling American citizens and people who have like genuine visa issues but aren't exactly illegal, and also while trying to change their status to illegal by challenging the 14th Amendment, that would be a proper first step to say, hey, a lot of these things are the same thing Hitler did. And by the time Hitler was like, oh no, we're actually just killing people, it was way too late to be like, oh yeah, hey, he's Hitler. I think it makes a lot of sense to be like, hey, let's look at history as these type of movements and see how slowly this moves up to something instead of waiting until the person's like, oh no, I'm Hitler, to go, oh yeah, okay, he's Hitler.
So I could be mistaken. Listen, my historical knowledge of Hitler might be a little off. I'm unfamiliar that during Hitler's second term of being in charge of Germany, he's like, "All right, guys, we got to get rid of all the illegal immigrants and only the illegal immigrants. So that's all we're going to do." Right? I don't seem to recall that being Hitler's MO. I seem to recall him writing a book about how Jews were kind of the problem that was destroying the entire country, and pretty quickly, once he was in power, he started acting on getting rid of the Jews.
Well, yeah, because in Hitler's first term, I don't know about this first and second term thing, but in Hitler's first term, he didn't really say much about, yes, he had his book, but he didn't say much about Jews. It was more people against the country, people who they felt were trying to bring communists in, the pinkos, or not even call it pinkos at the time, but I think you know what I mean. The homosexuals, people that had disabilities. It was those type of people that he went after first, saying that, hey, I'm just trying to cleanse the blood of our nation. And then when he finally got like zero government oversight and everybody unable to check him, then he was like, oh no, I'm doing a mass slaughtering of the Jews. So while he did have rhetoric in his book, that wasn't his first move.
Uh-huh.
And also, the only
Okay.
reason why I would argue that the Hitler argument, I don't exactly like the Hitler argument, but I would say it makes sense because people don't know much about maybe the Marcos administration or the Suharto administration. So if you called Trump Marcos or if you called Trump Suharto, no one would know what you were talking about. So Hitler would make a bit more sense for more people to be able to reference historical connections to Hitler than it would, like, I would say probably like Pinochet, Marcos, Suharto, people that I would lean a little bit more towards what Trump's actions are.
Okay. Let me ask the robots, okay, to do my work
Some
for
Hitler
me.
analysis.
Okay, let's ask the robots to do some Hitler analysis here. Okay, robots, what year did Hitler pass an anti-Semitic law in Germany? The first Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party began passing anti-Semitic measures very soon after taking power in 1933. The first major nationwide anti-Semitic law is generally considered to be the law for the restoration of the professional civil service passed on April 7th, 1993. It removed Jews and political opponents from many government jobs, including civil service positions, universities, and courts.
It made
Yeah,
them
but
sell their property and
political
self-deport.
opponents were first. That's my point. Political opponents were first. By the time
Well, it said
Hitler
Jews
gained the
and
office,
political opponents.
but the political opponents were first. Political opponents were the motivation to get most of Germany on board. Then it became, that's also the reason why he called himself socialist when almost nothing in his actions was socialist. He was getting the workers and the people on board. Then he was
Doesn't
like, no, 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 the Jews are
No,
the
it
problem.
said specifically, the law said specifically that Jews and people of non-Aryan descent could not be civil servants.
DA, doesn't your argument rely on Trump reaching the same endpoint as Hitler? You're basically saying we need to speak up sooner before this becomes a reality. But I mean, it doesn't ever have to become a reality.
Well, no, and you don't have to say that the end game. Like, I don't think, like, again, if I said he was Marcos, I'm not saying that, like, well, actually, I could make that argument better with Marcos, but no one knows about the Marcos administration, so no one would know what I was talking about. But what I'm saying is, if somebody calls Trump Hitler, you could look at certain actions and be like, hey, this is disturbing. And whether or not Trump becomes Hitler, we shouldn't allow this to become the norm.
Yeah,
Like,
but
no
calling me
president should.
Hitler, you're inciting violence. That's the point that we're making. The reason you don't compare him to Marcos is because it doesn't incite violence.
But we just went through that. There's not really much violence connected to calling somebody Hitler. There really isn't. No, arguably, if you can't look at one or two events and be like, hey, now you can't call
3
anybody.
assassination attempts in Charlie Kirk is enough for me.
So how is 3 assassinations in Charlie Kirk enough for you for that, but multiple multiple mass shootings isn't enough to say like, hey, we should probably tone down the rhetoric on blaming other people being in the country for the
You're
ascension of Hitler.
still. I'm in favor of toning down that rhetoric.
But you don't say anything about it until I ask you about it. And you didn't say anything about that in 2022. I remember explicitly
Well,
listening to
look,
you guys talk about
you're. I'm not saying anything about it because you're making the argument that it's ubiquitous because Stephen Miller is making some argument about immigration, and you're twisting his words to turn it into a cry for great replacement theory, where
no, no, I'm
AOC
saying
is literally calling Trump a fascist. He's literally saying Trump is Hitler.
no, no, no. I'm not
There's a
twisting.
huge
I'm
difference
not
there. That's like
twisting
a
his words.
big, that's a huge, giant difference.
No, no, it's not. Hold on. Let me see if I can
How am
find.
I supposed to, say, hey, Steve, tone down the rhetoric? And you're the only one hearing that rhetoric.
Hold on. I can give you what he said of replacement rhetoric.
No, I've heard all of this stuff. All of the thing is like a Rorschach inkblot test. Like you can see one thing or you can see another thing. It's not crystal clear. He's not coming out and publishing Mein Kampf, okay, where Hitler was very clear about his intentions and goals.
So you don't think highlighting the camp of the saints is something that you should probably lean towards great replacement theory?
The camp of the saints. Was this
Yes.
like some sort of secret code or something?
It's a novel literally talking about the extinction of the white race and how to fight back against it.
Highlighting camp of the saints.
Mhm.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, well, again, I'm on my phone. I wish I actually have my computer, then I would send you the link of him
Did
continuously.
he how did he highlight camp of the saints? Did he make some sort of reference to it? Did he invite the author onto his podcast to have a conversation?
Well, the author would be dead, but he promoted the book multiple times.
Okay. It's in his best reading list or something.
Here's the NPR article about it. Last week, the Southern Poverty Law Center detailed leaked emails in which Stephen Miller encouraged far-right website Breitbart to promote white supremacist ideas. In one message, Stephen Miller referenced a book of fiction. Someone should point out the parallels to Camp of the Saints. Camp of the Saints is a 1973 French novel that became a key inspiration within white nationalist circles. It portrays a dystopia or perhaps an apocalypse, a flotilla of South Asian people who invade France and effectively overthrow Western society. Quote, the key themes are, oh, okay, that's not the Stephen Miller quote. So,
How is that any different than just a talk about immigration, though? I mean, there are people who legitimately are worried about over immigration
I think
and immigration reaching a tip. I mean, you can, this is the problem that I have. You can't have a conversation about how much is too much immigration without being accused of being a white supremacist and that you only want white people in the country.
Well, you also can't talk too much about how many government programs are used to help people without being called a communist. Just being called something shouldn't be the reason why you stop a conversation.
Yeah, but look, if you're calling them that person, calling them that whatever it is to incite violence, that's a completely different perspective. And calling them that unfairly. Go ahead, Sitch.
I have a slightly different take, which is, I mean, I know Stephen Miller, and again in leaked emails he talked about. I'm trying to remember. He talked about like, oh, someone should read American Renaissance or something, which is a white nationalist publication. He's talking about, maybe it was the same emails. He's talking about this book. Like, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Stephen Miller is like some kind of crazy, racist piece of shit, right?
I
And if
mean,
you want to
Stephen
call
Miller
him,
is the worst. You want to do Randy Fine?
if you want, well, hold on a second. Let me make my point. So if you want to call, like, the conversation we're talking about, it's not like, oh, I think Stephen Miller's racist. The question is, like, what is the point of, like, kind of using this language, and does this language sort of promote violence? And I think you'd have a stronger argument if Stephen Miller is out here publicly talking about, like, every Republican should read, The Camp of the Saints, this, like, famous racist book, right? Or something to that effect. Not like it was a leaked email that was, that was
Yeah,
basically, I
that's a
guess
great
someone
point.
stole it or something, as opposed to
was
him sort of like,
to? Because when you leak an email to to Breitbart saying, "Hey, you guys should promote this thing," I think that that's asking for something to be promoted, is it not? I mean, does the Stephen Miller have to literally like say, "I hate black people, let's kill them all," for it to be enough for you to say like this person is promoting great replacement ideology?
yeah, you know what? That's a fair point, and I think Stephen Miller, and I agree. I think Stephen Miller should definitely be condemned for doing that. Yeah,
I'm
but
not. I'm
I
not
think he
saying
should be. I think I think the
I'm not
reason,
asking-
but I think the reason that Stephen Miller should be condemned for doing that is because I do think, number one, I think it's not true. Number two, I think it is racist. Number three, I think it will definitely lead people to do violence. That's why I think he
but
should be condemned for doing that.
my point is, I'm not asking people to condemn Stephen Miller. I'm asking
Okay.
people to look at what the person's saying and not immediately discredit it because they're giving a like. I think if somebody's arguing for great replacement, just
So wait.
because someone
Mhm.
goes crazy and murders a bunch of people doesn't mean we shouldn't have a great replacement discourse. The same as if somebody calls somebody else a
Oh my
Nazi,
God.
it shouldn't be, "Oh no, you just called somebody a Nazi."
We got
You know,
dialogue always. He wants to talk. We got him to agree that there should be a great replacement discourse.
I never disagreed with that. We should have a great replacement discourse, and then that
Okay.
way
Look, you
you can
can't.
actually destroy a lot of the arguments that great replacement
The
makes.
only purpose of having a great replacement discourse is to label people Nazis, though. It completely leads back into the original problem. You're promoting violence. They want to take people who just want to have a conversation about immigration, and they want to turn them into Nazis so that people will commit violence against them. And that's
That is so-
fucked up. That's so fucked up.
That is so weird because that is like literally the no true Scotsman argument. And I seriously thought that you were above that. I
How's
seriously thought you were above making the argument of like we can't do this because
I
then
thought
that
you were
places
better than
you
that,
in-
Adam.
I know
not better. I didn't say better. I said
I've
above.
become
Because like I thought you
I've
guys were
sunk
free
to an
speech enough to
I've
be
sunk
like,
to a new low, allowing people to have a discourse about immigration without being called white supremacists. Oh my God. How
you're
low of
removing-
me.
You're removing referencing from it. So if somebody is pushing something that is considered white supremacist, I think it should be fair for somebody else to be able to call them a white supremacist. And the only
Sure.
response to that should be, how is this person white supremacist? Not, hey, let's stop people from even pointing to white supremacy or Nazism or any historical reference because it might lead to someone committing violence.
Do you think there are people on the left that call people white supremacists wrongly? People who are not white supremacists or racists or anything?
Of course, just like there's people on the
Okay.
right that wrongfully call a lot of people on the left.
Well, no,
Communists.
come
But
on.
they
We
should
don't
be
need to
allowed
what
to do it.
we don't need to look. We don't need to whataboutism. The
It's not what
question,
about it, it's fair on both sides. It's not
The
what
qu-
about it. It should be fair on both sides.
but the question is like, how many false positives are you getting? Right? How many people are you wrongly targeting as a white supremacist who just want to have a conversation about immigration?
Probably the same amount of people you falsely call and that's why
No, I think
we
it's
can't
way
have
more.
this
I think it's like off the charts.
for the amount of people wrongfully called communist versus the amount of people wrongfully called Nazi.
Oh, definitely. It's
Far more people
the
call it
number of
communist
people
than-
on the left that are communists now is at an all-time high. An all-time high. Like you can just throw a
No,
rock
I didn't say
and hit a communist.
I didn't say the number of people that self-describe themselves as communists. Yeah, there's more people that self-describe themselves as communists, but again, that leads into another discourse, which makes it far more insidious to call somebody communist because they don't see themselves as communists the same way you might see them as communists.
Well, look,
As in, if you call somebody a Nazi, we all at least have a reference to know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I think it's far more insidious to do.
How many people are proudly calling themselves communists, and how many people are proudly calling themselves Nazis? Do you think there's like a discrepancy there?
Sure, because there's multiple definitions of communist and only one real definition of Nazi.
What's the discrepancy like? Is it 10 to 1, 100 to 1?
Probably 1,000 to 1 because there's
Yeah,
far.
exactly. There you go.
Wait,
So if I go out and call everyone on the left communist, right? I'm going to be
Okay.
far more right than if you go out and call everyone on the right a Nazi. But because of this 1,000 to 1 disparity that you're already admitting.
I'm going to do the thing that everybody usually does. Do you think that North Korea is national or is a republic?
Oh my God! So
No,
you're gonna say they're not really communists. You're gonna say they just call themselves communists, but they're not really communists.
Or I'm not saying they're not or they are. I'm saying their definition of communism is different than your definition of communist. So when they say I'm a communist, more than likely
It still
they're
holds
talking
because
more
we're
than
talking about
it's-
wrongfully labeling people, right? We're talking about wrongfully labeling people. And if you call someone a communist and they're like, "Damn right, I am a communist," then you're not wrongfully labeling them, even if the label you have and the label they have are different. They're not offended by that. And you're not going to spark violence because nobody cares that they're a communist. Well, people care, but obviously fewer people
That's
care.
the exact opposite. When you're able to call somebody something where you can ascribe whatever you want to it, but they've already ascribed what they are, that's what makes it worse.
No,
Because
no,
then
no, no, no. I look,
that's why I said Sahartich.
look, I'm gonna ascribe pedophile to lovable teddy bear, right? But I'm gonna go out in the world and I'm gonna call you, I'm gonna say, look, you're just a lovable teddy bear. Okay. Nobody is gonna make that association. Nobody's gonna key into my warped definition of lovable teddy bear. I'm not going to be creating danger for you or causing stochastic terrorism in any way, shape, or form. So
because you don't have 100 different definitions of what makes somebody a pedophile. You have like 100 different definitions of people of calling themselves communists.
Right.
Communism doesn't have one thing. That's the problem. You're taking a term that has multiple different definitions and saying, if you call yourself this, you're the enemy.
Are you offended if I call you a communist? I've never called you a communist.
Yeah, I don't care. I didn't care when you called me a racist. I don't care what you call me. My answer to that is what is your definition of it? Whenever you say, hey, you're this, what is your definition of it? And then I can answer whether or not I am or I aren't.
I mean, I would say someone who wants to abolish property rights, someone who wants to abolish billionaires, I would say that you could call them a communist or a socialist or whatever. I think that's a fair definition. Sitch, is that a fair definition?
Sure. Then no, I'm not either of those things.
Okay.
I'm not going to abolish property rights or billionaires. But I have been called a communist because I do think that we should update our system in order to not create like stock buybacks and ways to like devalue the American dollar.
What's wrong with stock buybacks?
I mean, you really want to get into that conversation?
No, not really.
Not really, but I mean,
there's
nothing wrong with stock buybacks, just so you guys know.
Right. So I think so we're not going to agree on the labeling of the violence. Okay. Because you're basically arguing, well, people should be arguing the merits of it. And I think that's true to an extent. But as I said, I think that's incorrect in terms of calling, Trump or whatever a Nazi. I think the merits of that is just flatly untrue. And
I'm happy to get into the merits.
Okay, but again, AI coming through, because I said, what were the first three laws that the Nazis passed against Jews? They were all like the first year of Hitler rising to power. They're all within like a month of Hitler rising to power, and they're all stripping rights from Jews in the law. And we haven't seen anything remotely like that.
Hold on. I gotta make sure.
We give
the idea
Jewish people
that
have more rights.
And I've heard this, and I didn't know this either until this conversation. So I'm glad you brought up, and I'm glad that ChatGPT can do all the work for me, because I have heard this argument a lot from people, which is like, oh, Hitler, used all these like sneaky tactics once he was in power and kind of slowly tricked people into becoming horrible racists against the Jews, and no one could foresee this coming. And I never looked into that to know if that was true or not.
That's not true.
And now it's completely not true, whatsoever.
That's not remotely true.
Yeah,
they did the beer hall putsch.
What was the Night of the Long Knives about? Why were those people killed in the Night of the Long Knives? And what happened to the conversation of Nazism were they killed for?
Just lay out your perspective.
Okay,
DA.
so the Night of the Long Knives was literally Hitler consolidating power away from the people who argued that, hey, we're not just trying to kill people, we're just trying to, do better for the fate of the German people. Where once Hitler had enough power to be able to go, no, 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 I'm revealing my true self, then he started killing a bunch of people. So the Night of the Long Knives shows that in the very beginning, Nazism was more anti-immigration, preserving the race or preserving our own race. We're not trying to wipe out a whole bunch of people. It wasn't until after the Night of the Long Knives when Hitler was just like, no, 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 we're directly targeting and murder.
I mean, first of all, the Night of the Long Knives was a year after Hitler had been in power. Okay, so again,
Yeah,
that's very early in Hitler's position of power. It's only 1 year later.
yeah, because the
Okay,
argument until Hitler got into power was a lot more nuanced than after he got into power when it was like, well, it was a lot more broad, I'm sorry, than after he got into power, then when he got more nuanced about what his plan was.
I think okay. Here's my problem. Before Hitler's in power, he writes a book that is super racist and says the Jews do all the bad things. Then as soon as he becomes, then he tries to violently take over the government. Okay. Then he goes to jail. And then when he gets out of jail, he's put into a position of power. And within like the first month or two of him being in power, they pass 3 different laws. One that kicks Jews out of government office, one that makes it so Jews can't be lawyers, and one that makes it so that Jews can't go to the public schools and universities. Okay. So
Yes,
this is
because
all like very upfront from the beginning. And then a year into Hitler being in the power, he does the Night of the Long Knives. So it seems like this is all so much like more apparent or faster than anything that Trump has done during his first or second term of his administration.
and it's not because if you read about Erwin Romm, the
Yeah.
person who was the face of the Nazi Party, and how Hitler was able to back with him, Hitler drastically downplayed a lot of his more radical beliefs until he had enough power to get Romm out the way. So that's the argument. Hitler was a lot more calm and a lot more nice until he was able to get enough power to say, "Hey, this is what I want to do," which is
One of
right
the I
after,
told you one of the first laws they passed was saying Jews can't be in government. How's that being
which
nice?
which was because my argument is he was on the side of Erwin Romm until he didn't need to be. I'm not saying that he got like by the time he got in office, he had enough power to do the things he wanted to do. He consolidated everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
You're
He
saying
started
before
out,
he was in office? Is this? I don't know
yeah,
anything about this Erwin Ron guy. I've never heard of this guy. Okay, this
before
is
he was
before
in
Hitler's in
office,
office.
before he was in office,
Okay.
Erwin Romm and a lot of the more right wing German political party members started opening up certain started removing certain federal restrictions
Hmm.
of Germany in order to open it up for Hitler to be able to take power. Then once he took power, he said, "Oh yeah, I don't have restrictions on this. This is what I actually believe."
Okay. I mean, but that sure, but I mean, Trump's in power now, so that wouldn't really be applicable.
While he's slowly whittling, and again, you don't have to say that just because the Nazi means he's going to be Hitler tomorrow. What we're saying, what not we, but what they are saying is he's creating the elements to remove legislative and judicial review in order to do the things that will turn into or that can turn into what Hitler did, i.e., invading countries without congressional approval, i.e., building facilities of being able to kidnap people with very little federal or state oversight, i.e., expanding internal interest groups that are just as powerful, if not more powerful, than certain parts of the military, but are explicitly under your jurisdiction. Those type of things, even if Trump removes power, those type of things is what opens up a more dangerous authoritarian to become more violent and destructive. And I think it's very fair to say, hey, the last time this happened, we got Hitler.
Do you think Trump is going to try to stay in office after his term's over?
I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to be alive when his term's over.
We'll just hypothetically say
Oh
he's
my
still alive,
God.
right?
Because of the stochastic terrorism?
Because of the fact that his ankles are swelling up, and that's a good sign of not of bad circulation.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
just say hypothetically Trump is still alive, still cognizant. In 2 years, you think in 2028, you think he's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna be president again.
Health issues, no.
Military coup.
I mean, if he was younger, yes, but because of his health issues, of course not. That's why I said I don't even think he's going to be alive by that.
Okay, so then I don't understand. If you don't think he's gonna even do the thing, then I don't see what the point of the conversation is really.
The point of the conversation is you can still point to him and say, hey, he's opening up the door for somebody
Well,
else to do it, even if he doesn't do it. Like Obviously, calling him Erwin Rahm is just like calling him
Oh, I
Suharto,
see.
where
I
people would
see.
be like,
So
I
you
don't know.
think, okay. So you think Trump, whoever's after Trump, you think JD Vance is going to come in and be like, I am Hitler now. He's going to pave the way for the actual Hitler.
I don't think JD Vance is going to win, to be completely honest.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
know who did follow him.
I
I'm just
see.
saying, well, and I would say you should be worried about this for the left too,
Hmm.
because if you remove government oversight in almost every single aspect of things like war powers or incarceration or almost or choosing who gets to stay a citizen, the last thing you want to do is turn around and give AOC that power,
I
right?
agree completely. Sure.
So it makes sense to say, hey, Hitler did this thing. We should probably be worried about it.
Oh my
The
God.
problem is I agree that yes, if Trump is massively centralizing executive power in ways that, presidents haven't really done since, I don't know, maybe FDR or something, that yeah, that we should be afraid of that. And yes, it could definitely be used by some crazy socialists like AOC or someone to that effect. And I think I've made that argument before. But I think the problem then is that if you or I or anyone starts calling this Nazi behavior, no one is really going to take that concept away. Because as soon as you call Trump a Nazi or whatever, the thought process is just, oh, well, we just need to get him out. And if there's some left wing person in charge, some non Nazi person in charge, then everything is fine. And it's like, well, everything's not fine because we're really talking about the systems of power being shifted to the president. We're not talking about the specific political ideology associated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Thank you,
that's
Adam.
still
Yeah.
that's why the argument should always be if somebody calls somebody a Nazi, what are you saying? If somebody says, hey, you're a Nazi, and you go, okay, well, why are you calling me a Nazi? And they go, because you have a mustache that looks like it can handle a gas mask, obviously that person is stupid and you just ignore them. But if
Okay.
somebody's saying, hey, you're a Nazi,
That's
and then give the argument of how the Nazis moved during that time and say, hey, these are a lot of parallel things I'm starting to see, it makes sense to go, okay, then you're not saying that this person is going to like kill 6 million
But
Jews
that's not the
tomorrow.
point
hold
of.
on a second, Sitch.
Okay.
That's a
Yeah.
great segue. So the chat is saying that the problem is that the definition of communism, like we have a clear definition of communism, and there's not really a clear definition or fair definition of Nazism, which makes the claim somewhat unfalsifiable or ambiguous.
Well, there
So
isn't really a
look,
clear definition.
I made it. I laid out a definition of communism that we can put onto people very easily, and you agreed to it. You know, if they're in favor of abolishing property rights or abolishing the billionaire class, that's a definite feature we can look at and say this person is that way or not. What is that
Well, the
definite
first one makes
feature?
almost no one a communist, and the second one, I mean, you can try to call it rhetoric because like
Well,
there's a lot of people that
you
say,
can
"Hey,
you
we
can
probably
look
should
you
have
can
billionaires,"
argue
but then there's
who
a very
like who is put into the categories of material. What is the how do we put people? What is a fair way to put people into the category of Nazi, like you're wanting to do, or fascist?
well, the fair way is not to categorize; it's just to give the claim. And then the argument is, why are you
Yeah, but
making this
what
claim?
is a defining feature of the claim? Like, look, I can say this person is in favor of abolishing property rights, and that makes him a communist. What feature is it that makes it fair for you to call someone a fascist or a Nazi?
I would argue for both fascist and Nazi the attempt to centralize power. Any centralization of power, even if you have like a robust capitalist system underneath it, any centralization of state power, I would say, is either
That's ridiculous though,
And
because
communist and fat and Nazi are the same
are
thing.
also
Really.
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
because they're both authoritarian things. So that's why I'm saying be careful who you call a communist, because communism
No,
also
you
has
have look. That's not going to
So
work.
the
You got to give
Nazis are
us a.
really communists now.
You got
They're
to
on the
yeah. So
left.
look, we're just
because Nazis, wait, I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
Nazis don't have an economic secondary argument. Nazis have a very explicit argument of what to do with the state power, whereas communists
okay.
have an
Now we're
explicit
getting
argument that
somewhere.
has nothing to do with state power.
So
So
anyone who
people
wants
can
to
be communists
centralize state
and
power to what ends?
I mean, I would say when it comes to fascism, for an ultra nationalist end,
What's the goal?
ultra naturalism, nationalism. That's the goal.
What does that
Whatever
mean
is
though?
for the people that you consider the people acceptable in your country.
I mean, I think this is a good argument that it is unfalsifiable. You're just like kind of all over the place on this. I really do think that the only reason people use these terms is to say this person is in favor of violence and that we should, shun them from society. This person is a violent racist. That's what you're claiming when you call someone a Nazi.
If we're just going ahead and changing what a person says in order to argue what they're claiming, I would say that you're just trying to defend double standards. Like you're trying to create
Me?
a double standard. No, I would say you, where it's absolutely okay to call people on the left all of these extra terms because, it's flighty and whatever else. It's easy to take their terms and twist into whatever I want it to be. So it's okay for me to call them that, even though that's far more insidious than somebody on the left saying like, hey, this person is this specific thing. You should pay attention to.
I can't. Why are you keep doing this left right thing? Okay, if you're calling someone a Nazi on the left or the right, whatever, you're calling someone a Nazi, you're implying that they're a violent racist. If I'm calling someone a
That's why the
communist,
communists are implying they're not.
I'm implying that they want to abolish the billionaire class. Most people, if we ask Kyle Klinsky, hey, do you want to abolish the billionaire class? He's going to say, hell yeah, I want to do that. And if that makes me a communist and I'm a communist, that's a giant difference. Nobody
No,
is going, oh hell yeah, call me a Nazi, I'm a violent racist. I'm down with that. Like most
And
people are
no,
saying it's not fair to call me a Nazi because I'm not a violent racist. And all I'm interested in is a little better immigration law.
and most people would tell you that they don't want to live in a world where they're not saying like abolish the billionaire class in the sense of like wipe out billionaires, but abolish a system that
Creates
devalues
billionaires.
money,
That's what I am saying.
devalues
Yes.
money, devalues, not creates, devalues money to the point where there is an insane wealth gap, and where
Will
certain
you at
things
least just acknowledge this disparity between the two claims? That one is the claim that I'm making about communism, which you keep referring back to, is a very, very specific claim, and the Nazi claim is not very specific.
whether or not
Well, I
your
think it
claim,
is very specific. I think you're basically calling people violent racists.
but
And then
that's a
you're kind of,
decision you've made. You've
what do
made a
they,
decision where you said, and that's why I keep doing the left right thing, because I notice you only do this with left terms tossed at the right. With right terms tossed at the left,
because the
no,
left
I've noticed this
signs off on the terms that we're calling them. How many times do I have to say it?
because you
They
changed
sign off on it. They say,
So wait,
yes, that is the
So if I-
case. Thank
so if
you.
I said, so if I said, okay, Sitch, you're a painter, right?
Whoa,
You're a
whoa,
painter, right?
whoa! I famously cannot draw.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adam, you're a painter, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So if I said, hey, Adam, you're a
I'm a
painter,
I'm an Austrian painter.
Yeah.
I'm a
people
disgruntled Austrian painter. Yes, I
but to
am.
the people
I'm
that
a
agree
failed
with
painter too, obviously. So
to the people that agree with me, I'm saying that you want to take the blood of the innocent and make paintings. But if I call you a painter and you're like, yeah, I'm a painter because I paint, isn't that insanely dishonest? Because I'm creating a completely different definition than what they are saying what they are. Most people that say,
all
yeah,
right.
I'm a
So look,
communist.
let me just make sure I understand what you're saying here. You're saying because the definition I'm using of communism and the definition the person I'm calling a communist differ somewhat, that it's unfair for me to make that claim.
That it's unfair for you to do that. Yeah.
But
And
I'm
you
not
don't see
doing
that
that.
you
I
don't
go
see
out
the
of my
recognition.
way. I go out of my way not to do that.
You do
Not
not.
to do that.
I can give you a good example of you doing it almost all the time. You literally create woke as whatever you want it to be and called me dishonest for giving you the actual definition of what woke was.
I don't
I
I
mean,
don't rem-
I could,
I don't remember this. I don't recall this conversation, but look, do
yeah,
you
that was,
like is it we keep talking about Kyle Klinsky because I think it's fair to say that he wants to abolish the billionaire class. Like he makes videos about it. Him and Crystal Ball talk about it all the time. They don't believe that there should be a world with billionaires in it.
yes, because he doesn't believe that the dollar should be devalued to the point where billionaires exist. Not this, and it,
No,
honestly,
no, no, no,
no,
that's
he's
not.
arguing about the
That's not.
system. Yeah, he is. He's
No,
arguing about the
that's
system.
not.
He even
That's
said,
not
he said
true.
it to Cenk Uygur. He said it to Cenk Uygur. He said, I'm fine with a system where there's a billionaire
Kyle
where the
Klinsky is talking about economics. Get out of here. That's not happening.
Well, when you get a
You
chance, can you
just
Google the conversation Cal Kalinske had with Jen Cougar?
do you believe
For
that,
5 minutes,
Sitch? Do you believe what he's saying here? I smell a fish.
I mean, whether or
I
not you believe it, you can look up the conversation he had with Jen Cougar. He literally explains like if there's a system where there exists billionaires, but it's not this type of system, he's absolutely okay with it. It's just the fact that this type of system is so destructive that the billionaire class is actually messing up the way that our finances go. So yeah, he's making a debate or he's making an argument about the system. Now you could disagree with that, but that's not the same as saying like, what Chairman Mao tried to do or what Pol Pot tried to do, which is what a lot of people tossing the word communist at people are arguing that they are.
If we can agree that violent racist is a good synonym for Nazi, do you think it's fair to keep calling MAGA people Nazis?
I don't agree that that's the only synonym for Nazi. So no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the synonym you're using is someone who wants to centralize power, which
For
is like
ultra
every single politician,
no, except for
every
ultra
single business owner,
nationalist part. Not
every
just
single
on
person. I mean, who doesn't want more power? Oh my God! Every single streamer wants to centralize power around themselves.
I mean,
That's like every
are
person.
you doing this as a joke?
I guess we're all
Because, like,
Nazis.
are you doing this as a joke? Okay, I didn't.
Nazis were the friends we made along the way.
I keep forgetting when you do the "Hey, I'm making a joke," a straw man of what you're saying, because I literally said
Straw man, that was a steel man.
that was an insane straw man because you removed ultra nationalist goals from that.
Well,
Centralizing power for ultra
you never
goals.
defined ultra nationalist goals.
I mean, you can Google it. We both
So
know
look,
this.
if I want to centralize power around ultra internationalist goals, then I'm not a Nazi.
Yes, you're not a
Okay.
Nazi. You'd be like, I don't know,
A globalist.
anti-Hitler. Where it's like, yeah, globalism, which I that's a complete. Yeah, you're a globalist. You can argue that somebody's a globalist.
Yeah,
It's
no.
pretty much the same
Now I'm
argument.
arguing you're a globalist.
Because I want to expand into other countries my ideas.
What do
I've
people
never made that argument.
what when people call other people globalists, what are they saying?
That they want
What's
to.
that insult?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's as much an insult, but it's like they just want to expand into an economy and a system where almost every country, works together towards a common goal.
You could make
Which
an argument that globalist is a call to violence too, in the same way Nazi is. I don't think communist though is a call to violence. I guess it is among the right. I
you
could
can,
hear
you can,
Sitch in my head saying, "No, you're wrong."
it can be, sure.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
make almost. Well, and like I said, if you look up the Suharto administration, what he did in Indonesia in the 1970s was a great example of somebody saying, "Hey, you're a communist," and then seconds later they got murdered.
So, DA, can you just promise us that you're not going to call any more people Nazi or fascist unless they admit to you that they are violent racists?
Oh, absolutely not. But I don't call people Nazis or fascists anyway. I think the thing that annoys you about me is that I use far more words than I should to make my point. I don't just label
No,
people
no.
as.
What bothers me is when you use all these words and you don't make a point. That's what really bothers me.
Well, I mean, I would argue that I was making a point, but when you do something like you're just saying that anybody that's an authoritarian is also a Nazi, when I clearly said for ultra naturalist goals, I don't think it's a problem in me conveying information as much as it's a problem of you not wanting to hear what I said.
Chat made an interesting argument that the discrepancy between these two charges are quite different, which I do think. I mean, I agree with Chat that they're correct. The Nazi label is too nebulous, and that there's a constant moving of the goalposts of what it actually means. And the communist thing that you always try to say, oh, it's unfair because look, you call people communists all the time, so that allows me to call people Nazi. I don't think it is the same thing, because obviously people don't mind being called communists. They accept the label readily, and I can define it easily. And if you don't fit that definition, I'm like, okay, you're not a communist. But if
But wait,
someone
your
says
definition is not the
I'm not
definition
a
of female.
Nazi, all of a sudden you like, oh well, this you start massaging the definition to kind of beat this person into the role of Nazi.
No, you also look at what are the actions that make somebody leaning towards a Nazi type
See,
system.
now it's leaning towards. They're not even there. They're not even in the Nazi category. They're just like on the way to the
Let me
Nazi
interrupt for a
category.
second here. I
So
think you should put back into the watch together that video because the robot is currently beating the man. The robot has now
No
gone
way.
past the man. Yeah,
What? Oh, he caught
Yeah.
up, huh? Holy
but
shit.
I don't know where that video is. So you should put it back in the thing.
I think if I just hit it back, I will.
Anyway,
but yeah, I
you
mean,
can
I just
continue.
think I just think I would continue my claim that I think you whatever claim you make towards other people you think is justified. Whatever claim other people make towards people you agree with, you think is unjustified. And you're more than willing to move the goalpost on what is acceptable or not acceptable rhetoric. Like I said, you're
Stop
more than
copying
happy to
me. That's
defend
how I
people.
just described you.
You're more than happy to defend people who were actively pointing great or pushing great replacement theory by claiming that, oh no, it's so nebulous that I don't know what it is.
Who are we promoting? Sitch hates
Stephen Miller.
fucking Stephen Miller with a
Wait.
burning passion.
You literally said, I don't. Wait, before I had to prove to you that Stephen Miller was pushing it, you literally said Stephen Miller wasn't. I had to find the Breitbart article and I had to find the book that he pushed in order for you to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I disagree with that guy. But before that, you claimed that I was falsely accusing Stephen Miller of it.
Because this happens 90% of the time. 90% of the time, someone makes an innocuous statement about immigration, and that statement is twisted into great replacement theory or white supremacy. So after you see it enough times, you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to assume they're doing it about everyone. And the next thing you know, you're defending David Duke because you're like, oh, David Duke, yeah, sure, he's a racist. They call everyone a racist. So I don't keep track on the racist circles. Obviously, David Duke is like ancient history, so I understand him because of my.
I never said anything about David Duke. I literally never said the words David Duke. I said Stephen Miller, the guy who's currently handling our immigration process.
Yes, but you're comparing Stephen Miller to David Duke and to Adolf Hitler. So I don't know enough about the situation to sign off on it. I think obviously Sitch would sign off on it, and probably if you looked into it, like I'd probably sign off on it if I knew the details as well. Stephen Miller does seem to be far more nationalist or far more maybe white supremacist adjacent.
What would Stephen Miller have to do to make it just as acceptable of calling him a fascist as it is calling Barack Obama a communist? What would Stephen Miller have to do? Because the right happily called Barack Obama a communist all the time.
Look,
there wasn't much like, hey, how dare you saying this? That could lead to Barack Obama being killed, which a pipe bomber and an anthrax mailer both highlighted him being a communist as one of their reasons. So every single one of those things apply, but for some reason, it's still acceptable to call people communists.
You keep doing this. You keep acting like these are a one-for-one comparison when you said there's like 1,000-to-1 discrepancy for communists and Nazis. So it's just these are not an even playing field in any way, shape, or form.
I think it's far more insidious because your accusation is not the same as what they're admitting.
There is 1% of the population, if that is going to act violently because they believe someone is a communist. There is 100% of the, or let's go 99% of the population, because 1% of the population probably is Nazis. There's 99% of the population that's going to act violently if they believe someone is a Nazi, and they should act violently if someone is a Nazi because they're a violent fucking racist.
Based on what? No statistics back that up, and this seems like it's a field.
Oh my God! Study, please. Study, please.
You have no statistics backing up that there's a whole group of people running around and going, "Hey, as soon as this person calls himself a Nazi, we should kill him."
Do you? If we encounter actual Nazis, okay, a time vortex opens up and the Nazis come out, should we do something about that? Should society organize against the Nazis?
I mean, the same way as if, yeah. Wait,
Yes.
okay.
Okay. I agree. We should. Yes, we should. How many other people do you think are
Mine
going to
works
agree with us?
the Nazis
What percentage of the population are going to agree that we should do something about this new Nazi threat? Is it 99%? Is it 100%? 98%? 60%? What is it?
depends on what you mean by new Nazi threat, because again, we know what Hitler did. So if you opened up a portal to bring out Nazis, since we know what Hitler did, we know that there is no ambiguity there. But if you're comparing that to something where there's ambiguity here, then no, they're probably not going to move.
But you're
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you open up-
using
wait,
the
if
ambiguity
I
in
use
your
the-
favor.
if I use that same anecdote and said I'm going to open up a portal and all of the Coleman, or not the Coleman,
The communists?
Khmer Rouge are going to come out this portal. The Khmer Rouge is coming out of this portal. Of course, we're going to do the same reaction we would if Nazis walked out of that portal, because we knew what the Khmer Rouge did.
Are they're the violent communists?
Yes.
Though the violent racists want to kill the minorities and the violent communists want to kill the rich people.
Yes. So if you had portals of Khmer Rouge that literally said, hey, this is the Khmer Rouge coming out of a portal, just like in your analogy, if you had a portal saying these are the Nazis of 1939, of course you're going to be violent to them coming out because you know what they did.
Yeah, but
it doesn't change the movement of saying like, hey, we should probably point out historical references to the actions of a certain person.
In the zeitgeist, people do not associate communism with violence. I think it's wrong. I think it's incorrect. I think it's historically inaccurate, but I do think in the zeitgeist, communism gets a pass. It's not thought of as violent.
Based on what?
Who thinks Nazism is not violent? What percentage of the population thinks Nazism is non-violent? What's that?
Probably the same person. Who thinks communism is not violent? We're literally making arguments right now saying that communists are the most violent they've ever been, even though studies go against it. But there's multiple people. There's people that believe communists want to kill you tomorrow. I don't know where you're getting this idea that people are saying like, hey, this is a communist and I am not trying to be I do not think that we should be violent against them. The argument is actually by a lot of people in power right now that we should start labeling people communists and acting against.
But the argument, I would say that the argument is different, because the argument is there's a bunch of people who self-ID as communists and want to get rid of capitalism and replace it with some form of communism. And we say, hey, you shouldn't do that because communism always leads to violence. We're saying don't do that because it always leads to violence, and they're denying it. Where the Nazi thing is the opposite of that. No one is actually advocating for Nazism. Well, no one important is actually advocating for Nazism and saying Miller. We can do it in a non-violent way. Yeah,
Randy Fine is not important.
Okay, no. If Randy Fine is president or he's passing legislation to enact, some sort of Nazi legislation, we can have a conversation, right? But you understand the point I'm making. You don't have to be very pedantic with what I'm saying.
So they have to be president?
No, they have to actually. No, you understand the point that I'm making, that there's not people trying to pass Nazi legislation saying that we can do Nazism peacefully this time, where there's a bunch of people running around saying we can do communism peacefully. You understand that that's the difference.
That's a great difference, a huge difference. Yeah, speak to that.
Are you saying that the person has to say I'm a Nazi? Because I would argue that trying to change the 14th Amendment to remove immigration rules while building facilities where people have no oversight of what happens to these people would arguably be Nazi movements. I mean, do they just have to slap the word Nazi on the side?
Most countries don't. First of all, I disagree that Trump has the ability to get rid of the 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship. Look, I don't think he has the legal authority to do that, number one. Number two, most countries don't have birthright citizenship. So even if we do get rid of birthright citizenship,
Nazi countries.
Yeah, that's not indicative of being a Nazi. I don't agree with that at all.
I specifically said that because whether or not he executes it is not my argument. My argument is that he's trying. And if you remove birthright citizenship,
my God.
And if you remove birthright citizenship, you remove the ability for millions of people to say, I belong here legally.
If Trump was making an argument that not only does he have the right to get rid of birthright citizenship, but once he does, that every person who is like a first generation person in America, or maybe even a second generation person, but let's just say the first generation person in America who's born here, they're going to strip away citizenship and deport them, then I'd be like, okay, maybe you have like an argument, but that's not what they're arguing at all. And it wouldn't
But
retroactively strip away citizenship from those people.
well, no, but he is. I mean, I don't know why that would be like he has to say
That's
every single
my
person.
litmus because, as I said, most countries don't have birthright citizenship, so it's obviously not an indication that you're a Nazi country if you don't have birthright citizenship.
Yeah, but I didn't say that they're a Nazi country. I specifically made two cases. I specifically made the case of one, trying to limit or reduce birthright citizenship, which would arguably remove citizenship from millions of people who have established themselves here. And two, put them in a system where now they're considered legal immigrants, what makes it perfectly okay for you to toss them into unregulated facilities. So it's a double-edged sword. It's not just removing citizenship from people. It's removing citizenship, making them illegal, and then doing they're illegal, we can do whatever we want to them argument, which leads to alligator Alcatraz and
So
building facilities that. So
when
it's a two-edged sword.
if I recall correctly from Trump's ridiculous executive order trying to get rid of birthright citizenship, it was not retroactively. It was, I mean, it might be retroactively now because it's
Yes.
been, being adjudicated for like a year or so. But the time of the law, it was not retroactive, right? You agree?
Yeah,
Okay.
because and again, it doesn't have to be because also removing birthright citizenship wasn't the only thing he's doing. He's also
Okay.
doing it to he's also doing it to what do they call the dreamers? He's also doing it to multiple examples of legitimate migrants, people who are like Haiti right now. Many of the
So
Haitians
if,
have gone through violence. So when you do that, when you remove the
uh-huh,
protections from those people and then toss them into facilities that are unregulated, it's very fair to say Hitler did this.
no, it's not
Why isn't it?
because
You
Hitler,
again, you have to wait until people start dying in order to say it,
no,
which
not
I think
even,
is why they admit it.
even if we lived in an alternate universe, okay, where Hitler didn't kill the Jews, right? He just forced them into ghettos forever. The difference was Hitler was literally taking people who were citizens, who were German citizens, and saying, you no longer have equal rights in this country. You no longer have citizenship in this country. These are
He
the people that you're
removed their
talking about.
citizenship.
The people that you're talking about are people that are here illegally, and maybe they have something that's being pending or whatever, but they're people that are in the country illegally and have slipped through the cracks for, periods of time. That's
If
not
they
really
have
comparable.
if they have something that's pending, that would be the opposite of being here illegally, right? If you're
No, you could say
pending,
no. Someone
if
is
you're
here illegally, but then the matter adjudicating is pending. And I don't think Trump should be putting those people that have pending cases into, any of these facilities. And I've said that multiple times on stream.
yeah, but that's what he's doing.
Okay.
And he's also
But that's
battling
not
and again
Hitler.
and his rhetoric no, and also because again we can also look
You
at the
could be
things that
bad
he's
and not be
impeding.
Hitler. You could do bad things that I don't like and not be a fucking Nazi.
And again, you don't have to say it's a
Um,
complete one-to-one.
Okay.
You don't have to say it's a complete one-to-one. You can say, hey, you can
Uh-huh.
look at this historical reference to someone removing citizenship rights and start saying, hey, this looks like a first step. It doesn't
But it
have to
doesn't
be
look like a first step.
so building facilities where there's no oversight is absolutely okay to you.
No.
Okay, so then
But
why
it's
are you
not
arguing against?
Nazism.
Can you name me one positive country who ever made facilities with no oversight where it didn't end in some sort of really destructive type of massacre?
I don't know. I don't have
No
the
idea.
historical knowledge to know about this.
Because there isn't many.
Okay.
There is when you have no
You
oversight
could,
and
like,
you
couldn't
remove
people have made
citizenship
this
from people.
argument about like FDR and like, oh, well, FDR stacked the courts in some sort of draconian way and violated the norms of being president for more than 2 terms. This is going to lead to Nazism. And then, obviously it didn't.
What was his ultra naturalist goal? Nationalist goal.
His ultranationalist goal was to I don't know, to make it, well, actually, it was to stop communism. That was part of his ultranationalist, the goal, right? And to make sure that the country's spirit was strong, right? I feel like I could very easily go back and like selectively draw out a bunch of FDR quotes and then point to a bunch of sort of authoritarian things he did and say, well, obviously, this is Nazism.
Well, I would love to see you do
He
that.
did
I would
turn the
love to see
Jews
you.
away. He
I
did
would love
turn
to
the
see.
Jews away. He literally turned Jews away and they died
Yeah,
because of
because
that.
at the
Okay.
time he didn't know that Hitler was killing people like that.
Uh huh.
The New York
A
Times
likely
was
story.
No, it wasn't the New York Times' fault. The New York Times at that time was hiding all the information saying that Hitler was killing people. That was one of the biggest arguments against the New York Times because they didn't release the information about Hitler's mass
I
murder
always
attempt
knew the New York
until
Times
they
couldn't
wrote.
be trusted. No wonder they're so pro-Palestinian, bunch of anti-Semites.
Sure, you could also blame the Red Cross for that, or I would say Jesus.
Fucking Red Cross.
We still haven't talked about Anna Kasparian. Is Anna Kasparian a Nazi?
We can go back to there's one other thing you said that I wanted to just address, which was, and you said it's like, I don't know, like 20 minutes ago, which was like, if you call someone a Nazi, the response should be for the person to be like, well, what do you mean by that? And
Yeah.
like,
Everyone
I
knows what they
agree.
mean by that.
I agree. Like a hypothetical, like perfect world where we all live in like a magical Reddit utopia where people have, conversations with each other. But that's not the world we live in. And the world we live in is people, use this rhetoric to galvanize an audience to not like a person or to act against a person. And that's the point of these terms. So I don't think it really works if your argument is something that doesn't even exist in the real world.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Do you
Yes.
think that Chud the Builder was in the wrong?
I'm sorry, who?
Chud the Builder.
Chud the Builder?
Yeah.
I don't Chud the Builder.
Yeah, the
I don't
guy
know who
that
that
got
is.
famous going around calling people the N-word and then he eventually got shot outside of a courthouse. Do you think
Oh,
he was in the
that
wrong?
guy. I don't
Yeah.
know anything about him except that he got shot
Well, I mean, I kind of
or
explained what
shot.
he did. He walks around calling people the N-word, trying to provoke fights and everything, and then
Hmm.
somebody swung on him in a courthouse and he shot them. Do you
Okay.
think he's
Do I think that was right? No, that sounds incredibly immoral.
okay? So I would argue that the response to people calling him the N-word, or for him calling people the N-word, should be either to walk away from him or to ignore him. Even
Sure.
though they don't, the response should always be walk away or ignore.
I
Because
agree.
once you start creating a situation where you start telling people more and more, you can't say X, Y, and Z, it creates a double effect. One, it removes the actual positive arguments of why a person is doing something. And two, it creates more people doing it for that fact that they are told they can't do it. I think, and I said this to Adam earlier, I think every single one of these things should be on the table. That way people can see your motivation for saying them. I think
Okay.
all racists should outwardly be racist. That way we know who you are. Instead of this whole like, I'm not going to say the N word, but I'm going to make every single racist argument available. And since I didn't say the N word, somehow it's not racist.
I don't agree with this, but okay, continue.
You don't agree with it? Why not?
No, I think people, even that are racist, kind of being shamed into hiding their racism does slowly make society less racist.
That's what I said.
Oh,
I
well, there you
completely
go.
disagree.
All right.
This is
So,
exactly
because
what
Well,
I
I know you
said.
believe in CRT, so obviously you don't agree with that. But
well, I mean, so
You got to shame those fuckers.
but no, like I said to Adam earlier, like you could call me the N word all day and it won't change my life. You
Please
can
do not
completely,
tell our chat that, okay?
you can
That is
completely
not what I
change
want
the
to.
zone.
I will ban
Twitter's
you
like,
fuckers if you get out of control, okay? I don't care if he said that.
Twitter already calls me the N word just for opening up the app. Um, but you could literally call yourself not racist and zone a black community to where it's surrounded on all sides by industrial to the point where the black people there are poisoned and still say, oh, well, you know what? I didn't call them the N word. I would rather live in a world where you call me the N word and I'm not being poisoned than to live in a world where I'm being poisoned, but everybody pretends like slavery. Like everybody pretends like racism is gone.
okay, I don't know. What does that have to do with what I said? I'm
Cancer
lost.
Alley. I'm pointing
Huh?
out cancer. I'm pointing out Cancer Alley. I'm pointing out how an entire state placed industrial things that were poisoning around a black neighborhood. Then, as that black neighborhood was dying, they just were like, "Well, we didn't call you the N word, so you can't call it racist."
Okay.
If you want to, I think I sent you a thing about Cancer Alley. So, but yeah, I would rather be in a place where you called me the N word than a place where you happily create cancer
Well, I
alleys.
mean, I don't think that's really the dichotomy I would advocate for. Obviously, I think we should live in a world where you don't call people the N word and you also don't poison them and then give them cancer. Yes.
Sure, and
I
that's
think we can
nice to say
accomplish
that
both
we
those
don't live in
things.
one, but we're not accomplishing one of those things.
I don't think
Like,
there's a two button here, and one of them is like call Edward or poison the city.
no, I'm saying I would rather they said they did it for that reason and to acknowledge what they're doing.
If
then
we
you
lived
do
in a
the same way they do the
society,
same thing and don't say the N word.
I disagree with you, and this is very interesting. This is an interesting point because I mean I've heard a lot of people make this point, but if we lived in a society, okay, where it was acceptable for a corporation to openly say, yes, we don't care that we have all this toxic chemicals going into the water supply of this neighborhood because the people that live in this neighborhood are the N word and we think they're, not worthy of life or subhuman or whatever. And so therefore that's, we don't care about that. If that was acceptable in society, then we'd be living in a society that there would be no way for those people to actually get justice or to not be poisoned or to not be treated as second-class citizens. So that's why I don't
Well,
agree with this.
we currently do. I mean, if you look at the Jackson
You think?
State,
Okay.
if you look up the Jackson State DEI removal, Jackson State was actually doing multiple tests on it. And then when Trump got into office, he defunded them and literally said the whole thing was bonkers and then wiped it away. So they still are there. They still have cancer at higher rates. They're still being poisoned. And the non-racists did it because of not racist reasons that he still can't point to.
Do you think that the company that's doing the poisoning is only doing it because they're black people?
They don't have to do it only because they're black people. I said the zoning. And the zoning did it because they saw the black area as the area with the least amount of any type of power. And because they were the black area was the black area because of segregation, that was the racist part. That's the reason why they did it.
Yeah,
So
but you
whether or not they
understand.
hate black
Okay.
people, they did it because those people had the least amount of power based on segregation.
As fucked up as that is, and I agree. I mean, I don't know anything about the story, but assuming everything you're saying is true, and that's super fucked up and evil and wrong, and these people should all, burn to hell, right?
I'd rather be called the N-word. That's my point.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
I agree. Most people probably be like to be called a word than to be given cancer. Yes, sure. But again, it's very different if someone is saying, hey, if some evil person is like, hey, where should our toxic chemicals go off of? Let's bring out the zoning map and see like which is the poorest community, because that way it'll be harder for them to sue us, which is evil, right? And if that's the motivation, obviously we should try to stop that. But again, that's a very different motivation than if someone's like, well, where are the black people at? Because I don't care about their lives, right? Like they're both bad. And I'm not saying one is better than the other one, but they're just, I don't really understand. Like this isn't, I don't know why this is like the comparison they go to.
This is a problem with black people always voting Democrat too, because the Democrats are anti-business and the Republicans are pro-business. Now, if those black people voted for Republicans, the Republicans were like, "Don't send the toxic chemicals there. Those are our voters."
There's a right-wing state, and the zoning law was based on a right-wing zoning commission. What are you talking about?
No, but he's saying because they don't care about the voting, their way that they vote, because they're not going to vote for them, is what his argument was.
Yeah. And it was kind of just a joking argument, but
oh no, but this also has nothing to do with voting. And again, the cities that decided to keep those industries out of their city and direct it towards black-owned neighborhoods were not like, one, they weren't Democrat, but two, they were exclusively segregated. So the people that made those decisions were mostly white, just based on the segregation, not based on racism. I want to make sure that you guys understand. I'm not calling them racist. I'm saying they literally looked at a map and said, well, you're not going to put that next to me. And we're the majority of the population. Put it next to those segregated black people.
I think this is kind of one of the big problems I have with CRT and the concept of systemic racism as a whole, is that you have these situations where a bunch of people are acting in self-interested ways. A bunch of communities are saying, don't put that near me. Don't put that near me. And so basically like this business keeps getting shuffled down the line until it gets to some area where they literally, I assume, don't have the ability or the power, the political power or the money to fight this legally to prevent it from being built near them. And that's bad. And I think we could totally have a conversation in America about like, okay, we need to stop this and we need to do something to stop this. And we need to protect, people that don't have the ability to fight back against, big evil corporations and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's fine. But then to be like, well, no, this happened because of racism, when it's like not because of racism, unless you make this argument that, well, because of the history of racism, put those people in a situation, from, 100 years ago, blah, 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 blah. Like it completely just overly complicates the argument, makes the argument kind of retarded, and completely detracts people from even wanting to really be involved in the situation in the first place.
Well, again, I understand that, but if you that entire argument would have to be removing the how did those people get there and how are they disenfranchised?
But that's not the
Like
problem. The
you have
problem
to
isn't
remove
how
those.
they got there 100 years ago. The problem is a company shouldn't be dumping toxic chemicals in anyone's fucking neighborhood.
Well, when the
Yeah,
company was
exactly.
dumping when the company was dumping the toxic chemicals, no one knew they were toxic. This wasn't like they're sitting
Oh
there and
my
going, "Hey,
God,
there's this
stop
barrel of
changing the
poison."
subject.
Okay, so
I'm
then
giving you the argument of Cancer Alley. I'm giving you the argument of the industrialization was placed there just because people said, "I don't want industry next to my home." It wasn't, "I want to find the place to put the poison." It was, "I don't want industry next to my home." Put it over there with those people who've been disenfranchised and segregated to a certain area. That's what it was. And then we find out later on top of the fact that it was industrial, it was also dumping chemicals into the
yeah, but
soil.
that's the but
That
that look, but
releases
that's a completely even different problem because it's kind of like the NIMBYism of people with nuclear reactors. Like these, I don't know what this plant's doing, but a lot of these plants in these places, they have to be somewhere, and they have to be somewhere that they can be put that's safe for the environment, safe for the people living around them. Like that's the issue. The issue isn't like, well, it's because of the history of racism.
well,
Well, I
one of
wonder
the
now, though, if bringing race into it will help get the chemicals out of the
Well,
neighborhood,
maybe it
though.
will now because we live
Yeah,
in the hyper woke environment.
I know
well, no,
exactly.
But
Now
but
I
yeah,
think it might actually
I
help.
can for two arguments against that, Sitch. One, if we're talking about a place where the area is actually designed to be able to absorb those toxins and everything else, there is millions of acres, or millions, yeah, millions of acres of open land that those buildings and those facilities could be placed on where they're far enough away from people. These
that's
facilities
I'm
were
assuming it's a
literally,
Yeah, but
cost issue, though,
they
right?
need like
They need infrastructure
employees.
and
Yeah,
power plants to be able
labor.
and all this other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't
Or
want
are
to
they going to
build it out in
bus people
the
2 hours
boonies.
a day to come work at the
Right.
chemical
the infrastructure of those
plant?
places is actually worse. The infrastructure of those places placed next to black neighborhoods is actually worse than if they just had to place them in
They
like,
can put the
So
data
then why
centers
don't
in
they?
space.
So then why do you think they don't do that?
well, they again, they do that now.
Okay.
The
So
humans
understand that,
closing
like,
in.
So they're
understand
solving
that
the
no,
problem.
when they moved out to suburban areas, they were able to start building facilities based on the now known toxic information, the now known sound information, the now known light pollution information. So now, if you go to certain suburbs outside of it, you see a lot of those industries, but they're also placed in industrial zones far enough away from residential areas to not affect them
Okay.
because they were zoned in those areas to not deal with the population as a whole. These particular areas were exclusively zoned right next to butt up to black neighborhoods because they knew black people did not have the infrastructure in order to stop it.
Okay.
So you can't just say like all of this happened, but if you say it's because of blacks, then I will shut that my mind off and not listen to it because the segregation is the reason why they are in the
I'm
situation
just
they're in.
telling you how most people are going to react, especially in a Republican state. Which you said, I don't know anything about the story. You said this is in a Republican state somewhere.
Yeah, Louisiana,
Okay.
right
So
outside
you're
of
not
Baton
really
Rouge.
going to do anyone favors with this, but
And again, I don't think any favors are going to be happening because, like I said, if you constantly live in a zone where every single leftist argument is this offensive argument that we should not say because, we're triggered by it, but every single right wing argument is this, well, I mean, I said it's this, but, you better find a way to find the best possible way I'm making the argument. If you constantly create that standard, then that standard is going to ruin arguments for every single leftist
The
argument.
standard is completely opposite, though, in the mainstream media now.
Mainstream media has absolutely no power, and we all know this. So
I
you
don't
can't
know
make you
that,
can't
but
really make you
okay.
can't really make no
Oh,
you
okay.
you literally can't make the mainstream media argument anymore. You could have possibly made this earlier on, but now mainstream media has almost no power compared to like social media and how people are able to get their information regarding social media.
Next time you mention the mainstream media, you're going to say that the mainstream media doesn't have very much power. And then after that, it's going to say,
Well, I mean,
every time you mention the mainstream media, they get a little more power.
well, I mean, you can look it. You can look it up. Fewer and fewer people are leaning on mainstream media for their information, which is kind of funny because now disinformation is insane. The amount of people who said like Trump said X and then that makes it right is hilarious.
Wait, we got first of all, I have no clue how we got off on the sidetrack because what I asked you was like 30 minutes ago was you made this point that like whenever you call someone a Nazi, they should like ask you what you mean by that. And this opens up some sort of dialogue. And I say, we don't live in that world. We live in a world where people use these terms to demonize people. And then I have no clue how we got off on this tangent because you didn't actually respond to what I said.
Well, no, I responded by saying, you can almost do that to almost any word. It shouldn't remove the fact that people should be allowed to use the
But
word.
we live in reality, okay? And in reality, we have to deal with the constraints of reality. And part of that is that certain words make people think certain things. And even if you don't mean it that way, that is the point that most other people mean it that way, right? Like if you ran around or if I ran around calling people pedos and and then when I was like, well, you're gonna say like, well, why are you calling that guy a pedo? Does he fuck children? And you're like, well, no, actually, I have this other definition of pedo, and people should just ask me what I mean when I say that. That's not
So we can have
really,
a conversation.
yeah, that's not really
No,
like
because
how it's gonna play out in the real world.
wait, no, it would play out like this. This person's a pedo. What makes them a pedo? Have they touched children? No, they have child porn. That would be the argument. So
Okay.
there it's like, okay, they're not touching children, but they do have something that shows that they do like
Yeah, but
children.
most people would agree with that definition of pedo, so it's not really
Yeah, of
coming within
course.
And
contradiction.
we should never bend our I think we've had this argument before though, but we should never bend our definitions or how we explain stuff to what most people think. We should always bend it to what the words and definitions mean. That way,
You-
Okay, but you're wait. You're the one that's redefining Nazism to mean
No, I'm not.
someone who wants central power. What are you talking about?
Nazism is a group that wants centralized power for ultranational.
That's one of like many criteria of what it means
That's
to be a Nazi.
reason. The main
Huh?
reason, if you look it up, the main focus of Nazism was
Oh my god.
Violent
consolidation of
racism was
socialistic group.
holocausting Jewish
That is-
people.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't because they actually worked with Muslims. They actually liked Muslims and
The
actually
main
liked.
the main
yeah.
ideology of Nazism, which I think you even said yourself, was a person who believed that German Aryans were some kind of like superior race and that they needed to purge the non-German Aryans that were holding them back.
I never made that argument. I never even said Aryans. I
No, but you said that you said that German, you said the
Nazis.
Nazis didn't care about the economic stuff, that they were more focused on these social cultural issues, right? Isn't that what you said?
I said they called themselves socialist to pull workers in, but they weren't
That-
socialists.
That's
That
they
was
call
my
themselves
argument.
socialists because they kind of both stemmed from the same movement, but that's a longer conversation that's irrelevant to this.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Hitler looked up and said, "Hey, socialist is a good thing to call workers, and workers call themselves socialists, and we need workers in order to do this. So we're a workers' party too," which is why they were called the National something Socialist Workers' Party. But they were absolutely.
What is the point of
everything-
language?
I don't know what's the point of language.
What is the point of language?
To insult people.
No, what is the point of language?
To convey information.
Okay, so if you're using a word to convey information and 99% of the population thinks you mean one thing, and you're like, no, I'm the one person that means something different, are you being effective with your language?
If 99% of the world actually thought that, sure. But if
Okay,
50%,
so you don't think
if
that
50%
99% of the world, when you say Nazi, thinks, white nationalist person who wants to get rid of non-white people. You don't think that that's what 99% of the people think?
No, because half the country agrees with when ALC uses it. Well, I wouldn't say half, but a considerable portion of the country agrees when ALC uses it to point out ultranationalism and consolidation of government.
I don't believe that for a single fucking second. And I don't think AOC believes that for a single fucking second. And
That's
if you
what she
believe that,
said.
you're just naive. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, then we're back to and again, that's why I made this argument before. We're back to whenever a leftist makes an argument, you know more than that leftist what that leftist believes and what that leftist thinks. But whenever a
Yes.
right winger makes it, then we'll start being more nuanced and maybe they might not mean that. Which
Not-
is kind
not
of
me,
never,
not me. I get
Sitch has
accused of
never
getting-
called a
I-
right winger naive.
I get
Never.
I get accused of being TDS all the time. So you're not with me, but
I didn't
maybe someone
accuse you. I didn't accuse you of having TDS.
I didn't say
talked
you
about
do.
the-
I said people do.
No. My argument has been very specific. My argument is whenever a right
You just
winger makes a
whataboutism to me.
claim-
That was the, that was the argument.
It's true.
My argument is
Don't make me
whenever a
bring
right
up the
winger makes a-
counter.
My argument was whenever a right winger makes a claim, you guys become hyper pedantic about that claim. But whenever a left winger makes a claim, you broaden it out and then make it dangerous. And
I
I
don't
can
think
point
that's
to almost
remotely
every
Not
true.
single
true.
I don't think
do
that's
it.
true at all.
Completely untrue.
I've been watching you guys.
I think
for a while.
I think if I did that,
Well,
I
that's
think
true.
I think if I did that, that we'd be more popular.
Like this would
Oh
work.
yeah,
if
that's
I was-
true. Yeah,
This would work
I
if
should
I
do
was
that.
like some random person
you
that
should
happened to
do
catch a
that.
couple of Diamond Sitch clips. But I've been watching you guys for a while,
Okay.
and I've sent you a tweet every single time you do it. Like almost every one of my tweets are, "Hey, you know,
I guess
this
that's why I
argument
blocked
is
you.
good, and I didn't for this argument." Well, yeah,
I was
because I
like,
All
can't
these
remember to
false
get to a beat.
I
accusations.
know. I know.
I attach the like. I don't just send the
I literally
accusation.
just
I
agreed
put
with
a
you and said
post
I thought Stephen Miller was racist
after I
in
had to
this
prove it to you.
conversation.
Wait. I didn't say didn't say that Stephen Miller was racist. That was an argument against
He's a
Adam.
right winger. You just said, oh, whenever it's a right winger, you make a million excuses.
I didn't. No. For Stephen Miller, I made
Uh-huh.
that explicitly for Adam because
Okay.
Adam was the one making that argument. I
Fuck
didn't
you,
say
Adam.
anything about
Well,
Adam was the one that made the Stephen
I don't
Miller
want
isn't
to
that
accuse anyone of being a Nazi white supremacist without good evidence because I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's
I
remotely
gave you,
fair.
but that's the thing. I gave you Stephen Miller asking Breitbart to push great replacement theory rhetoric, and you were still like, well, I don't think like it takes a
Let me ask you
lot
a question.
for you to
What
get to that point with a right winger. It takes almost nothing for you to get to that point with a left
when
winger.
you said that because I'm unfamiliar with this AOC thing, right? You said AOC said that Nazism means ultra nationalism or something. What are you talking about? Like, where's
She
she
was
say that?
talking. I believe she was. Oh, it was a couple years ago on the congressional floor. I just can't remember what the argument was about. I believe it was either the Twitter one where they were trying to regulate Twitter
Mm-hmm.
or the oh man, the TikTok one where she was pointing out that not all usages of Nazi meant these people are racist. I'll try to find the clip,
Okay,
but
let
yeah,
me. So I'm gonna Google. So I googled AOC definition of Nazi. Okay,
hmm
first article that came up to me, Yahoo News article from 2025. AOC slams Elon Musk gesture. Quote, I'm not with Nazis. So I guess this is when Elon Musk did the little Hitler salute, which I thought was in 2024, but maybe I'm misremembering. AOC took to Instagram on Tuesday evening to slam Elon Musk with a gesture he made during a speech on President Trump's inauguration day, which he described as a Nazi salute. If you're cool, you want to defend Sieg Heils and Nazi salutes, whatever you want to do, that's on you. She said, I'm the opposite of that. I'm not with the Nazis. The New York Democrat said, hating Nazis is a foundational defining part of being American. Two of probably the most foundational defining things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis. I don't know what side people may be on today, but I'm still not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis, and I will do that until I'm 6 feet in the ground.
Who
So
said that?
I don't. I mean, to me, when she says Nazi, it means pretty clearly what most people think when you hear Nazi. She's talking about Hitler and everything Hitler said for. She's not just meaning a ultra nationalist or.
Ocasio-Cortez defended her terminology, citing academic definitions of concentration camps and pointing to the historical precedent of the United States' own internment of Japanese Americans. Historians and experts on authoritarianism were divided, with some arguing the conditions met the academic criteria for the term, while others maintained that the term is exclusively linked to Nazi atrocities. So she defended the terminology, citing concentration camps, basically saying concentration camps and authoritarianism. So in her sightings, she's saying that.
So she wasn't talking about Nazism. She was talking about the word concentration camps.
Well, she's defending her terminology because
I
when
know,
she
but
was
we were
quoting
talking about the term
well, no,
Nazi. We weren't talking about the term concentration camp.
she was explicitly said like, "Hey, when you're calling him a Nazi, are you saying that he's just a racist?" And she was like, "No," and she started citing historical terms or historical actions of the Nazis, like concentration camps and authoritarianism.
Is this where
It's
is this a was this a Vox article? What are you reading?
Dissent magazine.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, okay.
Please, I just want to see if I
Like I
can
said,
find
I'm
this
on my
article.
phone. I wasn't expecting to bring
That's
up
fine.
like
I won't listen.
AOC
I didn't know
quotes,
that
so
we were going to be making all these claims, these very silly claims here. But
I mean, I genuinely would probably bring you more quotes if I expected to be arguing like AOC's view on Nazism.
Well, you're the one that brought it up. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, no, because I brought it up in defense of like the accusation of Nazi, but that wasn't the first thing I brought up. Like I brought up multiple different things. I just leaned on like most people
I
see it as
I
hyper
I have
authoritarian.
trouble. Listen, as I said, I think you're incredibly naive if you honestly think that when someone says Nazi, that the overwhelming majority of the American population doesn't think that that's just means a white nationalist racist who wants to kill non-white people.
Well, I
Violent
would say
racist.
That's the argument that you're making.
and my argument is I believe half the country thinks that, and the other half thinks authoritarianism, ultranationalism.
That's
And that's where the
ridiculous.
divide is.
That's
Yeah.
preposterous. Okay, we can move. That's
Even
preposterous. We
even the
can just
left
move
thinks
on.
violent racist.
The shooter that fired at Donald Trump leaned onto the argument of his authoritarianism and his ultranatural nationalism. It wasn't just, hey, he's a racist, I'm gonna kill him. So the
Brooks thought that.
person that so the person, yeah. So the person that tried to kill Trump, the person that we're leaning on as an excuse to not call people Nazi, leaned on the authoritarianism and the ultranationalism more than he ever did the racism. As in pointing out the boats, as in pointing out the killings of Alex Peretti and Renee Good, as I said earlier. So even the people that you're saying are going to be hyper influenced by it are leaning more towards the ultranationalism, authoritarian definition.
I
Let
thought
me get
Crooks
that
didn't
right.
have a
No,
clear
no,
motivation.
the third shooter, the guy that actually had a manifesto. We
Oh,
have
the
no clue.
Reddit guy.
Yeah,
Okay. So what's
we
your
have no
point? I don't
clue.
understand what your point is.
Well, my point is a lot more people that call Trump Nazi are people that think like, the guy that like are leaning more towards the guy that tried to shoot him. Like that's their thinking. They're thinking the authoritarianism. They're making that up. But just because somebody tries to shoot somebody thinking it doesn't mean that conversation should ever be shut down.
Okay, we get okay. We're not going to agree on this. We can move on. I think this is silly.
You can
This
read
is a
his
very silly
manifesto.
argument.
You can read his manifesto.
I have
I
read his
mean,
manifesto. Yes,
yeah, and
he very
am I
clearly thinks
wrong?
that Trump is the evil racist.
He clearly thinks that Trump is an authoritarianism.
That's
Is
true too. He
authoritarian.
thinks he's an authoritarian
No,
evil
but
racist.
that's
Yes,
why
that's
he
what
did it.
Nazi generally means. Is an authoritarian evil racist.
Well, wait. Who was he racist against by killing Alex Peretti and Renee Good?
Because they were protesting against non-white people being deported.
Because that would be authoritarianism, not racism.
It's but
No, it's not.
I
It's
feel like
definitely.
you're intentionally being obtuse.
I feel like you. I mean, granted, we're both going to feel like we're both being.
Wait, the entire argument for not the entire argument because I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Trump's doing, but a lot, but the overwhelming argument that people left have been making about the immigration stuff is to say that the reason that the Republican Party and that Trump is doing immigration removals and the way they're doing it is because they're racist. Now they say
Yeah.
they're doing it in an authoritarian way, but they're saying they're motivated by racism. Are they not?
Well, they're making both arguments. They're saying one, they're motivated by racism. Wait, stop. They're saying they're motivated by race.
Go ahead.
They're saying that they're.
Anyway, sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue.
No, they're saying that they're motivated by race because of the Supreme Court argument that literally said, "Hey, it's okay to target people based on race to make these decisions." That's what said, "Oh, hey, this is based on race." But it was
What?
mostly yeah. Wait, there was a Supreme that was the argument.
No, I know the Supreme Court. That's not why people people have been saying for my entire life that the reason Republicans want to limit immigration is because they're racist, far before the Supreme Court ruling ever came out.
Yeah, greedy racist. That's the stereotype.
Well, it's too. I mean, wait, because I want to make sure to point this out. That doesn't mean that there isn't a racist element, but the main argument is authoritarianism.
No, wait, no. Wait, I'm sorry. This is just factually untrue. The argument is that they are motivated in doing this because they're racist, and then they'll say they're using authoritarian tactics to evince their racism into the world.
No, because again, if you read the manifesto of the shooter, it wasn't just the immigration policy. That's what shows that it's a lot more than just race.
Yeah, maybe for him, he thought he wasn't just saying, well, I'm only doing it because I think Trump's a racist. That was only one of many reasons why he thought he was doing what he was doing.
But you understand one of many reasons, but you still want to lean on the fact that just because he said Nazi, that was one of the main reasons.
That's what Nazi fucking means.
No.
That's what the Nazi propaganda means.
jeans. That's some Nazi propaganda.
Right? Wait a minute. That's a perfect comparison. That's a perfect example. The
No,
jeans ad. When the lady said it was Nazi propaganda, she wasn't fucking calling Sydney Sweeney an authoritarian.
Yeah.
Wait, the jeans ad that ended up being like mostly a hoax because most like the left wing backlash they were talking about wasn't really existent. That jeans ad?
That's not
Oh my
real.
God, you changed the subject again.
That's not real.
Bring up the jeans ad. He did.
No,
It was
you're
literally a fake-
changing the
it was literally a
subject.
fake situation. I didn't bring up the jeans ad.
He brought the jeans up and the jeans ad up to make a point that
Bad
what
point
people
because it was based off of the false flag.
what people believe
wasn't.
when you
That's not
say
true.
Nazi
Look it
has to
up.
do with violent racism.
We lived through it. What do you mean? The ad came out and a bunch of fucking, there were mainstream articles that were like, is this racist?
This is
I can't believe
racist,
she did
yeah.
this. There were a bunch of large fucking Twitter accounts that were like, this is pretty fucking racist, calling her Nazis. That's why that video blew up with her calling the Nazi propaganda. There's like 20 billion of these
Eugenics.
giant TikTok accounts that were all virtue signaling by calling Sydney Sweeney a fucking racist.
Let me see if I could find it because they actually did a study on it.
But wait,
Oh, no.
okay, hold on.
Oh,
Hold
no.
on. You
Hold on, finish.
understand, wait, because you are changing the subject.
Yes, you
Right?
are.
You agree that when the people who were calling it Nazi propaganda, they obviously didn't mean that Sydney Sweeney was a fucking authoritarian, did they?
No. They
I
meant
mean-
she was a white supremacist.
Again, just because a few people said something, I'm
Okay.
not saying nobody said anything. No,
It's just a couple
Because-
people.
Just because a few people said something did not mean that this was anywhere near as large as the backlash as if claiming like the entire left was, because they literally pointed to like out of every one article that even came from anywhere remotely left wing, there were like a couple thousand articles from the right wing replaying that article over and over again amongst their own people to make it seem like the left made this huge reaction to it. There was a whole thing about it. I mean, I'll send you the link of all that information showing that like the right wing took it and ran with it and it wasn't even that big of a deal. But I mean, I can prove it.
I think this is an incredible,
Why don't you acknowledge the
Gaslighting
point?
that's
Yeah, just
happening here,
acknowledge the
but-
point.
but okay.
This is where we're accusing you of changing the subject, because instead of acknowledging the point that obviously the people who were upset about it because of racism, not because of authoritarianism, you're changing the subject to say, oh, well, not that many people were upset about it. It was just a small number of people that were claiming it was about racism.
It was. I mean, it factually was, though. It factually was a small number of people claiming it was about racism or anybody even actually cared about the Sydney Sweeney situation. I don't know why he brought that up as a counter, because it
To make the
showed
point
that like the vast
that-
majority of the left did not even care about it. But I mean, I can
He brought it up to make the point that violent racism is what people are pointing to when they call people a Nazi, not
So let me ask you this.
authoritarianism.
Let me ask you this. How many people on the left is required for something to be a big controversy for the left? How many people would it have to be like one article, two articles? How many articles would have to happen before you call it a huge controversy? And how many would have to happen for it to be like not that big of a deal? Regardless of how the right responds to it.
Well, I mean, there are
Maybe-
these cycles where some story goes viral and everyone is talking about it. I'd say the Sydney Sweeney story achieved that level of impact. I think it was there were articles about it in mainstream media. Mainstream personalities were talking about it.
So
I'm
it's
sure
just
it
if
got
something was-
I'm sure it got
So-
mentioned on CNN. I'm sure it got mentioned on MSNBC.
So the requirement of something is just to be mentioned on CNN for it
Well,
to.
no, it's
be a
it's got to
major
go viral. It's got to be the thing that everyone is talking about.
So that's your requirement. I want to make sure that's your requirement. That it
Wait,
just
you
has to be-
said you were making this argument that this was just like no one really cared about this. It was just some random fucking people, and then that's what,
Yeah,
and then a bunch of people lied about it. Okay, and false
Yeah, because
flag.
they-
It. That's what you're claiming, and I'm saying
Yeah.
no. There's a lot of mainstream articles and things that were written about this controversy. This was a big story that people talked about for like weeks.
There was a few articles written about it, and those articles were boosted across social media by right wingers.
Okay,
And they actually did a full investigation on it and found that like
they
it
who's
couldn't be more than,
okay.
like,
Send me
20
this link. I'm curious to who
One-
the they is here, but
I saw the Because it was American Eagle Outfitters, right? Was the company that did the ad.
Yes.
I saw an interview with the CEO of American Eagle Outfitters on CNBC, which is like the mainstream financial press, and they talked about the controversy. So how is that not, and no one's talking about it?
Is your requirement? I'm just making sure to understand this, because if your requirement is like all it has to happen is a couple of people have to mention it and a couple of articles are written.
You keep
No, I'm serious.
you
If
keep
that's your-
minimizing it to like a couple of people. It's like it's mainstream, as in everyone is talking about it. It's viral. Millions of people are talking about it.
Yes, but
330 million Americans are sharing posts about it on their Facebook.
it was viral because it was boosted through right wing response. It wasn't viral because of the left.
Okay.
No, it wasn't.
So it was
I mean,
astroturfed. Is
Wait,
what you're
you
saying.
don't think? Hold on. You don't think that if American Eagle, okay, big brand, Sydney Sweeney, big time
Huge
star,
Hollywood
okay,
celebrity, yeah.
puts out this ad where she does this double entendre between jeans. You don't think that if right wing accounts promoted people on the left talking about that it would have just no one would have blinked at it. It would have made no splash. No one would have cared whatsoever. No one would have
No,
seen this fucking ad and had a reaction to it.
I mean, I can't say no one would have. That's a ridiculous.
Well, you know what I mean,
But-
like that the
Well, no, because
mainstream
obviously
wouldn't have
don't know what I
reacted
mean
to
when I
this.
said
That people
no.
wouldn't have reacted to this and be like,
I
"Oh
said-
wow, that's pretty
because
controversial."
The
I
left
say
wing
no,
boosted it way
when
more than the right wing, though. Obviously, the
Absolutely not.
left wing, the whole point of the
Absolutely
ad
not.
campaign was for the left wing to lose their minds and boost it. That's what they laughed about on CNBC.
Absolutely not. It was the exact opposite. A few left wingers, a few left wing publications talked about it, and then those left wing publications were boosted all throughout right wing circles. It was literally not that big of a deal until it was made a big deal by the right wing.
Oh my God. I wish we had the Nazi propaganda
Again,
clip.
I'm
Oh
not-
my
when
God.
I remember we watched the GQ lady was like even asking her about it. That she seemed
Oh,
offended
yes.
by it. I don't
Yes,
know.
the
This seems, like,
GQ
so
lady.
silly.
I mean, what you're doing is so wrong.
I gotta.
Are
find
you a violent
comparative-
racist?
I gotta find a comparative issue because I know that you'll understand what I'm saying when I do a
The
comparative
human
issue.
guy. Oh, we understand what you're saying. Okay.
No,
We just, I just disagree.
okay. So okay.
Look, the human is so
Wait,
desperate
do
to
you think
keep
that
in first
do you think
place.
that the
He's
do you think
working
the
his
Great
ass off.
Replacement Theory- Wait, I want you to hold that.
Mhm.
Do you think the Great Replacement Theory was a major issue in the United States?
The great replacement theory was I'm not sure.
You're not sure if the Great Replacement Theory was a major issue throughout the United States, but
The
you're
great,
absolutely sure that
the
the
great
Sydney
re-
Sweeney company is like. Do you see the double standard here? Like it's crazy how you guys don't recognize the double standard. The
Wait,
Great
what? I don't.
Replacement Theory
What
was
is the
not a-
double standard between? What is the double standard between not knowing exactly how many people in America are hyperfixated on the Great Replacement?
There have been viral stories about the great replace. Like Tucker Carlson will mention something, and I'll see a viral story where everyone's accusing Tucker Carlson of being in favor of the great replacement theory. I mean, maybe I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me. Like,
Okay. Well, no, you just kind of explained it. Like
is
you
it is
did
it a
exactly-
concept that many Americans are familiar with? I don't think so. I think you could do like man on the street interviews, or if you did some kind of survey, maybe 1% of the respondents would be able to articulate great replacement theory to you if you asked them.
So do you think more?
Now, I
people-
also think in that survey, if you juice the questions to make those people think that to kind of frame those people into being in favor of great replacement theory with innocuous questions about immigration, you could make 100% of the respondents in favor of great replacement theory.
I love it. I love listening to so again, you were absolutely certain that the Sydney Sweeney thing was a 100% left wing. Everybody talked about this. Everybody was incited by it. But when it came to great replacement, all of a sudden there's these huge excuses. Well, I mean, I can be sure that there are some people, but it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it did lead to multiple shootings and everything, but I don't think most of the country was even thinking about. Do you see what you do? Like it's literally an example of how you guys like to move the
Hold on,
goalposts.
hold
That
on.
whenever a left wing situation
How are
happens, it's the
shootings?
entire left.
How
You're
are
making you're
shootings?
making
Yeah,
connections that have literally nothing to do with each other.
yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
we're making it.
The
We made a
reason why
claim.
you agree with each
No,
other is
you
because you
made.
constantly look at
I
nothing
will.
to do with
I
it.
will rewind the conversation. Okay, you made the claim that actually there was very few people on the left that cared about the Sydney Sweeney's Gene ad, and it was actually some sort of right wing false flag. And we made
Correct.
the counterclaim saying, well, that's not true. We saw a bunch of content, both from large, social media people who had large social media presence calling it racist. And also we saw mainstream articles that were also either talking about the controversy or also agreeing that the ad was racist. And then your response to that is like, well, you guys are hypocritical because when I ask you how prominent is the great replacement theory concept in America, Adam says he doesn't know how prominent it is. These concepts have nothing to do with each other, and you just bunch them
Because
together.
I specifically asked you, and I asked you multiple times, what was your standard for claiming that Sydney Sweeney was like this huge thing on the left? And I
Everyone
asked you,
was
what would it have to
talking
be?
about it and it's
And
attacking her, calling her a racist for it.
you gave everybody was complaining about it and attacking and calling her a racist for it. And then you gave she also had this interview where somebody questioned her about it. And
Because you were
it was
asking me
also
for
mentioned
evidence of
in
that. And I'm
CNN.
like, well, there's articles about it. There was an interview about it. What do you mean?
And my argument against that evidence was that doesn't seem to show that a lot of people is it, because in my view, that's not a lot. But if you make that no, but if you make that same argument about great replacement, the largest streamer or the largest podcaster in America talked about it multiple times before he was fired from the largest media company in the United States, Fox News. The
Tucker
literal person
Carlson.
that handles yes, the
Tucker
literal
Carlson.
person that handles our immigration policy, the multiple Republican state representatives, multiple major Republican figures on the right, major Republican podcasters, almost every single person, almost every Nick Fuentes, almost every single person on the right is pushing some sort of great replacement rhetoric. And the two of you were like, I don't think that that's that big of a deal. It's funny how one is not that big and it's literally being pushed by more of the right.
So you're saying that you don't
was.
think, so by your logic, you don't think the great replacement theory is being pushed by that many people?
The
Or is
exact
important?
well, yeah. By my logic, based on your standards, yeah.
No. Because
that is. My
no,
logic is
because
yours too.
you're comparing this to the Sydney Sweeney thing, and
Yes,
you're
I'm
saying it's the
saying-
same, but you're saying this is a giant deal, but the Sydney
No,
Sweeney thing wasn't. So I'm confused. You're kind
no,
of arguing against your previous point
no.
here.
My argument is on your take on both.
No, but
Whereas
you're
when we were
doing the
talking
thing
about
that
the
you're
great
accusing us
replacement,
of doing. You're saying, well,
no, I'm not,
actually, no one talked about the Sydney Sweeney thing, but everyone on the right is talking about the great replacement.
no. I said no one talked about the Sydney Sweeney thing
Uh-huh.
because I can literally point to the fact that it was more boosted by right wing response than it was left wing arguments. But I'm saying if the standard is if the Sydney Sweeney thing
Okay.
to you guys was a big thing, then ultimately to you guys, great replacement should have been a big thing because it had more.
I have
pushback,
listen.
more effect.
This could be the disagreement I have with Adam. Okay, I have, and as someone who's listening to the show, I get super triggered whenever that conversation comes up because I think it's incredibly corrosive and toxic. And I do think, and I be honest, I don't watch Tucker Carlson every day to know exactly what the fuck he's talking about. I have heard him say things that sound great replacement or esque. So obviously I don't fucking support that. So the idea that like I'm some sort of fucking hypocrite because I don't do enough, I don't know. I don't do enough prayers against the fucking great replacement every fucking day is ridiculous to me. Is absurd to me.
I said you have an obvious and glaring.
Well, the only reason I don't do it.
How the fuck is it a double standard if I say that it's an important ideology and every time it gets brought up, I argue against it? How's that a double standard?
I didn't base the double standard on whether or not you thought it was an abhorrent ideology. I based the double standard on what you see as.
I said I don't know how prominent the ideology is in America. It's not a double standard. You could even say, listen, Sitch, you just don't know enough about how much this is being promulgated on the right. That's possible. That's definitely possible. But it's not a double standard. That just means that I have a blind spot about something.
You claimed that you've read enough about CRT to know to be able to argue against the entire thing about it, but you don't seem to have enough information about about the great replacement theory.
You're not asking me about the great replacement theory. You're asking me how prominent it is in specific circles,
But
in the
you also
broader
talk about how
country as a
prominent
whole.
CRT is supposed to be.
I've
That was
never
one of
made
our
a.
biggest
Well,
arguments.
wait. Well, hold on.
Debate.
When have I ever made this conversation that we've always had about CRT was about what CRT means and promoting it? It's never been this conversation about like, well, how prominent is it?
You talked about it being pushed in almost all schools. You literally said that.
No, I said it was being pushed by certain people in schools.
Okay, I just got to find the clip. Oh wow.
Okay, this is so crazy that you're making this argument.
That's why I got to find the clip. I got to find the clip.
This is why I always end up blocking you on X, because you always do this. No, you always and it's so obvious to everyone in chat. You always do this. Okay, you go, you guys are being a hypocrite, double standard. I'm like, how am I being a hypocrite, double standard? And then you say something, and I'm like, well, I think that's bad. And I'm just ignorant about something. I don't know enough about it. That doesn't make me a hypocrite, double standard. And you go, no, you are. You're a hypocrite. You're a double standard, which obviously implies that we're lying about something. We're trying to hide our power level. We're trying to do something about it, which doesn't even fucking make any sense. And this is the only thing you ever do. You always loop back. Every conversation we ever have with you always loops back into this exact thing. You're like obsessed with this.
Wait, we ended up going into this.
You do the forever whataboutisms. Oh my God, Sitch, what about this? What about this? What about this? You can never actually defend anything on its actual fucking point. Oh, you're trying to gaslight me about fucking Sydney Sweetie.
The whole argument I came in with was the defense of calling Trump a Nazi and fascism.
You want us to believe that half the country
all of your double standards in order to have a conversation with you?
You want us to believe that half the fucking country, when they say the term Nazi, doesn't mean racist, but only means authoritarian. That's possibly the dumbest fucking thing anyone has ever said on the show. You understand? That's like absurdly stupid.
Not even close. We've had way dumber, but
wait. I didn't say
like, and I was trying to be nice to you to say that you're being naive. I don't like. I can honestly not believe that you think that. That's an absurd thing to believe.
So wait, I'm just making sure to point this out. You just created an absolute. You just said that in order for me to make this argument, I would have to be saying that no one believes it's racist and only believes that it's authoritarian.
No, that the overwhelming majority of people, when they say Nazi, they mean racism. And that, yes, it ties an authoritarianism into it, but they mean racism. It's got to have the racist element to it, or it's not fucking Nazism.
The overwhelming majority of people, or no,
yes.
I can't think of the overwhelming majority because it could be 51-49. But
that's not the overwhelming majority, but okay.
No, I'm just saying I don't have anything to show, but for most people, when they hear the word Nazism, they're thinking more about German expansionism. They're thinking more about, like authoritarian rule. They're thinking more about that. Then the secondary thought is their hatred of.
I did an entire video about the history of the term racist and the way that the term racist gained prominence and power in America was because it was associated with the fucking Nazis in the first place. Before the Nazis, it wasn't a term that people fucking cared about.
So you read CRT, but you don't know where the origin and the beginning of racism started in the United States?
He made a video on it.
I made a video about it.
Where about if you made a video? Your video was wrong. If you read CRT,
how was I wrong? How was I wrong? Explain to me how I was wrong.
Racism was actually started in the late 1700s. The United States version of racism was actually brought up and introduced in the late 1700s.
So you misheard me because I'm not talking about the introduction of racism. I said the term racism and people caring about being called racist. I'm trying to explain. You think in the 1700s when people had fucking slaves, they're like, "Oh, you called me a racist? How dare you?"
Yeah, when they were running around enslaving black people, they really
because you literally got through a quarter of a sentence and created an entire argument from what I said.
Okay, go. Let me hear this. Let me hear the brilliant argument here.
Okay, so the origin of I was giving you the origin of racism, but racism didn't explode until after the Civil War.
Wait, when you say you're talking about the word, talking about the word, not the concept, right? Okay.
Well, wait. I don't understand how you can talk about the concept without talking about the word.
Oh my God, I'm gonna kill myself.
You can kill yourself all you want to, but what made the expansion of racism was the argument.
I'm not talking about
Reconstruction.
racism. Wait, when you okay, you understand that when you say, well, racism began, that's a very confusing statement because it sounds like you're saying that like the concept of racism began in 1700s, which obviously is not true. The concept of racism began when one monkey hit another monkey from another tribe with a rock. Okay, so like, what are you saying specifically? Are you saying the term racism began? Like, what? Be specific with your language, please.
I'm talking about the argument surrounding race, which would be racism. The argument surrounding race and how we view race today boosted from the idea.
I'm not even talking. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking specifically about this term racism that we use in America today. Okay. The etymology and origin of the word itself is what I am talking about. You understand that?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I don't. I'm not. I don't understand. I don't agree. And I mean, I can.
What do you mean you don't agree? It's nothing to agree about. I'm talking about something. You could. What do you mean? That's what I'm talking about. That's not something you disagree with.
I don't agree with your view.
I don't agree
of you thinking that racism or that idea of racism started boosting.
You didn't say the idea. I didn't fucking. I'm talking about a word, a term. You understand? Okay, this is like the Vosh water argument. Before the word water existed in the world, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so at some point in human history, someone who spoke English or whatever the fuck the word water derives from created a mouth sound that is water to describe this concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm saying, when did the mouth sound that is racism come into being? And how did it become popularized, right? You understand? That's what I'm talking about. So for you to say you disagree with me doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So I'm just making sure you're just saying the term, like the fact that people started saying this is racist didn't pop up till the 1960s.
They didn't use that word until like the I think it really started in 1925 or something, but didn't really catch on until after World War II that you would use this term and call someone a racist and they would actually care.
During the Civil War, were they calling people Nazis? Was that like a big thing?
Okay. No. Because if I answer Adam's going to accuse me of changing the topic.
Well, I was asking Sitch. I thought I could catch him on this one.
You know what Adam just said? Because if I answer Adam, you're going to.
Adam was making a joke. You don't need to answer him. He was making a satirical point. Okay.
I'm just saying whenever I respond to like what he says, then it turns.
Okay, just respond to me. Okay.
I know. I should shut up. I really should. I don't want to. I don't want a 2-on-1 here.
Like I'm being accused of changing the subject when I'm just answering what.
Well, you are changing the subject. That's why. Just stop doing that. We won't accuse you of that. But
so don't respond to.
Maybe it was just a miscommunication on the racism thing.
That's what I said.
Anyway,
my point was when the term, and maybe you should do some research on this. Maybe you're not up on the etymology of the word racism. You should
watch Sitch's video.
Maybe you should watch my video about it. The entire prominence of the word racism having any power in America, a country that literally used to enslave people based on fucking race, was because it was associated with the Nazis. And people didn't want to be associated with the Nazis. Okay?
Okay. So what you're saying is the term when it's used to demonize racism, it came from the response to the 90s, not the term of racism, because I could argue that it was used positively for like 100 and some odd years before the 1960s.
I don't think, as I said, I believe the term itself of racism didn't exist until like the 1920s or something. Or maybe it was like the late 1800s, but it was like, and it wasn't used very often. And then it was only a word that became, used often and demonized after World War II because of the association of people saying, well, the Nazis were racist.
Sure, but my argument is this. My argument is the word racism, when it started with its linguistic origin in 1902, was heavily used, but it was used as a positive, as like, hey, this race is good, this race is bad. And it was actually very prominent during that time. It didn't become a negative until like the 1960s. So are you saying like the negative connotation isn't until the 1960s?
The
Then I
negative
can agree with
connotation
you.
was directly associated with Nazis. Yes.
Okay, then that's a different argument than, and that's why I challenged you, because that's a different argument from saying racism's usage didn't really start
The
until the
modern
19th.
usage of how
Well, yeah,
we
but again,
conceptualize the
but
term racism is because we literally associate it with the Nazis.
you do understand the difference between the modern usage of how we conceptualize
If
racism.
you
I
go
mean,
back, listen
racism
back, I
wasn't used.
literally said this in the beginning of this conversation
I
about this
don't think you
topic, is
did,
what I
but
said.
I'll replay it and listen to it at work tomorrow. I don't think you started
Listen,
with the
I
modern usage.
literally just I'm talking to ChatGPT. I said, what is the origin of the word racism? And it says the word racism comes from the word race plus the suffix ism. The root word race, so it's talking about the root word, came into history in the 1500s. Originally, race not specifically means skin color. It meant broadly lineage, blah, blah, blah. Over time, especially during European colonialism, the Atlantic slave trade, race became tied to the skin color. The actual term racism is much newer. It began appearing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but became widely used in the 1930s, especially in response to Nazi racial ideology in Germany, segregation and white supremacist systems in the United States. Okay, so
Yes, because,
that's
and
my
again,
entire fucking point.
my argument, and again, I think I've said this multiple times, is I'm arguing the origination of the concept of racism.
Okay,
Because
I don't
I didn't know
care.
you just
It's
saying the
irrelevant to
word.
my point.
I didn't, again, I'll go back and see if you said that, because I don't think
Okay,
you said like,
do you agree? Listen, it's possible you misheard me. It's possible I misspoke. Okay, so do you agree that the term racism and the reason it has a negative connotation does in America is because it was tied into Nazi
what's the answer?
ideology
Yeah,
in
sure.
Germany?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
That I
so
agree
that's
with.
my entire. So how can the word racism have a negative prominence because of the Nazis, but then you're making an argument that Nazism isn't tied to racism?
I didn't, okay. And I think I said multiple times, just because racism is tied to something doesn't mean that's what most people are using it to say. Like, again, you can be a Nazi and not exactly just be just a racist, which is why there's Nazi exists and there's a racist exists. You can be a Nazi and still be like, I don't care about race, because you can be an ultra nationalist, but you can't be a racist and not care about race, which is why they're two different words.
But they're using Nazism to explain the concept of racism. They're saying racism is like this other thing you're already familiar with, Nazism, right?
So you're doing the like communism socialism thing. You're saying that people are doing the communism socialism thing, where they don't know the difference between the two. They just use the words interchangeably.
No, yeah, I'm saying, look, this argument Sitch just made. He's saying that racism didn't really become a word, and it was spread in prominence because this other concept that people were really familiar with, World War II, was going on. Everybody knew the Nazi atrocities. It was very viral. It was in the public consciousness, and they're using that public consciousness to promote this other word, racism. Right? They're saying not racism is like this other thing that you're already familiar with, going around gassing Jews, hating all minorities, worshiping the Aryan race.
Uh,
That's a good argument. That's a great argument for how they're synonymous, and it has nothing to do with this authoritarianism definition that you're
that's,
profligating.
I mean, it can also have something to do with ultra natural nationalism, because ultra nationalism is the word that I'm leaning on. And that is
But
that is
look, if they're
beyond
using
racism.
Nazism to explain racism, they didn't use Nazism to explain ultranationalism.
Okay, so why do you think
That's an interesting history of the word, Sitch. Thanks for bringing that up. Where's your
Thank you.
video so people can watch it? What's it called?
I'll have
why
to
do
go
you,
for link.
why do you think places like Mongolia and
Oh my God.
no,
No.
hear me out, hear me out. Why do you think places like Mongolia and Turkey and certain Central Asian countries have a heavy Nazi population?
Because
Even
they
though
hate
that they're
They
not,
have a heavy population that hates Jewish people.
Did they run away to the
Mongolia?
country? I have no idea.
No, they have it because a lot of their perspectives on Nazism is anti-communism and nationalism.
Okay.
It's probably because
Anti-
they're majority Muslim. and they're
And
taught to hate Jewish people, and they
Mongolia?
discover, oh, Nazis hated Jewish people. So
I gotta check again because I don't think Mongolia has that heavy of a Muslim population. But I gotta check that again. I don't want to say whether or not
First of all,
that's
Who's-
I don't
true.
trust the Mongolians with anything.
didn't you
Okay,
say,
so
you said Turkey too? Turkey's like, I believe, majority Islamic.
I mean, well, yeah, because I pointed to Turkey because like a lot of Islamic nations joined the Nazis for their ultra
Okay.
national views. So, like, that's why I'm saying like more people, especially when you're talking about the world, but if we're talking about the United States, more people lean on its ultra nationalist views than it does like what makes somebody an American or what
yeah,
makes somebody German
okay.
more than what makes somebody white or what makes somebody black. That's why I would say it's more ultra nationalist authoritarian than it is racist.
Okay, what is this Anna Kasparian thing?
Mongolia, 51% Buddhist.
I,
There
I,
you go. How dare
I'm
they?
happy to be
40%,
wrong. I don't-
40% no religion, only 3% Islam.
There you go.
Fascinating.
I mean, if you want to, you can look up Mongolia's Nazi problem. Now they have a huge Nazi problem.
Mhm. Well, I blame the Buddhists.
Let's see. This is what the AI says. It says Mongolia has experienced a highly localized and unique strain of ultra nationalism and neo Nazism since the 90s, driven by economic anxiety and anti Chinese sentiment. Local fringe groups, most notably the Sagin Kaz, which translates into white swastika, adopted Nazi style aesthetics, Hitler salute, and symbols to their ideology and is rooted in extreme ethnic purity rather than European white supremacy. So, how does this make your point? That sounds like it's making my point.
What do you think ethnic purity is, and why do you think it's completely against
Racism.
white
We've
people?
been saying
No,
that
no,
over and
no.
over again.
But again, ethnic purity is not the same as racism. It isn't. I
I
mean,
mean,
racism
they're,
is a
they're
highly
like
specific
brothers. I
U.S.
don't know. Like, okay, sure, I guess, but they're pretty close.
Well, no, racism is highly specific to the United
Okay.
States.
I know. I understand that.
What does
Right. But
ethnic purity have to do with
I'm
ultra
assuming that, like, I
nationalism?
could be wrong, but I'm assuming that this Mongolian group doesn't like the Chinese people or something, right? They're like, fuck those Chinese. We don't like
because
their Chinese blood mixing with our blood, right?
because they're ultra nationalist,
Okay.
not racist.
Okay.
I don't I don't think. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean here, but it genuinely sounds like
Yeah.
you don't know the difference between racism and ultra nationalism.
I guess I don't. I guess I just don't chat. I guess I don't. Anyway, what's this Anna? I almost said Anna Sarkeesian.
Do you know about this, Sitch? Anna is going viral again. Everyone's calling her
I
a
saw.
racist again.
Now I didn't see the clip that you have, but I did see, and I thought maybe we'd watch it. The bituation room. Remember?
Oh yeah. You got another clip. We'll watch
Remember
that.
the
I
bituation
do.
room
Yeah.
lady?
She got
Yes.
fired from TYT, and she's on a bitter quest for revenge ever since.
Yes. What's her name? Her name is Francesca. I keep want to say Francesca Ramsey.
Francesca.
Our
It's
former
not.
friend Anna Kasparian.
It's a
Sounds like our
Francesca
friend.
Fiorettini. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She has a show, and she has Emma Vigeland of the Majority Report.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Talk about the
And the-
bituation. Holy
Yeah, they
shit.
really don't like what Emma said. But I guess we can watch their commentary afterwards. But I guess first we should just watch the raw clip. If Dialogue always has commentary about it or something, right? Is that the issue?
If you can send it to me on Twitter, we can do a 3, 2, 1. Well, no, dialogue always is not on a
I think
computer.
I've already
So
seen it. I genuinely think I already seen it. So you guys can watch it, and then like I'll know what part you're at. I think I
okay.
know.
Well, how? Yeah, but I'm saying we can't like this video because it has all their commentary, right? So it wouldn't make sense. Let me, or
'Cause
just
the only
in
part
the
I would say I have issue with Anna Kasparian was the shift from calling everybody racist, saying that she's better than everyone and all that other stuff, where she was an absolute leftist piece of crap, to now going the exact opposite way, where when she gets explained somebody explicitly firing people out of race, then all of a sudden she's like, I don't care about race. Where it's like you can't find a middle ground anywhere. Just you go from one end of the spectrum to the other. That's the only issue I had with Anna
so
Kasparian.
is your issue? Yeah, but what if you just changed your mind?
from
Right.
one end of the piece of shit to the other. But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
She changed her mind from one end of the piece of shit spectrum to the other end of the piece of shit
Yeah,
spectrum.
but I don't agree. I think not caring about race is a good thing.
Even when racism happens.
Well, no, that's different, obviously.
Well,
But I don't think
that's
that's what
what she
she's
said. It
saying.
was
I
like,
think she was
hey, this
saying we shouldn't
racism
concentrate
happened. And she
about
was like, I
race.
don't care about race. But I mean, that's in response to an actual racist event. Like, it wasn't like, hey, what do you feel about race? I don't care about race. Sure, you can say that. But it's like, hey, this event where Pete Hegseth literally targeted people based on race, I don't care about race.
What is what is the context of this thing you're talking about? The clip I'm talking about is Anna Kasparian claiming that there's a lot of racism being leveled towards white people now, and everyone losing their shit, going down the road of you can't be racist against white people, and getting mad at her for not acknowledging that. That's the
Yeah,
situation I'm talking about.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That was the other end of the spectrum that probably 10 years ago Anna Kasparian herself would have said. That's why I say she's a piece of crap on both ends of the spectrum. She's a piece of crap on the end of the spectrum where probably Francesca and Emma Vigeland would have agreed with her. But now she's a piece of crap on the other end where it's like, hey, this actual racist event happened. And her response is, I don't care about race, bro. F Israel. You know?
Hmm.
So to be clear, so because in the clip, or I guess we should just find the clip. Let me try to find.
It's in the beginning of the
Okay, yeah, we'll just watch.
Black conservative perspective
Okay,
clip.
here, let's just find.
The Trump administration the Trump administration just get rid of a whole bunch of
affirmative action fights because there were outdo racism against white
are currently triggered, right?
Saying some pretty horrific things about
I mean, that's the
people
only
with
issue
light
I
skin.
have is just everything else is like, all right,
this is close.
I think it's
for the next.
I think it's literally the beginning.
What's that? No, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
You want to talk about the whole Pete Hegseth situation?
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Okay, here we're gonna.
All right.
Play the clip.
We'll start when we start talking again. The clip will be done. DA, just so you know.
Oh, cool.
Didn't the Trump administration just get rid of a whole bunch of black and brown senior military officials recently who were up for promotion? Wasn't this a thing?
They got rid of a bunch of military officials that probably raised some red flags about what Pete Hegseth wants to do in the Middle East. Definitely. There's no question. Yeah.
So you don't think that race was a part of that? You don't think
that is a problem.
Yeah.
That is a problem. That is a problem. I honestly don't want to spend my entire life and career harping on race. Okay, that's where I'm at. I'm an American. We live in a diverse country. Everyone needs to be treated with equality and respect. But at the end of the day, what pits us against each other the most are the elite, are those who steal money from every single one of our paychecks and funnel it to a foreign country so they can do atrocities,
What
so they
country?
can expand their borders. Yes, I'm talking about Israel. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a shit about race at all. At all. I don't think about it. So, for instance, after the George Floyd protest.
Okay.
So she said that she thought originally she thought those people were fired by Pete Hegseth because they were insubordinate, and then the woman said that it was because of their race.
It's interesting because she's saying that they were using DEI as a subterfuge to fire people that were really against their policy in the Middle East, which is an interesting perspective. So, but framing it, I think she doesn't like framing it in a race way, because that belittles the thing she really wants to point out, that it's really the Middle East policy that they had a problem with. Yeah. And that's the real reason for the firing. But you have to have the DEI conversation because it's the left, right? Obviously, they want to say it's racism. That's some Nazi propaganda.
Well, if you had to watch the DEI Doge tapes, it actually was like, this says black, fire that person. Like,
I watched that clip, and that clip, I don't think.
No, I showed you a clip.
I don't think it's a smoking gun. You think it is?
Well, you have to look up the entire 2-hour conversation. I think I said that in the tweet too.
Yeah,
Here's
it's like a 2-minute clip
conversation where the guy admits he just typed words into an AI generator and then deleted all the people and, and government facilities that had that particular word in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it really was like, hey, I don't like this because black. Like they admitted that.
DA is making the argument
Was
that
black one of the terms that they said if your program has the word black in it, we're not going to fund it?
That's what they put in the AI
we
generator.
look. We've had
Okay,
this
I don't remember that.
conversation before for hours and hours and hours and hours. We have two different definitions of DEI going. Dialogue always has the definition that DEI means you're promoting black people in employment, and if you're against DEI, it's because you hate black people and you don't think black people are smart enough to do white people jobs. We have a completely different definition of DEI.
It's nowhere near what I said, but okay.
Well, I mean, that's essentially what you mean, though.
No.
Whenever we argue this out, that's what you constantly go back to. Whenever
it's
we
not.
say, look, you got to understand you're going to end up lowering standards, you jump to interpreting what we're saying as black people are not smart enough to do these jobs. And that's not what we're saying at all. But we
sure
we
you're not
never
thinking
seem
of
to
a-
get through the miscommunication.
Are you sure you're not thinking of a different conversation? Because I
No,
clearly
look,
said that.
look,
That was
it's
a
on our
conversation with a
YouTube
different
channel.
black guy. Okay.
No,
You
it was
racist?
dialogue always. Are you kidding me? Look, we've had this
So are you
conversation
sure
with him
that was
over and
my
over
argument?
again.
'Cause I guarantee you my argument was more along the lines of DEI was designed to fill in the gaps because they're losing the amount of people that are necessary for certain things.
Yeah, I remember the
I.e.,
conversation
even
too. Yeah, it was
I
about air
even gave
traffic controllers. We
the
looked up the
example of air traffic
yes.
controllers that was proven by the LaGuardia crash.
No, I think you're
They literally said they didn't have enough people to do the air traffic controlling, and one of the people fell asleep because he was overworked
right.
because
I
they didn't
remember.
have people to replace them.
Do you remember this conversation, Sitch? I'm sure you do.
No, I really don't.
Really? Oh
No.
man, that was a good one.
I
So
try
let's-
as soon as these conversations end, I try to purge them from my memory very quickly.
Okay, that's probably smart.
Yeah.
No, but I never said anything about you being racist. I think this is like the 900th time you've accused me of.
I mean, I
calling
call you
I've
racist all the time, but I'm trying
Yeah,
to
never
I'm trying
called
to
you racist
curb my
once.
I don't look
I
I don't actually think you are racist. So I just
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm the leftist and you're the person who's supposed to be anti-left, and I don't call you racist, and you call me racist almost every conversation with no proof, which one of us are the leftist here?
well, I'm only calling you racist to make the point.
So
that
you
you're
agree
using
that's
a
what
bad
leftists do?
definition of racism.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
leftists
good.
call
Yeah, that's a
people
good
racist.
point too.
I've never said that leftists don't lean on falsely calling people racist. I think I've
Oh,
said that
okay.
almost every single one of our conversations.
I see. But when the
They
leftists
don't
call
do
someone a
that.
Nazi, they don't mean they don't mean racist.
They mean authoritarian,
Something
Sitch. Get with it.
Ultra nationalism.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now we've switched to ultra nationalism. Okay, I
What
got
do you
you.
mean we switched? Okay.
You said
never mind.
authoritarianism. I wrote it down. You said anyone who wants to centralize power. That's very ultra nationalism. Ultra nationalism often has a racialized or ethnic component built into it.
It does, but it doesn't have to.
Oh.
Let me go back to this conversation. But if you
Okay.
really do want to show it, I said from the beginning, it's authoritarian ultranationalism leaning heavily on nationalism. You even asked about the differences in other versions of authoritarianism, where I said it wasn't Nazism because it didn't have the ultranationalism. He even argued about the globalism. Did you guys forget like the last 30 minutes of our conversation?
So when you originally said that Nazi is anyone who wants to centralize power, you misspoke.
Centralized power with ultranationalism.
Well, you didn't say that.
I said that from the beginning. We can go from the beginning.
You did not, but okay, it's fine. I'm trying to find an article. I want to find an article about this this ruling, the AI ruling. Did the guy he put in the thing anything that says black and it auto finds things that say black and they said, okay, well, since it referenced the word black, they're cutting it?
No,
or was it like
DEI.
what did it say? Or was it DEI? Because obviously those are very different things, right?
But not in dialogue always world. DEI and black are synonymous.
They had a list of multiple triggering terms, including black, trans, which the trans was kind of funny because they ended up deleting something that had like transactor or something that stopped somebody from being able to fund a cooling system for a building. Black, trans, equality, like a lot of other words that they just basically threw into an AI generator And the moment they saw those words, they deleted the program and then went, "Oh crap, we were supposed to keep this," and tried to secretly reinstate the program, but got caught.
Mhm. Okay.
How is that bad?
I mean, I think that's bad, but okay.
I mean,
I
it
think you
seems
should know
like
what
a good
something
way to
does
get
before
rid
you
of these
cut it. Like,
bullshit
I don't think you should
programs.
just automatically cut something. But
If it has the word DEI in it, you can be relatively sure that
what
it's
if
a
it's
bad
like programmed
program.
to destroy DEI, right?
Well,
Yeah, but
then
I
you're
mean, I can understand if
fucked.
they said
And then you
DEI.
want to
Like
keep
if
that. You
they
want to
went,
fund that program.
Right. You got to at
I
least
mean,
read like the summary of the program.
Touche.
I disagree.
Good
I
point.
disagree with it. I disagree with it. But if it was just, hey, we're finding programs that say DEI, we're deleting it. Yeah, sure. But they were literally putting in words like trans and black into an AI generator and just deleting the programs and firing the people that those words popped up with.
Hmm. What were the black programs?
I'm let's see. It wasn't they ended up
Congressional
halting
Black Caucus.
installation of an air conditioning system because like one of the things that like it was a trans something, but it wasn't about trans people, it was just trans something. And then they shut down like a something that said there was a black program, but it wasn't for black people. It was just like the color black
Hmm.
because they didn't look into any of the programs. They just typed in different words into an AI generator. But again, this is like a 2.5 hour thing that congressional hearing that you guys really should look up. It's pretty.
We're gonna watch the clip, but we just can't watch it while you're here because you can't watch it with us. And I don't want to force you to react to something you can't watch. Anyway, Anna Kasparian, what do you're saying she's a Nazi now, right? Because of this claiming that white people are being racist against white people.
You really want me to say those words, don't you?
No, I don't.
like,
I want you
like
to stop
really
saying
want me
them.
to call, you really want me to call somebody a Nazi. I didn't call her a Nazi.
I
I
want you to
said
call
she's
her a Nazi and then the N word at the same time. Okay.
No, don't do that.
like she's if anything, I say she's a dumbass on both sides of the spectrum.
That's
Where
not.
it's like she didn't
That's not
understand or
nice.
read most of the stuff she was complaining about when she was a rabid left winger. And then when she decided to be unaffiliated, she still didn't read or understand most of the stuff she's talking about, but then just decided to do like
That she reads so much. How that's
nonsense.
completely unfair.
I mean, you can read about a whole bunch of other things and not read about a particular thing that you're talking about. When she's talking about black issues, she has no idea what the hell she's talking about, and she never did.
Do you think it's wrong for her to say that she doesn't care about, like, she thinks people shouldn't be focused on race? That's what upset you.
Wrong? No. Stupid? Yes.
Okay. There you go, guys. If you think it's wrong to focus on race, you're stupid.
No, that's not what I said. I said on this particular
How
thing, when
how is
somebody
it how so it's not wrong, so therefore it's correct. But it's
Oh,
stupid.
so it's only on this specific the Pete Hegseth issue because she was making a very generalized statement.
Yeah, because she was making that generalized statement in context to something. So she was talking
Sure.
about a particular argument, and when the woman brought up the Pete Hegseth issue as like, "Hey, here's a good example of what the people that you're criticizing are talking about," instead of talking about that issue and giving her take on it, she decided to go, "Oh, I don't care about race." Where it was like you were already making criticisms before that, but when something actually is brought to you where you could easily just say, yeah, this is wrong, you decide because you want to do the anti-Israel thing and you don't want to piss off your new Tucker Carlson fan base to just be like, oh, I don't care about race, bro.
Oh, okay. So you think that she intentionally didn't want to focus on that because she wants to appeal to the Tucker Carlson crowd?
She didn't want to respond
Gotcha.
to it because she's stupid, but I also believe that she did it for the Tucker
Gotcha.
Carlson.
Okay.
And I'm saying she's stupid on this particular issue, not on every single issue she's ever touched.
So, but you think generally having a stance of saying that focusing on race is bad, you think that's a fine position to hold?
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh, okay.
Like
Interesting.
you can honestly have a I don't want to talk about race, but just hold to it. If you don't want to talk about race, don't talk about race. Don't do the I don't want to talk about race. Talk about race 90% of the things, blame almost everything on Israel. And then when somebody's like, hey, this is also happening with race, then suddenly be like, oh, I don't want to talk about race. You know, I don't want to divide the nation, even though I've been dividing the nation on Israel for like 2 years straight.
Well, she's okay.
You
Hmm.
obviously don't care about dividing the nation on that, but suddenly when it comes to like
She
black
does though.
people
That's
being
why she
fired,
changed. She wants to stop dividing the nation.
she's literally dividing the nation. She's
How?
literally dividing the nation on Israel and on influence of Jewish money and Jewish influence. Yes, she's dividing the nation on that.
I didn't know you were such a big Israel guy. This is interesting.
Yeah, and
No, no, no.
I mean, I don't think it's good, but it seems like the
I'm just
nation is
teasing you.
completely united on the Israel question, according to the latest polling. So I
My
don't know.
argument is pick a lane. Either care or don't care. But don't like lose your mind over one thing, and then when somebody else is talking about something they care about, then suddenly be like, "What are you talking about that for? Shut up! You're dividing the nation. I don't care." You know?
She look, I'm just saying she acknowledged that the race stuff was dividing the nation in harmful ways and that she
So
doesn't want to continue to do that and regrets doing it to begin with. So it's
so she's sitting
completely logical for her to go to a position of not wanting to divide the nation on a race issue.
but it's perfectly okay to divide the nation on our allies.
Well, the thing is, I think the nation is united on like Israel's polling numbers are in the toilet right now. Seems like the nation is completely united on, not that that's a good thing, but they're united on Israel hatred or not wanting to condone what Israel is doing.
Except for MAGA, like the MAGA now, not all of
MAGA,
them. Except for MAGA, that is like 85 to 90% adherent to Trump's decision in Israel.
you're concerned that it's splitting up the MAGA base.
Oh, I don't care. Like I said from the beginning, I don't care about whether something divides the nation. I care about if it's factual. If you
Right.
feel it's triggering you and it's dividing the nation, I think maybe the nation should be divided if factually something is actually happening that should be referenced.
Okay. Sure.
So, I mean, if me talking about, like I said, if me talking about Cancer Alley triggers you to the point where you think I'm dividing the nation, fuck you. I care about Cancer Alley.
My only
You know?
interest in covering this Anna Kasparian drama is that so many people are coming at her making the argument that you can't be racist against white people. And the thing that they're mad at is that Anna Kasparian dared to claim that there was racism against white people. And
Sure,
they
those
were
people are
saying reverse racism isn't a concept and that they're using the power plus privilege definition of racism and going after Anna Kasparian.
Well, sure. And I mean, okay. Like I don't seem like I'm not saying that they should do that, but I'm also saying like, okay,
But you accept that
they
that
have a different,
definition of
they have a
racism
different,
because that's like the CRT definition of racism.
CRT isn't P plus P equals R. That is, you're thinking of what is that thing that the woman that wrote
White fragility?
yeah, that's her stuff. And I can't remember what they call that. Her and Kendi, they have their own side thing about it. But there's a lot more of a definition of racism in CRT than P plus P equals R.
So
But if
what
you were
is
to
your
get
take on Anna Kasparian saying that there is racism against white people?
that there is racism against white people.
Okay,
Because
so
if
you agree with her.
yeah, I never argued with her about that.
Okay.
I made a very specific argument of what I think Anna Kasparian was wrong in and where Anna Kasparian's wrong in. If she's worried about dividing the nation, but then constantly makes arguments that divide the nation, are you really worried about dividing the nation, or are you just doing the this is what I care about now, so everybody should shut up about everything else? Which I think is goofy. And she's done that for years. This isn't the first time she's done the everybody else is an idiot for the things they care about, but this thing I care about, I'm the only person smart on it.
Do you think people on the left are dividing the nation on the issue of race?
Everyone's dividing the nation on the issue of race. So
Okay.
yes, people on the left
Yeah.
are dividing people on the issue of race.
I guess you're
So
right.
it's-
People on the right are doing it as well. Like that's the point. All right. Did you have any
no,
take on Anna Kasparian? No, none. It's-
But no, so to just double down, like I said, this isn't a sudden thing. Like
double
I've
down.
always
I'm
had
about
an
to
issue-
triple down.
I've always had an issue with people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, but they try to be incredibly emotional and they completely destroy a conversation for their own benefit. And Anna Kasparian was a grifter when she was on the left,
Oh my
screaming,
God.
"Everybody, what are you doing?" And she's a grifter now. She's been a grifter this whole time, and I wish people would recognize it and stop listening to her.
Look, I think she was naive. I don't think she ever was a grifter. I think she was a true believer. I think when
She was
she
definitely,
sort of had her political awakening, she changed, which is the opposite of a grifter. A grifter would have just kept doing what she was doing. It didn't help her at all.
you can just be an advocate for Black people, but also be scared to talk to Black people.
I
And
mean,
she
that's
admitted
like
to be
most
scared to talk to Black people. So
you
you're
you
not an advocate for Black people if you're scared of the same people that you're advocating for. You're just full of shit.
hmm.
So that's what makes you a grifter. Whether or not you change back and forth, or I mean, that just means you're grifting left and right. But she's grifting.
Wait, what? When she said she was scared, what did what did she specifically say? She said like, "I'm scared to talk to Black people because they're gonna jump me." Like, I'm unfamiliar with this quote.
Regardless of the reasoning, she said to
Whoa, whoa.
no, regardless
Oh
of the
my
reasoning,
God.
I'm scared to talk. You should never be
Regardless of
scared.
what she meant.
So wait, you think there's a situation where I'm scared to talk to Black people is a honest and respectable thing to say?
Well, no, because
Well, if
I
one is
again,
like mugging
I'm trying to
you,
find
I
that quote.
think
If she,
you
if someone
probably
says,
should be scared.
if someone
Why
says,
would they be explicitly
wait,
to
wait, wait,
Black people? If a white person was mugging you, wouldn't you be scared to talk to that person too? Why would it be
Sh-
explicit to let
Sure,
if
alone
that's
white
someone
people?
sure, but yeah, that's why I don't know the context.
if
Go ahead,
someone
Sitch.
says, "I'm scared to talk to Black people because I think that they're gonna jump me," okay, you're like, wow, okay, that means something, right? But if that means like the person's racist, it means something very specific. But if someone says, "Oh well, nowadays I'm scared to talk to Black people because I'm afraid that
They're going
anything
to
I
accuse me
say,
of
they're going to accuse
racism.
me of being racist," right? Like I'm like, oh, well, that means something different. It's a completely different like meaning to that statement. So that's why I'm asking the question here.
If we're inside of a bubble, maybe. But if you're a
What do you mean
person
if we're
that claims
inside of a bubble?
if we're talking specifically about Anna Kasparian, I'm not talking about like random guy in his house. I'm talking about a person that claims to be an advocate or claimed to be an advocate for Black people and Black beliefs and Black arguments and all this other stuff, but you're also afraid to talk to Black people. So how are you what do you want? Like, as long as they're not next to me, I want them to be good? Like what
Well, as
kind of
long as they're
separate
not
belief
accusing you of racism, which
why would she
it's
be
funny
worried
that you
about being
bring this up because that's exactly what they're accusing her of. When
Why would you be accused of being called racist if you're also an advocate and a person that called almost everybody you talked to that disagreed with you for the longest amount of time racist? Are you
because
scared of yourself?
no, because she's challenging the concept that you can't be racist against white people. That's why
Now,
people
but
are calling her
but
racist.
when she said that she was scared to talk to Black people, she was one of the loudest people calling people racist.
Look,
That's what makes her
I'm
different.
pretty sure the context of that was her being afraid of being called a racist or being accused of racism or being accused of being a Nazi or a fascist or a ultra
While she was
nationalist.
telling people these things. So she's scared of herself because I'm talking about a time when she called almost anybody that disagreed with her Nazi, fascist, racist. So it's like, I'm scared to be called this, but I'm going to make my entire career calling people this. That's what makes you a grifter.
She,
Oh my God,
I know.
Adam, this comment that Anna made
Hmm.
that I saw the Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland were talking about, but they didn't show the clips. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Hmm.
This comment came from where she talked to us.
No way. Really?
Yes.
Holy
It's
shit.
a clip from our show. She said, I must have missed this. Apparently, Anna Kasparian did the racisms on our show here.
That's great.
That's
Okay.
amazing.
All right. I mean, I'm kind of proving my point here, though.
Well,
Because
now we
if
know
you're the
why you
person
know
that's
the
running
clip
around
so well.
calling
You were
everybody,
watching the show.
yes, if you're running around and being scared of calling people race or people calling you racist, but you're one of the main people running around calling people racist, you're kind of a grifter because you're scared of yourself. So you never
I
actually
don't,
believed most of the stuff you said. You just didn't want to have a
I don't
conversation with
think you and
anybody
I
that
are
disagreed with
using the
you.
same definition of grifter.
Grifter, not knowing or understanding or believing what you say, but saying it just for the attention and the looks and likes of other people.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
that
While she
doesn't
was
make
getting worshipped
the
by the
thing
left,
that
she
doesn't
was
make
being
her
pushed.
the thing that doesn't make her a grifter is that when she was saying those things, okay, she was a true believer. She believed what she was saying. That's not a grifter attribute, right? The grifter is saying things that they don't believe, right? Well,
I 100% don't think that she believes.
as soon as
And
she had a great awakening and was like, "Oh my God, I'm calling everybody a racist, and they're not really racist. It's so unfair of me. I shouldn't do that." If she continued to do that, that would be grifting. But since she
or if
stopped
she,
doing that, she said, "Look, I'm not going to do that anymore. I was wrong for doing it in the past, and I should never do it again." Not
or she
grifting.
didn't, or she didn't believe it when she was doing it. Started realizing that there's a new way to
Okay.
make money by
When
doing the
she
whole let's lean
what
into these
so
other people.
when she was calling everyone racist, she was like, "This
The grifter.
motherfucker's not racist at all. I can't believe I'm doing this thing."
No, she just didn't care. That's why she screamed racist.
Really?
She didn't. She didn't care. She didn't care about what anybody believed or anything else. She just called them racist because she knew that her audience would pay her to call them racist.
So she didn't believe that these people were she's never believed
Think
that the
that she
right is
cared.
racist.
She never cared. Whether or not she believed it or not is irrelevant to whether or not she cared.
It's
She never
totally
cared.
look, it's irrelevant to the grifting charge.
It is relevant to the grifting charge because if you
Yeah.
don't care about the stuff that comes out of your mouth, you're a grifter because the only reason why you're doing it is for the approval and possibly the money of the people that you think are going to congratulate you. Which is
Look,
why she made this. Which is why she pulled the what almost everybody else does on it.
now
Because
what
she
do you
never
think of our grifting? How are we doing? Give us some pointers. How can we improve our
We're doing it
grift?
shitty. We need to grift better, I think.
I know. We should.
Well, you started wrong.
Mhm.
Like you should have started ultra one way and then switched ultra the other way.
Oh,
But since
okay.
you kind of put yourself in a position where it's like, we kind of, even though I would argue that you lean defending one side more than the other, but regardless, you still do the we're independent, we're centrist, we don't really take a side, we just believe what we believe. Like since you started with that, there's nowhere to grift to.
What do you mean? Lots
Yeah.
of people started there and then they grifted into being like just one partisan hack or the other.
Yeah, Breaking Points is a perfect example of that. They were really a good kind of moderate voice. And then after October 7th, it just became, oh my God, every single story is about Israel and
Wait, Crystal and Sagar?
yeah, totally.
I think
And how
Sagar.
America is being led
What?
around by Israel and we're basically
That's,
a puppet state of the Jews.
I mean, that's not. I mean, I don't know how you can blame that on Crystal. Crystal has always been like that, but Sagar didn't change. Sagar's been the same person. He's just saying that the right has failed him.
Mhm.
And he's actually been pretty consistent with that.
No, Sagar seems like Sagar has, because it used to be that like Crystal would be in the far left position, Sagar kind of be in the libertarian right position, and they'd argue and there'd be some disagreement. Seems like every clip I play now or I see now, Sagar
Total
almost
agreement
completely
on the
agrees.
Jews.
Yeah, about how Israel's controlling America and Israel sucks and
Well,
blah, blah,
because
blah, blah.
Sagar's joining the because again, they're not switching from right to left. Like, do you think Tucker Carlson's suddenly a leftist? They're not like Sagar didn't change from like the right point of view to left point of view. Sagar continued his point of view and became frustrated that because Trump spoke on both sides of his mouth, the side of his mouth that Trump spoke on was not the side that Sagar agreed with.
I would be
Sagar didn't change.
I'd be curious to see, because again, as I said, I used to watch Breaking Point clips all the time where there'd be lots of argument. Maybe I just miss them. I haven't really seen them argue about things that I think they would normally argue about. I would be curious. I think right now I would guess that the overwhelming majority of Breaking Point's audience is pretty far left.
Well, yeah,
And I think Sagar's aware of that. And so I think he's saying things
Hence the grifting.
yeah, kind of in a way to not,
no, because Sagar has always been libertarian, and libertarians have always been extremely anti-war. And his response is one to the funding of Israel, which was again anti-war.
No,
right,
I understand. I understand that, but I'm saying like if they had a show and the base of the show is like them arguing, and then that goes away and it's like them just agreeing on the one issue that they agree with, and that draws in a certain audience. Like even if he personally hasn't changed his view on things, but they only fixate on these issues that they know they have overlap that will attract a specific audience. I would say that's also grifting, and a lot of people
That's
also bring that
No,
up.
because those are the biggest issues in the nation. They're not going to talk about
Well,
like
right now it's
DEI
okay.
right
Well,
now because no one gives a crap about DEI. People care about like Iran and Israel and the possibility of China moving into Taiwan. Nobody gives a shit about like
okay,
black people right now.
okay. I first of all, I think it's a little weird that you're defending this, but fine, whatever. I disagree. We don't have to argue about it. I think a clear example that you will agree on is like Tim Pool. Tim Pool started as a very like, I'm just an independent guy. And then obviously
I'm
he
just a
became,
milquetoast centrist.
right. And then obviously he became like very much like just supportive of almost everything that the Trump administration was doing for a long time. I think he's kind of backed away from it now, but
Yeah, you're not
so
going to like me. You're not going to like me for saying this, but I don't think Tim Pool's a grifter. I thought that earlier, but I
Oh
don't
my
think he's a grifter.
God.
okay, listen,
Where's the
you
Tim
can
Pool
believe whatever
hat?
you want. That's fine.
I
I'll
think
give you
he's
credit
just
for that.
dumb. I think he's
Okay.
just dumb. I think he
Okay.
really is. I think he was dumb when he
There
was on
you
the
go.
left. And he was dumb when he was on the right. I think specifically though, Anik has to
Tim
carry
is
him this
definitely
way.
not dumb. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Tim is
Team
dumb
Oak.
either. I think Tim is hyper cognizant of the YouTube game. I remember there was a clip here. Well, I'm putting something to watch together.
Into talking
Let
about
me pause for a second. Okay. There was a clip that I saw like Tim put out like way early in his career where he was talking about how if he would talk about like socialist, it wouldn't do well in the algorithm, but if he talked about like the left broadly or Democrats, it would do better in the algorithm. And so he would intentionally use those broader terms. So
Yeah,
I don't think
that's not.
Tim's
I
a
don't.
dumb person.
I don't think that's grifting though. I think
I'm not
that's
saying, well, I'm just saying he's not dumb. He's obviously hyper cognizant of
no.
what's going
The
on
reason
here.
why I say he's dumb is because like he'll start a show to talk about a particular topic where he didn't read it, and he'll try to read it on his show, and he'll make all these points about the topic before reading it, and then as he reads it, it turns out to be something completely different than
Well,
what
is
he
that dumb?
thought.
That's just lazy.
I think it's dumb because you started your own show and
Okay.
embarrassed yourself on it. Like you could have
Well,
took 5 seconds to read something before starting the show on it.
okay. Well, I found the clip. I don't know if you can
lazy.
watch it.
I mean, that's
I
not
f-
dumb. That's smart.
Yeah, that's true. I take it back. I found the clip of Anna on our show
I noticed.
where she supposedly made this comment that I don't remember her making, so it's kind of fascinating. So here, let me play it here. Today.
Well, I would posit this question. When the culture wanted color blindness, when that was like I guess, in general, the agreed upon goal, I feel like race relations were better, like much
Right.
better
I
than they are
agree. Yes.
today, right?
Yes.
So, look, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm a little scared or like I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race because I don't know if I'm going to unintentionally step in it, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's, and I hate that. I hate that.
Right.
Like there's this like, I don't know, it's like frigid, because like if all of the message is toward me and people who, I'm Armenian, but still they call me white passing. So, just got to go with that, right? If people who look like me are constantly told, you are inherently racist. Okay. You are inherently a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's the start, and I had this debate with Cenk when it came to our rhetoric in regard to the other side, right? If the starting off point is you are trash and we think you're evil,
Yeah,
then
totally.
how does that, you're never going to move in a better direction. You're not going to move the country in a better direction. You're not going to improve race relations. You're going to make it worse. And that is what I see happening. I think a lot of the
Okay. So she said that she said, and it's funny, she said that sometimes she's a little afraid that when she's talking to someone who's not white, that she's going to accidentally step in it, and that she hates that she feels that way. And that this is, why she liked it better when we lived in a colorblind society, or society that was promoting colorblind, I guess I should say. 'Cause you'd argue we never really lived in a colorblind society. So,
Mm-hmm.
okay. There's nothing wrong with that statement.
It is when you're the person that pushed the call people racist if they disagree with you narrative.
Well, she
That's
changed her
why I say it's
mind.
specific to her.
Yeah, but she changed her mind.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
you think she
I mean,
didn't change her mind? She just
no, I don't
okay.
think I genuinely don't think she believed it when she was that person. I think she just saw that there was more money to be made on one side, and now there's more money to
Oh
be
my
made.
God.
Not on one
Why do
side,
you
but more money to be made
what is
doing the
she
anti-racial stuff than it is doing race.
what is this based off of?
I mean, again, my personal opinion. I'm never gonna find a
Oh.
video saying like I did
Well, I
this
mean,
for
like,
money.
what has she said or
I
done where you're like, oh, this is why I think that it was all a grift?
would say starting about 5 to 10 years of doing the worst possible takes on race that show that you didn't read a single thing before making your opinions, and then making a complete 180 on it to become the like, oh, I don't want to. Race doesn't bother, or I don't think about race anymore. You know, even when this one thing was shown in front of me that was completely racist, and I would have screamed racism just 5 years ago, but now all of a sudden I don't care about race, dude. But let me tell you about Israel
What was that?
because that's what it means.
I'm trying to remember. Do you think Hunter Avalon was grifting?
I don't know enough about Hunter to make
Oh,
that
okay.
argument.
I mean, because
I
to
mean,
me, it just seems like very clearly that she had kind of like a generic lefty take on things, and
you think
then
that was generic?
Anna,
You think it
yeah,
was
I think she had generic lefty take on a lot of stuff,
that
and
explains so
then
much about the two of you. You thought she
what?
was generic. She was a radical psychopath. She was the
Wow.
worst version of the left you could possibly find, but you found that as generic? That explains
Um,
so much.
yeah, I would say, well, generic in the terms of like generic assuming that like everything is racist and that's what's usually the explanation going on. I think that's a very generic belief on the left. Yeah.
I think there's a lot more nuanced to the left's argument than Anna Kasparian's everyone's a Karen, everyone's a racist, I'm better than you shit.
Mm.
Anna was exclusively radical.
Okay. But that was never real, you're saying. That was part of a grift.
Yeah, that was part. She was grifting the whole time. And I said
Okay.
this back
I disagree.
earlier.
I think she just had that position. I think it was a generic position, at least for the online left. And then when she got attacked, as which happens very often, when you get attacked, it makes you start to reconsider where you are and the things you believe and see them in a different way. And I think to me that's very obvious what happened to her.
Or, and just hear me out here,
Mm-hmm.
or she was the radical screaming at everybody's racist, everybody's racist, everybody's racist, started realizing that there's a cultural shift in the race argument and started going, well, I can either do the
But that's
scream
not
at
what started the
everybody's racist
shift,
and
though.
click over and over.
Because
Yeah, it
remember,
is.
no, because what started it was that she, on her show, unprompted, said that she was wrong about the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. Why would a grifter do that? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, after claiming that she was right about the Kyle Rittenhouse
Yes,
situation
she
for
acknowledged that she was wrong and that she hadn't watched the full video, which I give her a lot of credit for doing that because that, like, no one forced her to do that. She didn't have to do that. No one else on the left did that. She's the only one that did that. And that's kind of what
except for
started the
the
whole situation.
She
except there
said
was
it on the
a whole
show, but
there was
like
a
I,
whole cultural shift following Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, she was going to follow the cultural shift.
So you think that Anna Kasparian connivingly was like,
Yeah.
I see the direction the culture is going post Kyle Rittenhouse, so I'm going to come out and support Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Okay.
the
Absolutely.
I think that's
the
wild.
culture has
think she
never
committed murder.
shifted on Kyle Rittenhouse. The left still believes all the lies that were told about Kyle Rittenhouse. They still believe he's a murderer. They still believe he's a racist. They still
The
believe
vast
he
majority of
killed black
the vast
people.
majority of the country, the vast majority of the country, not just the left, the vast majority of the country thought the Kyle Rittenhouse was self-defense. So she
I
moved with the
mean,
vast majority of the country, and she
I
saw the graphic,
I completely
the dramatic.
disagree.
I mean, you could look up the polls. The vast majority of the countries thought it was self-defense. The only thing that they were arguing was the cross state lines thing, and even then they started depending on that. And the reason why I know that most of the country was defending Kyle Rittenhouse was because the left is now using the argument about Alex Peretti as in like, oh, so you guys went from, you're allowed to carry guns to protests that shouldn't be a problem to now, how dare this person carry a gun to a protest? So the left has been calling the right hypocrites for suddenly shifting on that particular argument. But the vast
Yeah,
majority of the
but
country,
calling the right. Okay, the
I'm
argument
not
Anna
making
made
the
wasn't that the
argument.
right felt some way about Kyle Rittenhouse. The argument was that the majority of Americans thought that something about
Yeah,
Kyle
they
Rittenhouse.
gobbled up
So
the mainstream media narrative
yeah,
on Kyle Rittenhouse.
At first, and when the narratives, when
The
the videotape
CNN
started being released,
narrative.
yeah, and when the videotape started being released, and people started seeing more about the information following Kyle Rittenhouse, the polls changed, and more people started agreeing with Kyle Rittenhouse.
okay, yeah, well, that's good. When more facts came out and they realized
Yeah.
that this was that they're being fed bullshit. Yeah. Okay.
So again, like that doesn't discredit my argument that she just moved where the wind blew, and the
Well,
wind
wait a
blew
minute.
away
Wait,
from
wait,
radical
wait, wait,
leftism.
wait. Oh, wait. It 100% does because
No, it doesn't.
it's yes, because it's not like she changed on that and then said, I'm quitting TYT and I'm going to start my own channel where all I do is promote like the right. Right. She didn't do that at all. And in fact, like she's not like it doesn't even make sense because like now TYT is like so hyper fixated on sort of like anti-Israel shit and more anti-Israel from a more left-wing perspective. So she didn't really switch like teams or do any of these things that you're talking about.
So wait, hold on.
But
When she started
talked to
doing,
Tucker Carlson.
when she started changing her beliefs, that's when she's created her what was it, unaffiliated or whatever. Um, what is that thing called where she just makes her own articles and stuff? And then she went on to started creating her right wing leaning The Take, and was doing more and more to move away from the Young Turks until Jake Uyghur was like, yeah, okay, then I'll just join you on like the anti-Israel stuff. And then when they started doubling and tripling down on the anti-Israel stuff, and if you paid attention to the two of them, there were a lot of heated arguments there where Cenk was just like, okay, Anna, you're right, moving towards her to keep her from leaving. But she
No,
was
but
preparing to leave.
these arguments about like this argument makes no sense because when she said that she was wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse and started being more centristy or saying like we shouldn't demonize the right or whatever, that was hurting her viewership. That was hurting the TYT viewership. It would make
Yeah,
no
they
sense
lost
for
a
a
ton of money.
grifter. Yeah, they lost all
It
this
hurt-
money. Like
it hurt
it makes
TYT.
no sense for a grifter to do that action. The grifter
hurt-
would have continued on the train saying Kyle Rittenhouse was an evil racist and the courts are just part of systemic white supremacy. Like that would be where you would go if you're grifting.
Again, it hurt TYT. It didn't hurt her. Because remember, at that same time, she started talking to almost every right wing platform available and then decided to go on
Her
The Take.
main source of income was TYT.
Until
Okay.
she started leaning more into other shows and stuff.
This is
Just
so
because she didn't make
conspiracy
money
brain.
from
I'm
it,
sorry. This
I
is
mean,
too conspiracy brain.
sure, but I mean, I will have to point out that if Anna Kasparian is not a grifter, then almost no one's a grifter.
You're wrong on the claim that the country has accepted the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. I just looked it up and I looked up to see if there was any national recent polling, but the most recent polling is 2021. And it says a survey found that 43% of Americans approved of the not guilty verdict and a full 39% disapproved. And it's highly. Oh, what happened here? Looks like DA might have dropped out for a second.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I lost my signal.
Oh, okay. So you're wrong on the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. 43% of Americans approved of the not guilty verdict and 39% disapproved. 3/4 of Democrats believe that he should have been convicted for murder.
Wait,
So
isn't 49 bigger
the
than
country didn't change and Anna Kasparian was blowing with the winds.
30? Wait,
the
I'm
coun-
sorry. Is 49 not bigger than 36? I must have failed that part of
Thir-
school.
40 first of all, 43 and 49 are very close to one or 39 and 43 are very close to one another. Your argument is Anna Kasparian saw the way the winds were blowing. The country came to terms with Kyle Rittenhouse being innocent. And it's like she went with the 90% of the people who believe Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent and was grifting on the Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent train. That's
think I
not
ever said
factually
90%.
correct at all.
So
She should have
Sure.
stuck with the
I mean,
grift
if I said
that
90%,
3/4, 75% of Democrats still believe. Her show is aimed at Democrats, right? It's a left-leaning show. She
Not
should have
anymore.
stuck
It's
with the
more-
Kyle Rittenhouse as guilty as sin and should be
When
in prison rotting.
when you make the argument that you're unaligned and you're no longer the left, at the same time that you're making that argument about Kyle Rittenhouse, you're saying I'm no longer taking the left perspective on this. I'm more of a centrist, and 43% higher than 39% would show that she's moving with the 43%.
It's still against the argument you were just making. You were just
How?
making the argument. You made the argument that most people, a vast majority, had moved on to believe the winds of change were in the nation, and everyone was shifting right wing, and Anna Kasparian was on the right wing. Everyone's turning right wing. I got to turn right wing grift. That's the argument you made.
The words you said that I didn't. 90%, vast majority.
Sitch, that's basically what he was saying, right? Come
Well,
on.
when you say that she's going where the wind's blowing, normally that doesn't mean like, well, there's a 4-point difference in polling, so that's going to make her change her entire political position. I mean, that's like, come on, that seems kind of crazy.
I'm saying she's going with where the wind's blowing overall, which is why she became unaffiliated. And overall, the wind blow is off the left.
Isn't it far more
That's not where
reasonable
the
to
wind's blowing,
believe
though.
that she
The wind
realized
definitely
Kyle
blowing
Rittenhouse
left.
was actually innocent and that people were wrong and being
Wait.
gaslit by the media on this?
You think that
That
there isn't
her
a genuine
profession-
left movement that led to Trump getting into office?
The wind is blowing right now is to be like fucking as extreme as possible. What are you
But
talking about?
But the majority, wait, the majority of people don't like leftists. Like multiple times, they've shown the majority of the country.
Hassan,
don't like
yeah, but that doesn't matter. You're not trying. If you're no. If you're trying to grift online and be a political pundit, it doesn't matter what the majority of people in America think. What matters is what do the majority of people in the social media or the platform think. And Hassan Piker still a massively successful streamer. So the idea that you can't grift on being a leftist is not true.
Okay, let me give you the argument that I made. My argument was that Anna Kasparian saw that the wind was changing.
She saw that
The
4
winds
points in
never
that poll,
change.
and she was like,
The
"Oh my god!"
winds never change.
Okay, so Anna Kasparian saw that the wind was changing overall.
My
She saw that the vast majority of Americans were getting tired of leftists, factually speaking. So instead of saying like, hey, I'm going to keep doubling down on screaming and calling everybody racist and all this other dumb stuff that she was doing, she went, okay, I've changed. I'm unaffiliated. I'm not on the right either, because obviously people are really against the right too. I'm going to join what is becoming the biggest sector of the population, unaffiliated, unaligned.
Do you not think that the majority of this like hyper anti-Israel sentiment online is mostly leftists pushing this?
A couple years ago, probably. Now, no. Absolutely.
Really? So like when Hassan is interviewing the mayoral candidate and he keeps asking her questions about Israel and she's like, and he's putting her through the purity test and she's like, I'm a mayor of like LA, like this doesn't really apply to me. But he keeps asking her questions about like the genocide in Gaza. This is to appeal to his right-wing audience?
Who's bigger online, Hassan Piker or Asmongold?
Asmon is now, yeah.
Asmon's the bigger one. Asmon is far more aggressive against like Israel and involved in Israel stuff than Hassan is.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is. It's
no,
incredible.
He's against.
And
Asmon is against.
With it.
Wait, hold on. Asmon is against giving money to Israel, and I believe he's against giving money to most of these countries.
Yeah.
Has he ever gone on super long diatribes about how these people are just wrongly being genocide and Israel's an evil apartheid state?
No, because he doesn't care about the genocide.
Oh,
why would you wait? Okay. Why would you shift that to
so
genocide?
Wait a minute. So hold on.
You did shift that.
Hold on.
At least acknowledge that before you make your argument. You did
hold
shift
on.
That.
I didn't shift anything, because if that was the case, why is Anna Kasparian, if this is the audience she's trying to appeal to, why is she not making the same arguments? Why is she making all the lefty arguments that Hassan makes about, being a genocide and apartheid state and, and a colonial state and all this other stuff?
Well, because she's making the argument, and this is exclusive, because I remember I had a conversation with her about it on Twitter, but I pointed out, hey, Anna, if you care that much about genocide, how come you're not talking about the Sudanese genocide and the connection to the UAE? He said, oh, well, that's because the United States is not sending nearly as much money to the UAE as they are Israel. I'm worried about where more of the money's going to, and that's Israel
Okay.
than the UAE.
That's fine.
So she's exclusively pointing out that it's not just about the genocides because genocide happens almost
This
everywhere.
is irrelevant to my point. My point is you're saying that she doesn't want to quote grift to the left because the left isn't popular. And I'm saying that makes no sense because all the talking points that she uses on her show where she talks about Israel are left coded, which she wouldn't do if she was this Machiavellian grifter who was trying to grift to the right or the
Right there.
unaligned.
Nope. I said she grifted to the center. She grifted to unaffiliated. She didn't
So
grift to the left. She
okay,
grifted
she's
to
still
unaffiliated.
using all the left wing keywords when discussing Israel.
She's using both.
N-
She's not just using the left wing
Okay,
keywords. No,
this is
and
an
I gave you
insane
an
argument.
example of the Sudanese genocide.
This
When
is
when I
crazy.
argued against her and when I pointed out, hey, there's a genocide happening with U.S. funds going to the UAE, she said exclusively, "I'm more worried about where more of them."
This is massive confirmation bias.
Oh my gosh! So you think that nobody on the right is talking about the United States funding the genocide, or
They
like?
talk about no. We had this conversation. We had this conversation a lot. I forget these guys' names. There's these guys who are going around, and they were kind of making this argument that like the left and the right really don't exist, and the evidence for this is that they were bringing up how like different how the left and right had supported the same issues at different time periods. So obviously the left and right don't exist. And both me and Adam were saying that that's not the case. Like the left and right can support the same issue at different times. What matters is what is the argument that's kind of triggering their support or non-support of an issue. And it's that the left issues are supporting some sort of left-wing moral foundations and the right is triggering some right-wing moral foundation. So you can have the same, both parties support the same thing at different times, but for completely different reasons. So we say it was the reasons at which that they were supporting or not supporting issue is what determines whether it's a left or right wing thing and whether it's triggering left or right wing moral intuitions. And Anna Kasparian, who has read The Righteous Mind, okay, and knows all this stuff about moral foundations, if she was this Machiavellian thing and she was like trying to grift to the center or whatever, I don't think that she'd be intentionally triggering all the left-wing moral foundations when talking about Israel in her show, which she does almost all the time. Maybe she brings up all this other stuff occasionally, but it's almost always the left-wing rhetoric and the left-wing talking points. So to me, that triggers that this is something that she actually, I disagree with her about it, but that she actually believes, and it makes her and she's very passionate about it. There's no evidence that this is some sort of grift.
So okay, I said grift overall, but even on that, let me just point out. So the left and the right both do not like U.S. funding going to Israel, regardless if there's a genocide or not. They both are against U.S. funding to go to Israel, the anti-Israel arguments on both the left and the right. So all the other arguments on top of it, whether or not it's left or right, is irrelevant to whether or not Anna Kasparian is just
That's
making
not true.
Okay.
You think if a right winger who say was like a right wing Asmongold fan, if they were listening to Hassan go on some sort of rant about how the apartheid state and the evil colonialists that the Israelis and all this other stuff, you think they're not going to hear that and they're going to be like, "Oh, I really agree with this because I don't want to fund Israel," or you think they're going to be like, "Oh, that's fucking gay and lame." I mean, I don't think we support Israel, but what he's saying is lame. Like that's going to be their response.
Well, again, if they agree with it because it's Israel. They don't agree with it when it happened when they're talking about white nations, but what they would consider white nations. They're anti-colonial rhetoric when it comes to white nations, but when it explicitly comes to Israel, the right is incredibly, hey, these are colonials. They are trying to establish their own ethno-nationalist state, even though they try to prevent us from having our own ethno-nationalist state. Like the right is very big on saying like, hey, Israel shouldn't be allowed to do something that we're not allowed to do ourselves.
Okay. You didn't really address what I was saying, but it's fine. We can move on. So, okay. Let's see if there's any questions or any super chats here.
There's a bunch.
Thank you so much, Drunk Hammer, for the $100. Look at this.
I know.
$100.
We should have read that immediately.
We should. Says what happened to the Tuesday streams? Are they coming back? I'm rationing the Sunday show like the Donner Party.
I know, that was fucking hilarious. Funny. The Donner Party, famous for eating each other as cannibals.
Yes.
Are we gonna let our audience cannibalize each other like that?
Yes, maybe. I don't know what's happening in Tuesday streams. We just kind of stopped doing them. I think we're both kind of uncertain you know, what direction we're going to go with that or not still. So
Yeah,
I don't really know what the answer to the question is.
Sitch
I really
wants to
haven't.
make some content, so
I do
I
want to
think
make
he's
videos.
working busily on that. Me, I'm trying to finish all 50 seasons of Survivor. So I'm like on season 48 now. I messaged you about the guy from Pod Save America, John, the host from Pod Save America, was a
Mhm.
contestant on Survivor. I was like, oh my God, it's that retard we reviewed on our podcast.
That's hilarious.
Yes. So I was like, this will be great. They're going to talk about Pod Save America. He's going to make all sorts of leftist bullshit. People are going to call him out. It's going to be a great season. He got voted out on the first episode.
Terrible.
So he's like completely gone, which is hilarious in and of itself because obviously everyone they vote out the most unlikable person on the first episode.
Well,
so
I just heard Sammy in the next room scream what videos. And so I want you guys to know that Sammy has said that before we get married, that I have to produce, I believe she now has raised it to 3 videos. Okay.
3 videos. Wow.
I have to have 3 videos.
What a fucking slave driver.
Or the wedding.
Are you really? Why would you marry this whip cracker? That's impossible.
We'll see.
Well, hold on. She should up the engagement. She should up the wedding date to like 2 weeks from now.
No, I got time.
That's the only way. I'm telling you.
Oh, congratulations. I know
Thank
that.
you.
I never to say congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
He's just grifting. He just knows
grifter.
this is going to get us money. So that's the only reason he's getting married. It's a big grift.
It's true. Well, no, Sammy's grifting off me. Okay. Because obviously this is a parasocial relationship. Jason Mulgrave for $20 says to claim that the general public views Nazism and communism the same way is ridiculous. Birthright citizenship would not be retroactive. Where is the facility with no oversight? This is your brain on drugs, folks.
You're not doing drugs.
The facility with no oversight got blocked because it was revealed with the Christy Nome investigation. So like they didn't get a chance to build it because they were stopped, not because they didn't try.
Just like Hitler was stopped by a court order, right?
Is that what dictates what Hitler is, whether or not somebody stops him?
But by a court order, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That seems like something that would have really stopped Hitler's rise to power if the court was like, "Nuh-uh, Hitler, you can't do that."
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's arguing like whether or not the court will stop them. They're arguing whether or not the intentions.
Okay.
They wouldn't just long knives the judges?
I mean, Hitler didn't long knives anybody in the first, like, while he was rising up. No.
It was the second year of his when he was in power.
Okay, I just need you to look up Erwin Romm before we really. No, I don't really want to have.
You're saying when he's rise to power, when Trump is president and it's his second term, it's his 6th year of power. What's happening?
I don't know why you're having trouble understanding that like everything.
You're confused, Sitch. Why are you so confused?
I don't know why everything has to be so pedantic when it particularly comes to this argument, but with everything else, you guys are allowed to be like open. I don't understand it. I don't know if it's planned or
we just ignore the details with everything else.
Grift. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's a grift or not. I'm just confused.
Yes, it is. No, I'm telling you, it's a grift. Everyone we're grifting right now.
Cool.
Hennessy, thanks so much for 49 months. Says I work with a major logistics company, and the people that work that job are either disabled or have been with the company 30 years and can't retire. Oh, he's talking about the robots.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know what you're talking about. Also, he said ATM. Just gotta throw that in there.
Yeah, woo! 6 months.
Oh, can I ask you guys a question about that? How do you feel about the robots starting to take white collar jobs? Do you feel that's okay too, or was it just kind of like the
white collar jobs? No way.
I think that's really
unemployed whitey.
I think that when the robots were taking black collar jobs, it was fine, but when they take white collar jobs, that's when I get upset.
I mean, but I mean, I'm genuinely asking, like, because it's going to be a lot of people in moderate to high income positions losing their jobs to, you know, like AI and stuff. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel
it's inevitable?
Hold on. Before we answer, you tell us how we feel. How you think we feel.
I don't know. That's why.
Well, there's a huge implication in this question. It seems your tone of voice makes it seem like you're implying that we only care about white people being employed. And if black people are losing their jobs, we don't give a fuck. But if white people lose their jobs, oh my God, hair on fire. We're going to be like so upset about this. That seems to be the framing that you're doing.
Do you think blue people exist? Because the only way you can think
Are you
that is if
doing
you
that?
thought like white collar and blue collar meant that there were blue people. But
So
when I
you're,
said white
so you're,
collar jobs, I'm talking about desk jobs, not exactly the color of the people doing
okay.
the
So
job.
you're not bringing
You had
race
a
into
weird
this
tone when
topic.
you asked the
Yeah.
question. Very weird tone of voice. I don't know what was going on there, but
No, I'm genuinely asking
you were
about
like, so, Sitch and Adam, what do you think about the robots now that they're taking white collar jobs?
What
are
did
you
what did you
instantly
think?
thought
What did you think
racism?
when
You
Trump
didn't
said
think
black
like
jobs? When Trump was asked about black jobs and he commented about black jobs and everyone lost their mind. Oh my God, black jobs! He's a racist.
well, wait, I want to answer that, but I kind of want to stay on the question I asked because I'm more asking you guys, how do you think the country should respond to like high paid
Why you know what Adam's gonna say? He said it like a million times.
UBI,
Yeah,
exactly.
Adam's like,
UBI.
I
Yes.
usually don't pay attention to those
When
conversations. That's
there's
why
a
I'm
when
oh, you said that you watch all the streams and you know all the things that we say, but you ever heard Adam say this like 20 billion fucking times?
I believe
I
there's
don't think
going
I
to
ever
be
said all. I said I watch enough of you guys to where many of my arguments can be based.
Okay.
When you're talking about race, I pay attention, but I usually don't listen to the MMT stuff.
This is it.
politics
Okay,
is going
just
to
come
be
up.
so much worse. Well, it's more an automation thing than MMT, obviously. I believe there's going to be a jobs apocalypse, and unemployment is going to go to 20%, 30%. Once we're at 30%, I mean, we're going to have to go to some kind of UBI because there's going to be there's going to be 30% of the population that want jobs, need jobs to support themselves, and just are not capable of doing anything that the private sector needs or the public sector needs. So
Now, how would you convince a population that's been like inundated with the idea of any government assistance is like giving money unearned to people who don't need it? Like, how would you
hunger,
convince?
hunger,
So, like,
starvation is the way that you do it.
so it would just have to be, and I mean, I might agree with you on that, but is it just like as soon as they become hungry, then they might understand the importance of government assistance, or is
Well,
that,
I think people are going to be riotous if they're in a situation where there's absolutely no jobs that they can get. Nobody wants to hire them. There's no low skilled jobs. There's no high skilled jobs because all those jobs are being done by automation.
but you don't think there's going to be enough like get a job losers, people who still have a job that like want to keep the flow of the country going and don't and do like the anti-violence argument? You don't think there's going to be enough of them to convince the nation
No,
that the people who might be
there's going to be
riotous
plenty
are
of get a job people. Those people are still going to exist. I don't know what jobs they're going to be doing. I mean, the big one is driving because I don't, especially when safety concerns come into play.
yeah.
As soon as the safety records of the autonomous vehicles is like way higher than human drivers, people are going to be like scared to get in a car with a human driver. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, I'm taking my life into my own hands by taking this massive risk." Like
Because I mean,
none of the ride sharing companies are going to want to have human drivers. They're going to be like, "Oh, it's too much of a liability." I mean, Uber probably, I don't know how many times a year does Uber get sued because one of their drivers is in a fender bender and the passenger claims whiplash. That's probably happens like 100 times a year, right?
because I would point to like Japan and South Korea as good examples of places where like automation is taking over a lot of jobs
Mm-hmm.
and there's massive unrecorded unemployment, but they're not like rioting in the streets or anything. They're kind of just like, you know, homeless at like, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like otaku places. But like, how do you think the United States would follow that type of thing, or do you honestly believe that they'll become riotous past like even, the BLM type riots?
I mean, BLM is a good example, right? I mean,
Not
there was all
exactly.
sorts of unrest over the Derek Chauvin thing. I don't know why there wouldn't be the same kind of unrest over the fact that nobody was able to find jobs.
Well, whether or not the unrest exists doesn't mean that there's not going to be a counter, these people are just bad, so F what they believe type of thing. Which I'm wondering, if would it be different if people are doing it because of automation taking their jobs? Would they see it differently, or would they still see it as like violence is violence and rioting is rioting, and if you riot, you're bad, and that's the only conversation?
What is your position on this? That we get out the flamethrowers and just dispatch the crowds?
Well, I hope I don't get called communist for this, but I do think that we should expand the government program based on infrastructure, a lot like the kind of like the New Deal.
So you're in favor of UBI then? I wouldn't call
Maybe
that
not
communist
UBI.
because you're not in favor of doing away with billionaires. In a system with UBI, there will still be billionaires,
Well, that of course it would still be
and
billionaires, but I think
there will be property rights as well.
sure, but it would cut into billionaire funding because it would remove stuff like stock buybacks, it would move privatization, it would remove
How would UBI
other
remove stock buybacks?
Well, because a lot of the contractor work wouldn't exist. It would be literally government funded, government run, government operated, so that the people would be able to find wherever to go.
No. Hold on. What?
This is my idea. I'm talking about my
Oh,
idea.
okay.
I'm saying my idea would be an infrastructure program that is completely government funded by taxing and just paying people to do stuff like, covering.
What infrastructure are you going to build? Data
Well,
centers? What are you going to build?
first I would just fix all the infrastructure that needs to be fixed now that's being like slowed because of contracting.
So you're saying the guy who is flipping the packages around, he's going to become a construction worker now? He's
Or
going
he
to be
could
out there
become
on a bridge, building a bridge?
He doesn't have to be on the bridge. He could literally be covering potholes, or, I mean, if he's too bad at his job, he could do the stop slow sign thing that, stops people from running into each other. But
Right.
there's thousands of things that people can do that could fix our infrastructure, because our infrastructure definitely needs fixed more than, and it's not going to be done as long as we continue to rely on contractors.
What happens when that robot can go out and pour asphalt and smooth it around on the road?
I mean, that's fine, but I would say, like, because our program
Everyone's going to
would
be like, why are you endangering humans? That's dangerous work.
Well, no,
As they dump a load of asphalt onto the robot. Oh, shit. We killed another one.
I would argue because it's completely government funded and government operated, you would ask the people, hey, do you want robots doing this, or would you rather have yourself do it?
Sitch, that's another thing that I just thought of. Think of this, right? How slowly do they have to move on various construction projects because of safety guidelines?
Oh my
And if you have robots that are just disposable basically on various projects, like how much faster could you move?
And they could work, like, they've been, like, where I live, they've been like tearing up the road for like almost 2 years.
Yeah, because
like
there's
they
all
made no
these fucking
progress.
safety regulations. They're like, just get
Give
them
me
out
the
there.
robots,
And
please.
I
They can
would-
work
yeah.
24/7.
I would argue for every 1 minute of time lost due to safety regulations, I would argue about an hour or two is lost to underbidding. So like
I'm not
underbid.
sure.
So like bidding for contracts where you obviously don't have enough money to be able to do the job, but you bid that low, and then you get to a point halfway through the project where you request either the city, state, or federal to give you more money to finish the job.
So, okay. Well, I just want to say that I asked AI, which is obviously biased because AI, about
it's going to tell you
about Japan's unemployment rate, and the AI, because it's obviously very biased and lying. They're saying that Japan actually has a labor shortage, and so they actually need AI to fill that shortage. They don't have a bunch of people fired for AI. Now, obviously, the AI was because the AI is lying, but
that was DA's argument on DEI.
Do me a favor.
That's the same argument.
Just type in Japan's underrecorded homelessness.
Okay. Japan under-recorded homelessness. Japan has reported thoroughly 2,591 homeless individuals nationwide, but this figure drastically under records the true scope of the housing instability. They only count individuals visibly sleeping outside in the streets or in parks. It completely excludes the hidden homeless, tens of thousands of people living in 24-hour internet cafes, capsule hotels, or staying with acquaintances.
Yeah. So a
Was
lot
that
of those
because
people
they're losing their jobs to AI? I mean,
not just losing their jobs, or I mean, I can't tell you whether or not they're losing them, but because Japan's not really counting them and they're not really working. They're just kind of, I don't know if you actually if you ever have time to, and you don't have to do it here, just look up South Asian or East Asian lie flat movement. And then that kind of
I'm just
explains.
listen. I would make sense to me that Japan's going to underreport homeless. Japan, because I remember this came up in what was it called? Oh God, what was that book that famously said that like abortions lowered the crime rate? That everyone got super triggered about. Adam, do you know the one I'm talking about?
I was reading the super chat, so I
Oh.
wasn't. Well, what was the question?
What's the book that famously said abortions lowered the crime rates and everyone got super triggered?
Freakonomics.
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 I mean, they talked about a lot about how like a lot of negative statistics Japan kind of like hides because they don't want to look bad, right? So like I'm sure that happens. I don't know how it has literally nothing to do with AI though. So I don't know where the jump to AI comes from.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it's just AI. I'm saying automation. So like it doesn't have to be AI, but like there were certain like if you look at like the convenience stores and the grocery stores and stuff like that around Japan, they actually removed a lot of like their shelf stockers and their
I don't think they
cashiers.
have robots stocking their shelves in the
I
convenience.
didn't- Well, it
I
doesn't have
saw a
to be.
hardware store that hired a robot to help people find things in the store, and it was a huge draw for customers because people were so mystified by it. What a
Because
great fucking.
when I was in Japan for 3 weeks, okay,
Oh my
we were
God.
okay,
What are you,
and they
rich?
I know they had a convenience. First of all, the convenience stores are like there's like 3 on every corner. It's amazing.
Mhm.
I didn't see a goddamn robot in any of those convenience stores. All right.
Well, no, because I didn't. Okay, let me be very specific with my language.
I
I'm
did
not
see
saying
an
that.
occasional self checkout. I think.
Yeah, and that's what I'm more arguing with. It's like the self checkouts, I can't remember what they call those
I actually
because we
saw
call them vending machines
people
here, but
stocking the shelves
yeah.
exclusively in the convenience stores at
But
Family Mart and Seven
okay, so
Eleven.
when I'm being very specific, what I'm saying is like at one time those stores had like 5 people, which would be like 2 cashiers, 3 people stocking the shelves or whatever else. Where now that store may have like 2 or 3 people just stocking the shelves, and a lot of it's like self checkout, a lot of it's like a credit
I don't
system.
think that's true.
Well, I'll send you a link
I'm
about it.
based on my listen. I was in very crowded cities. I was in very heavily populated areas. The lines for the convenience stores were usually moving pretty quick, and the shelves were almost always stocked. So like it didn't seem like there was some sort of like lack of employment
Well, I didn't
that
say there
needed
was
to be
no
happening.
improvement. I said there was just fewer people necessary to do certain things. Where like
Yeah, but
where
then
you
that
needed
means that
5 people
never
and
needed
two
those people.
cashiers, you
Is
would
what I'm
just
saying.
remove the 2 cashiers and have like a self checkout system, but still have certain people stocking the shelves. So now where you'd have 5 people doing something,
Yeah,
you'd
but I'm
have
saying
two.
but I'm saying if there was some problem where they were like not hiring a bunch of people, you would expect that the quality of the work would go down because it had to
Wait
be
a minute.
replaced by something, right?
Not always. Not
Okay.
always. I mean, again, like I said, the whole point of like adapting to certain things is like you did have 7 people doing something and then found a way where only 2 or 3 people can do it. That means
Well,
there's 4 people that you don't need for that particular job.
well, good. They should fire those people then. Good.
Okay, Adam,
Got to
now
be
you
more
just heard that.
efficient.
Adam, you just heard that. How
Mhm.
do you, and that was my question. The whole like maybe those people should be fired. How does that start connecting to like
They have a labor shortage in Japan. Like listen, we can have a conversation about AI replacing jobs, but just Japan is not an example of that. At
well,
least not yet.
and again, I was pointing to Japan more along the lines of like the live flat movement and
Okay.
the
What is your position on this stuff?
are you talking my
Yeah.
position like AI?
Yeah. And
Well, no,
losing jobs and stuff.
I gave the whole argument about like doing a like New Deal too.
Hiring. You want to hire people to do infrastructure jobs.
Yeah.
So you are just like, the government can solve the unemployment problem. We'll just pay people to dig holes and fill them in.
Well, why would that be the like? Well, I wouldn't say dig. Well, I mean, you could say dig holes and fill them in, but you'd also fill them in with like updated piping, or or like, you know, better roads, or maybe start like implementing certain things that are updating most cities so they're not completely shutting down every thunderstorm because they have outdated electricity or outdated gas, or that's what I'm saying.
How
Like
would you
start
feel
updating,
about paying people to add Trump's likeness to Mount Rushmore? What do you think? That could be the jobs program.
I would not be surprised if that was Trump's response to it. I genuinely,
Well, look, that's
like,
kind of what you're pitching here.
is to put Trump's face on a mountain.
Well, you're
It's
saying some
compared
sort
to,
of
like,
public works
replacing
programs. What do you think they're going to do with
armed
those public?
forces. I would argue that's not the same thing. Like, hey, let's put in updated water so we don't have a bunch of Flint, Michigans. Oh, that's the same as blowing up the side of a mountain to put Trump's face in it. Like, you don't see a difference there at all.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, no, I disagree, but I don't know how to even address that because that's wild if you see like getting fresh water to more communities is the same as Trump's face on the side of a mountain.
Well, look, all this discussion assumes that everyone is getting clean water, that there's no clean water shortage that we need to hire people to fix.
Well, there's multiple clean water shortages. There really is. And if you look at like places like Colorado
Really?
and Montana, they're actually
I mean,
having a
can't these
big,
people just move?
oh,
Move to where the clean water is?
Ben Shapiro, you're finally responding to me. So I mean,
What?
sure, you just what'd you say?
What?
Go ahead.
No,
Oh, Ben Shapiro did the "Can't the People Just Move" when talking about
Oh.
houses that were slowly being deteriorated because of global warming. So I was just kind of making a joke about that.
I see. How dare you?
No jokes allowed on this live stream. Very serious live stream. Actually, we do have a very serious super chat here. All beef hot dog for $20 says, my dad is currently on his way back to the hospital for the umpteenth time. Not sure how much longer I've got with him. Whether you believe or not, prayers would be appreciated. And stop being such a dingbat, DA. Well, look,
Oh, damn. I was just going to send a prayer sent. He was being mean.
I know. I think you undercut your message a little bit there. But look, my dad's getting up there too. So I have this same exact feeling that I don't necessarily know how much longer I have with my dad. So I can totally relate to that. You're definitely in my thoughts, all beef hot dog. And I hope you're in our audience's thoughts as well. And anyone else who's in that situation. DA, I don't know how old your dad is. Sitch, I think your dad's getting up there too. So
yeah.
Yeah, my dad's getting up there. But yeah. When I see him in another 20 years, I'll say you guys thought about him.
So are you estranged from your dad, DA?
I'm Black, obviously I am.
Come on.
Wow.
Please stop.
No, I'm
I
sorry.
mean-
I have a close relationship with my dad. He's still part of
Okay.
my life. No, he's
Okay.
getting up.
So you're joking. Good. I'm glad you're joking.
I looked up this lying flat thing you're talking about. It says
Mhm.
this is a Chinese slang term that describes a personal rejection of societal pressure to overwork and overachieve, such as in the 996 working hour system, which is often regarded as a rat race with ever diminishing returns. Tang ping means choosing to lie down flat and get over the beating by adopting a low desire life.
Mm-hmm. And did it tell you what the response to that was that China was starting to do?
No.
Well, the response was they were starting to implement more automation.
Oh, I
Like,
see.
instead of
So
doing
what
it-
you mean, you fucking racist, is that you conflated Japan with China because you think all the Asians are the same.
Wow.
You racist.
Or the lie flat
You've been
movement is
proven
moving
racist by the racist prover.
or the lie flat movement is moving all across East Asia. And it started in
Because they're
China.
all the same. I get it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just teasing. I'm just joking with
No,
you.
I know.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's moving all across East Asia. Like they're it's actually getting really, really bad because there's certain people that are like killing themselves trying to keep up with this shift to automation and trying to keep up with each other to where like either the lie flat movement's kicking in and there's like people dying and their work culture is insane. And I mean, it's not killing each other as in like guns and stuff, so we don't talk as much about it, but it is a major issue over there.
Trolling Duckies for 32 months says, does Dialogue always think the right calling leftists, communists, or groomers isn't a call to degrade our political opponents? Either he's a nonce or a liar.
No, I'm saying that you can call anybody anything. We shouldn't treat it as if like just calling somebody something is tantamount to like they only mean this one thing or like it's a call to get them killed or something like that. The conversation about what they're accusing them matters more than what the accusation is.
Do you deny though that people are using language to turn people into a target?
Yes.
You deny it or you accept it?
I didn't. Okay, so I can't 100% deny or 100% because I'm pretty sure there might be like certain people that are saying it in order to try to get people killed.
Well, I'm just
but
asking you if you accept that people do this.
yeah, people do it. I
Okay.
I can't say no. There's 8 billion people on the planet. I'm pretty sure one person is calling them that with the hopes that somebody will get them killed. You know?
Yeah, I think most political discourse is one political side straw manning the other or maligning the other or making up shit about the other side. So unfortunate, but true.
And I mean, that should be allowed because that's what politics is. And it's up to you to determine
Well, to a point, I think obviously if you're inciting violence, and that's the question that we're at here, we're getting up against, well, how far can you go before it is just a call to violence, right? Especially around the term Nazi.
Calling somebody a ist isn't inciting violence. Inciting violence is this person should be killed because they're an ist. But just saying, hey, you're a racist, sexist, homophobic, da da da, or you're a communist or you're a socialist, that's not a call to kill that person. And it shouldn't be viewed like that because the exact opposite will start happening. Where like oh, you're calling me Nazi, which means you want me killed. So I might react violently because I think you want me killed. Will start kicking in.
Majin for 30 months, being a free will seeker, says Dialogue always is an idiot who's trying to downplay the violence. Don't forget to like the stream, folks. I've got nothing else to add.
Well, I mean, we could do kill counts. Do you want to do kill counts, or do you just want to let them go and have that?
That's up to you. I was gonna let it go.
Yeah, I mean, just other than this year, right wingers have had the dominance when it comes to people getting killed over political rhetoric. Killed over political rhetoric.
They should stop that then, huh?
No, I don't think they should.
Oh, okay.
More right wingers are getting killed over left wing political rhetoric. Is that what you just said?
All the way around until this year.
Oh, but this year it's changed.
More right wingers were killing.
But this year, the streams have crossed, and now more right wing people are being killed by leftists.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Sly Hughes for 5 Canadians says, saying someone's a Nazi is saying they're against the country. Remember, nobody has tried to kill Hassan, who is the most anti-American.
Why is Hassan the only leftist that seems to exist in every one of your arguments? Not yours, but I mean like your side's argument.
Well, who's a leftist that people have tried to kill?
I'm not saying anybody's tried to kill anybody, but I've noticed like whenever we talk about the left, for some reason, like Hassan is like the only person that seems to exist on the left. I mean,
who's the most prominent socialist in the country?
Most prominent socialist? I mean, does that include democratic socialists?
It's probably only Hassan and AOC, I would say.
I mean, I would argue AOC was probably is bigger than Hassan, and
sure,
AOC has not said anything nearly as radical as Hassan has said.
I said, yeah, and I said
Hassan's second place, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think I gotta look that up. I don't even know if Hassan would be second place.
Who else? Who
That's
was
what
the
I'm trying to.
third most prominent socialist?
Bernie Sanders.
Most people probably wouldn't call him a socialist.
Yeah, I mean,
These
I would.
days he's kind of hated though.
The chat
I
does not agree, thinks your statistics are nonsense, by the way.
I mean,
They said,
wait.
just to
So
clarify, people like DA believe the prison gang violence counts as right wing violence. Is that counted in
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
statistics that you're referring to?
did I say prison gang violence counts as right wing? I don't think I've ever made an argument.
No, I think
Well,
that
in the
they're
statistics, that's usually the case.
that's what they're claiming.
No, I'm just claiming like just when they're talking about killings for political motivations, up until this year, right wingers had a monopoly on it.
Yeah, but they're using
Yeah,
prison
even-
statistics. They're using prison gangs, which are notoriously racially based.
I don't think they are, but I'll check that again. I don't think that they're using because if they're using prison statistics, I don't know how you would do that and not see that like
And these are not statistics like, because I know, I don't know, whatever, I know like a few years, like years ago, I looked up,
I
I don't
think at
remember
the
if it's
Cato
ADL
Institute,
or the SBLC or something. One of these organizations, they put out the charts of like the right wing violence that's happening, and they weren't even doing it by the ideology of the motivation of the attack. It was based upon whether a person who was a right wing extremist committed a crime, which would be
I
the
think
wrong way
I think
to
I'm talking
conceptualize
about
it,
the
right?
I think I'm talking about the Cato Institute, but I gotta make sure to
Okay.
check that.
I'm
I
just
mean,
surprised
you
that
agree
you
that would be
admit.
you agree that'd be a wrong way to classify these statistics, right?
Yeah, sure. If we're talking
Okay.
about prisons, definitely.
No, I mean, but just like if a guy who's part of a white nationalist group, kills his wife, right? Because, nothing to do with like racism, like that shouldn't be counted as like right wing violence.
It was
Yeah,
because
no,
she was having an affair with a black guy.
Well, maybe that would be the case, but
I don't think the Cato Institute made that, but I don't know about the one
right.
you're referring to. And if they did it that way, then yeah, they would be wrong.
Okay. That's good. We can agree on that.
What if the
So,
black guy was his brother?
well, then
I
there's a
think,
whole that's a whole complicated motivation. Then I
well, wait,
guess at
I
that point.
could argue that, but this didn't happen in the United States. There was a guy who killed his stepsister or his adopted sister because she was Chinese before he went on a shooting spree in his school, who genuinely did it because of great replacement theory. So, I mean, I would
Sure.
argue be
Of
a good
course.
example of
I
somebody
would agree with
killing.
that. Yeah.
Sitch, what would you do if I just started live streaming by myself on Tuesday?
That's fine if you want to do that.
I don't think that's what you'd actually do. I think you would start live streaming.
I would
Tuesday.
probably join in. Yeah.
I know.
I'd probably join in and be like, "Oh, look at this."
I just want to throw that out there just for the
That'd be-
audience.
That'd be a very
if I was
sneaky way
if I was
for
saying,
Adam
look,
to
I'm
get
gonna
me
live stream
on Tuesday. I'm just
I'm
just gonna
gonna
stream on
live
my own.
stream
I
this-
just jump in here. Yeah.
I'm gonna live stream at 11 on Tuesday
I like that. That's
without
a good
Sitch.
idea.
I guarantee Sitch cannot resist. If I just like spark up a live stream, Sitch will stream.
That's true.
Sitch will jump in.
That
But
is
if
true.
I say after this live stream, if I'm like, hey, do you want to live stream on Tuesday? It'd be like, well,
Listen, if you want to come up with, if you have like topics or things you want to talk about on Tuesday, I'll jump on.
Tuesday will
I'm
come
good.
along, and I'll be like, man, I'm just gonna watch Survivor. This, I'm
Well,
almost,
okay. Well, look at this. Look at this.
Look, I got it. It's very easy. Sitch and I both have just a little tiny bit of a lazy streak. It's not like terminal or anything, but it's a little bit. And together, it's like it multiplies.
That's true. What I should actually, as Batosa said, we should stream Subnautica too. That's what we should really be doing.
The sandwich
go.
making game?
Yes, they made a sequel. I didn't even realize.
Did they really?
Yeah, it's crazy. I was literally thinking about like I always wanted to make a Subnautica video, and I was thinking about. I hadn't thought about this in a long time. And then it's like when you think about the song, and then it comes up on the radio, right?
Yeah.
And then I turn on my computer, and the little Steam like pop up thing, and it says Subnautica 2. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know this was being made. What's happening? This is amazing.
Sitch would definitely stream if he could play Subnautica at
That's
the same time.
true. Look at this. Adam over here calling it the sandwich making game. Okay.
I think we tried to play online once, or
It didn't work.
we tried to play. Yeah.
Right.
Oh well. Nick
Valve Go for
Costanza said Adam DM me and he said he would co-host on the Tuesday stream. So
wow.
I think we should. Nick is a very left wing. We should invite him on.
Sure.
Maybe he could.
You can argue with him.
Yeah, argue with him as well. So I don't know if he's as left wing as you, DA, but he's never been on.
I'm the leader of the left.
That's true. DA is the third most prominent socialist. Obviously. Valve and Go for $5 says Hitler liked big buildings, and I heard that Trump likes big buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So did
big
Mao.
buildings being a euphemism for concentration camps.
Yes.
Mao liked big buildings too, and Pol Pot.
True. Lethal Strain for $2 says Trump offers plane tickets home. Totally a Nazi.
So we're just going to ignore the part about the buying facilities unchecked and just point to something I didn't say? Cool. You spent money for that.
Yeah, but that's only because they won't, the stinky government won't let them buy plane tickets home, right?
Yeah.
That's why you have to put them in a facility.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice to make that argument instead of getting caught?
I don't think that was Hitler's motivation. I don't think Hitler was like, I want these Jews to fly somewhere else, but they can't, so I'm just going to murder them all. Like, I think that was Hitler's thought process. But that's just me. I don't know.
I'll have to look it up again. Go ahead. Sorry.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says anti-Nazi stuff isn't the only part of left-wing violence. Anti-capitalist rhetoric is a huge motivator, maybe even a bigger motivator. That's a good point. That's true.
Who was supposed to be in the Oh, so the Luigi Mangione thing? You were claiming he's getting killed because he was a capitalist?
Yeah.
Couldn't be.
And a lot of I think a lot of the riots and attacks on like random people, like not Trump, but like attacks on random people and stuff. A lot of it seemed like all the Antifa shit. It seems like it was very anti-capitalist.
Okay.
Sammy G, look at that. Sammy G for $5 says, is he referring to history? Wouldn't Trump's first term count as proof that historically Trump did not become Hitler 2.0? Hello?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. No.
Yeah. No.
No. Did we got 3 super chats out of Sammy G. She must be steaming over there. Oh my God.
PC for $5 says sitting in year 2 of Trump's second term seems like most violence is being committed by the side that's not in power. When do the camps open exactly?
Good question. Camps, when did they open?
Yeah, and like I said, they got caught trying to make them. So I guess it's hard to convince because you literally said like, well, because they got caught, then you can't point that out as a motivation. They have to do it in order for you to point it out as a motivation.
Do it.
Well, I mean, if we're not dealing with pre-crime here, they kind of have to commit the crime to be guilty of it, right?
So conspiracy is not a thing? I mean, that means like half the prison should be free because a lot of people have been arrested for conspiracy to commit a crime, but never actually committed the crime.
I mean, yeah, I guess it depends. You'd have to get pretty close to the conspiracy, though, right? And you'd have to have documentation that they're planning some kind of genocide.
Well, there's people currently in jail right now for having knowledge of a crime, but just not reporting it.
Right.
That's the line for going to jail. Why would the line for like, hey, this person might be pushing Nazi rhetoric not be? You have Stephen Miller in your executive branch, and he worked with Kristi Noem to create hidden facilities specifically designed to not have oversight over the people that you're trying to remove citizenship or possibly remove their right to live in the country for. It seems like a lot of steps to be like, I'm ignoring that. In a country where, again, you can go to jail for knowledge of a crime, but not being privy to or not doing it.
First, I Goblin for $2 says, this is Destiny 2.0. Forget about me. But you, accusing you of being Destiny.
Okay. Can't wait for proof of something that I've said like for that, but cool.
Do
QB
you
mods.
do you like Destiny? Do you watch Destiny?
I have mixed feelings about him. I like him when he says stuff I agree with, and I don't like him when he does stuff I don't.
Hmm.
How centrist of you. QB Madra for 100p says, DA, did you know that communism in Mexico means agua? And Nazism is when my jeans are blue. There you go. Let's see. Living Sucks Wall for $2 says, why engage with this honesty void? This rewards it. Wow. Honesty void.
I think dialogue always is honest. I don't think he's being dishonest.
Mm-hmm. I think he's a grifter.
I don't know, horrible grifter because
He's not. Yeah, he's not really doing a good job at
It's
grifting.
true.
I don't even have a stream or videos or anything. I'm too lazy to be a grifter.
He just comes on here because he likes arguing with us. So
Yeah.
PC for $5 says it'd be great if we could move past comparing everyone we don't like to Hitler. I'm sure Stalin and Mao would appreciate more attention. That's true.
Well, like I said, I would rather compare him to Suharto or Marcos, but most of the country don't even know who those two people are.
Nope. Living in Sucks Walls for $2 says Hitler. I hardly knew her. Lesson Cell for $5 says he makes some coherent arguments with little to no evidence and a bunch of vibes and feels about the topic a true champion to victimhood.
what say you?
I don't know how to respond to that without specifics.
Okay.
So, maybe.
Lord Suck for $5. Thanks so much, Lord Suck, for the $5. Get the memberships. I'll go back and read the non dialogue always ones afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I was just kind of just going for those ones.
I gotcha.
The Oceanist for $5 says AOC condemns Nazis. A couple years later, Democrats support planter in Maine. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
That's the
Val, I go for-
ex-Nazi guy on the left.
Yes. Well, supposedly ex-Nazi guy.
Yeah, he
Right.
had a tattoo he didn't know about. and
He
did
covered
it.
up his tattoo though.
Yeah, but that's the thing that I guess makes him a Nazi.
Maybe
the
he
same
changed.
people, I don't
Maybe
know
he's
whether
just a
that's even
grifter.
word.
Maybe
think
he
he's a grifter.
realized the winds of the country were changing and people were against Nazis.
Well, if he had years of radical right wing beliefs and then suddenly shifted over to become left wing, then possibly.
Okay.
But
I mean, he had a Nazi tattoo. Most people don't get even most Nazis probably don't have Nazi tattoos.
he had a
That's
skull
a
tattoo
level
he
of
didn't know because he was
commitment.
in the military. It's a
No.
skull tattoo
You're
he didn't
thinking
know.
he must be. He had a tattoo that was specific for like a specific regiment of the Nazi guards that like guarded the
my God.
concentration camps.
Yeah, I mean, I know what the tattoo meant for, but I'm going to go off of what his words are. He said that he picked it up because he just liked the skulls.
Okay.
I mean, I find the swastika to be a very powerful symbol.
Let me
I mean, if it
see.
was a swastika, then yeah, but I thought it was like literally just like a skull, a bunch of skulls that if you didn't know much about Nazi history, you probably wouldn't know what it was.
Okay.
If you're a
See,
Nazi tattoo artist, I mean, and people come in and they're like, just give me whatever. You're like, ha, 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 ha.
that's it. He walked into a secret Nazi tattoo parlor, and they're like, and he's like, I want a cool skull. And they're like, oh, I've got a skull
I've
for
got
you. He pulls out
skulls.
the Nazi fucking symbol.
No, I
You
just-
like skulls, kid.
He's
just
like,
think
that
not a
one, I
lot of-
love it.
I think not a lot of people know much about world history, so I completely understand. Like, hey, this cool skull that I don't know where it came from, put it on my body, turning into, oh crap, this was a Nazi skull.
No. But the joke is, it would seemingly be difficult for a random person to stumble across a very specific skull for a very specific Nazi battalion, right? So something you just
Not really.
randomly trip on. You're like, oh, look, it's a Nazi skull.
Not really. And
Oh, okay.
because again, there's a trying to think of what it's called, but there's like a I don't know if it's like a Ukrainian Nazi symbol or something like that that just looks like a rising sun type Nazi symbol that a lot of people put on their bodies until they found out that it was a Ukrainian Nazi symbol.
Okay. Maybe he's just a retard and just gets things tattooed on his body without looking into it. It's
Yes.
possible. A lot of people-
It's too early, Sitch. It's too early.
Are you guys there?
Did we lose
you
him
both?
completely? Oh my God. I'm getting ready to call a bomb threat into Sitch's internet company. They fucking
Careful,
deserve
bro.
it.
Be careful about
People do
that.
that. That's possible. Okay. They think it's a
Oh my
Be
God.
careful about
Okay.
saying that. YouTube already had a shooter a few years ago.
What? Oh yeah. No, that was a joke. YouTube AI. That was a joke. A joke.
Be careful.
Just joking.
companies for like
Let me explain the joke to you, okay? Sitch has dropped out of the live stream now completely.
No, I know what you mean. I know the joke.
Well, no, I
I'm just
was
joking.
explaining it to YouTube. The YouTube censor
I'm
is
back.
gonna.
You know, I had no problems all week until today.
Mhm.
I was like, I think they finally fixed the problem.
It's too early.
I know.
Your
Did
computer
they
do an
come
update?
back for another?
Because that's what happened to mine. I did an update and just completely lost my internet.
Hmm.
Oh man. So your computer's working. It's just you don't have internet on the computer. That sucks.
Yeah.
Bob Van Gogh for $5 says if each half the population understands a word to have a meaning that's potentially contradictory to each other, then it's a useless word.
Very much
Okay.
so. Yep.
Neener,
I
neener.
mean, that's why the what do you mean probably matters more than this is going to get us everyone killed. You know, this is going to get us all killed is what kills conversations.
We
What do
all
you
know
mean?
what Nazi means.
I don't know what it means.
It means violent racist. There.
I think
Now
it's
you
fine.
know. Neener for $2 says, I admire the guest commitment to the gaslighting. Are you gaslighting us?
Without
Dialogue.
specifics, I can't respond. But
DA.
I'm not. But without specifics,
DA. No, you're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to say, of course I'm not gaslighting you.
I mean, I don't know what he's
Of
referring to.
course I'm telling you the truth.
Of course, I would never gaslight you guys.
Exactly.
Voodoo for
Yeah, go
$5
ahead.
says, hey, Adam, how many Nazi coded shirts are available on Threadless in comparison to commie coded shirts?
Okay, this is the best super chat of the night right here.
That's a
because
very great point. Oh.
there is zero Nazi coded shirts and a plethora. I mean, it's uncountable how many communist coded shirts there are on Threadless.
So we're measuring whether or not we can have conversations on whether or not you could buy a shirt with something on it.
Just how much. Look, obviously, if an idea is liked by the public, there will be a lot of T-shirts made about that idea, right? If a idea is unliked, not many shirts are going to be made because nobody wants to wear that unliked idea on their chest.
Probably because one idea has multiple different perspectives on it, communism, while another idea kind of has a more centralized perspective on it, ultranationalist authoritarianism.
Okay. All right.
All right. This is a word association. Dialogue always. What is the first thought that comes to your head? Write the difference between choices. What's the first thought that comes to your head if I say blonde hair and blue eyes? Go.
Nazi.
No, it's supposed to be for him.
Oh, sorry. Did I mess up?
White person?
Okay, there you go. What a racist.
Cool. So explain Mongolian Nazis.
They don't like Chinese
Think that
people.
they want blonde hair and blue eyes?
No, they want whatever Mongolian features are, I assume.
Yeah, what do
Or-
they even look like?
Or, yeah, they look.
I only
mean-
know of Mongolia from their delicious beef dish.
I'm gonna quote a Mongolian here.
I'm going to
But-
quote the most famous Mongolian Nazi.
No. It's just if I said it myself, it'd be dismissed because like I'm a black person trying to make that call out. But there's a lot of Chinese people in Mongolia that Mongolians didn't even know were Chinese until they told them. So like I'm not saying every single Mongolian is indistinguishable from a Chinese person, but they are having that issue of being able to distinguish who was Mongolian and who was Chinese, which is why they lean more on ethno-nationalism than they do on race.
I don't understand what your point is.
Okay. I don't know how to
Okay.
explain that.
When white people didn't like other white people because they thought they were, inferior Irish or Jews or whatever.
Well, do you
I guess they
think
weren't
that
racist,
Hitler
huh?
had an issue with black people, or Hitler had an issue with other white people that he felt weren't
He had an
Aryan?
issue with everyone that wasn't an Aryan German.
Exactly. So it wasn't
Yeah.
white people; it was
Yeah, it was
Aryans.
even he was more racist than normal. He was super ultra mega racist.
Or he was ultra nationalist.
Oh, okay. I see.
Gotcha.
Okay. Got me. Okay. Ukala for 42 months of discipline equals freedom says S class is a best class. Thank you so much. Said Adam is cool too. Dialogue always is delusional and should seek complete information.
Yeah,
Living in
yeah.
Suggs Wall temporarily for $5 says I'll join whatever team class ends this worthless, tedious conversation first.
Adam, that's
Jay-
what I'm saying. Like when you ask me to come on here, you know that your fans are just gonna say, "Why did you bring this guy here?" Every time. Like I don't know why when you ask me, like,
They're
"Hey,
a
come on the
vocal
show," you
minority.
know
Most
that I'm
people love this conversation. Are you kidding me? People are obsessed with this conversation. They're enthralled.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
It's
Your
great.
comment section seems to be a lot of, "Hey, you bring this guy on again, and I'm leaving." And you guys are still like, "Hey," that's why I can't call you grifters because obviously
Hmm.
you are willing to lose money to have me on your show.
We definitely do not lose money when you come on the show. So
Jason Morgan for $10 says you all just let him weasel out of the Nazi equals racism argument by following him down the reframing. Don't let him get away with that. There we go. We won't let you get away with it. Fuck you. Gotcha. Our Hilts hurt. Hey, what's up? Our Hilts hurt for $5. Great YouTuber. Says, be nice, guys. The great replacement theory is the name of the monster that lives under Dialogue always is race car bed. Oh, is this true?
hmm
And then that monster came out and killed 9 people in Charlotte, killed 10 people in Buffalo, killed 23 people in El Paso.
Why would you
I
let
mean,
that live under your bed then? That's very,
yeah, it's crazy. I
that's
mean,
crazy of you to do that. You should probably get
he
rid of that,
doesn't
huh?
seem to be there when I check. He must
Sammy
be-
G for
my
$5
God.
says, gaslighting so strong it power to hold 19th century city. Wow.
Get it? Oh, that's awesome.
I like it.
Look at that.
Riri McGore for $2 says, get this sophist off the stream.
Mm.
QB Madre for 125 pieces. I'm back, guys. I just finished watching the video on screen of the soulless automaton attempting to mimic human thought. Anyway, how's the robot sorting going on? Oh, I get it. He did a little switcheroo.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Clever.
He's talking about the human, huh?
Actually, I am curious. We should check in on the robot, Adam.
I'm a
See what it
leftist. Aren't I supposed to be like hyper emotional? How'd I go from hyper emotional to soulless?
I think he
Are
just
those-
meant like NPC.
Oh,
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
look at this.
These are mental emotions.
The human fights back, guys. The human has now gone back in the lead, beating the robot. The human is at 10,288 packages, and the robot's at 9,609 packages. So humans in the win again, even with breaks. Look at that.
So we all know what happened to John Henry. Are we going to watch this all the way through?
We're gonna watch. Well, I think this guy just leaves when his shift ends. I don't think he's gonna die. I don't think he has to work until he dies. So
he's been taking bathroom breaks, and when he takes bathroom breaks, the robot catches up and passes him.
right. They did give him a name tag though, so I think they were listening to our stream.
What, his name is Amy?
That's a weird name for a guy.
For a guy, yeah. Maybe he's
Listen, Suggs Wall Timberlake for 2 hours says, I was promised arguing with fans of the show.
That's what you're getting.
Oh, well, Adam, listen, you can blame Adam for, I don't know why he titled the stream that way. How dare you?
That's not true.
Yeah.
I think I've been
Val Van Gogh for oh wait, let me turn the sound off.
Yeah, do that.
For $2 says, according to Dalek always, you can be an anti-racist Nazi. Is this true?
Yes.
Okay, how?
Absolutely. So you could, one, also see a nation as a particular group of races, while also seeing another group of another ethnic group that might be the same race as not part of your group. A good example of that would probably be like, oh, what was that African? Was it the Tutsis? But yeah,
Gazi Kodo?
no,
The Hutu and the Tutsis in Rwanda.
because they were an amalgamation of different ethnic groups, but they were split across, they were amalgamation of the same race, and they had no clear difference, but they were split ethnically, and that's where their violence was. So one side could genuinely think another side is, not worthy just simply because they're a different ethnic group or even a different ideology, which is why I said ultra nationalism and not racism.
Do you think if you did a poll and you asked Americans, can you be an anti-racist Nazi? What do you think the results of that would be?
Well, that particular question would probably have more Americans saying no.
How many do you
Me,
think would answer yes?
probably like 5%.
Okay. So doesn't that kind of make my entire point?
No,
Oh, okay.
because like I said, that hyper specific.
It does. It totally makes his point. What are you talking about?
No, it makes the point of if I ask a certain question in a certain way, people will answer a certain way. But that doesn't mean people don't recognize ultra nationalism before racism when somebody's being called a Nazi.
It means that people think that it means that 95% of the population, by your estimate, thinks that Nazism
No.
is inextricably tied into racism.
Even the internet didn't like the way that you.
Every time you cut out, Sitch, I hate your internet company a little bit more.
Even the internet got tired of it.
I just
There it
I
is.
must be out.
I'm gonna have to ask.
Sam, stop downloading.
Yeah, tell her to get off the internet. So I guess I can tell her because she's listening to the show. That's the problem. Get off the internet.
Get off the internet. Okay. No,
Stop
it means
listening to the show. Go down
my
to the
back.
internet cafe.
You can hear me.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. No, it means that 95% of Americans, by your own accounting, think
Well,
that
answer
racism thinks that racism and Nazism are inextricably tied together.
Linked.
That's my entire argument.
Or my argument again was they would see ultra nationalist authoritarianism before they would see racism because of
Oh my
how
God.
how Nazism is shown all around the world.
Okay. Didn't you just accuse us of shifting the goalpost in this conversation? Didn't that happen? Chats, that happened. Am I crazy? That happened.
I mean, I know you say that you don't like watching the show's arguments, but you might want to watch it.
I think I pwned you twice. I think I got you twice on this topic. Thanks the second time though. The second time was really just a layup from Val Van Gogh. So I give him the credit for that. That was a very good question.
Sure you feel that way. I mean,
thank you, Val. Harrison Dale for $5 always is the ultimate grifter, arguing just to disagree with things he agrees with.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you this. If Ben Shapiro didn't tell you that he was Jewish, do you think that they would still call him a Nazi?
Yes.
Who?
If Ben Shapiro wasn't Jewish, of course they would still call him a Nazi.
They would still call him a Nazi. Ben Shapiro being Jewish, do a lot of people still call him a Nazi?
Yes, many people.
Even though Ben Shapiro is Jewish, and that's because people see Ben Shapiro as ultra-nationalist authoritarian before they see him
No,
as
they
Jewish.
see him as a racist grifter.
That's not what they mean. Yeah.
They see him as a violent racist. Someone who wants to throw illegals into camps and have them tortured.
People call Stephen Miller a Nazi, even though he's Jewish, because they say he's racist. That's why he's so anti-immigration.
Or they see him as ultra-nationalist authoritarian. They call Candace Owens a Nazi. Do you think that Candace Owens is simply a racist?
That many people really call her a Nazi? I'm not familiar with that.
Especially after the Hitler thing.
I guess because she's just so anti-Jew. I guess because all the anti-Jew stuff.
Do they call Kanye West a Nazi?
Well, after that Heil Hitler song.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
So you kind of understand where I'm going here. That
wait, hold on.
Can be called a Nazi because the argument is that they're, say it with me now.
Are you saying that black people can't be
Hold on.
racist?
No, I'm saying that they can be called Nazis.
You cannot make the argument that Kanye West was being called a Nazi because he was supporting some sort of authoritarian ultranationalist regime, and not because he was just saying that the Jews are behind everything evil in the world. Okay,
He was
That is
being
an absurd argument.
racist. He was being racist. That's
He's being
why they call him
anti-Semitic
a Nazi.
specifically.
You know, he got
which is a
called
form of
Nazi. He did
racism.
the 400 years was a choice part, right? They were calling him a Nazi then too. Had nothing to do with Jewish people or anything. When he said like 400 years, that was a choice.
You
People were
cannot
calling him-
compare a handful of people saying, "Oh, that was kind of racist or weird" because they misinterpreted Kanye's statement, from whenever that was, to him promoting the Jewish question openly, and everyone saying, "Wow, this guy's
See,
only very
I
Nazi-like."
suggest you stop arguing with me because the internet is really telling you that you're wrong. It's really telling you you're wrong. Not me, it's your internet. Hello? Did both of you go out? Uh-oh. I think both of either my internet went out now. You guys there?
Was that a good
Hello?
time for Adam to go to the bathroom? Oh, my internet's cutting out.
Yeah, it just feels like whenever you make this argument, your internet's
Okay.
like, no, shut up.
Well, obviously, the big Nazi. Listen, you're the one trying to make the argument that Kanye West explicitly being anti-Semitic means that he's an ultranationalist, which is a fucking retarded point, as you know.
Unless you know what ultranationalism is, then anti-Semitism would fit inside of ultranationalism.
So are you? Oh my god! I feel like you're doing a linguistical trick now, where you're going to
Okay.
claim that ultranationalism really means bigotry on an ethnic foundation. So therefore, Sitch, you were saying racism, which has to do with race, and ultranationalism is specifically about ethnicity. So therefore, you're wrong. Is this really the argument that you're making now?
Can you just, for 5 seconds, Google ultranationalism?
Hold on. Is this the argument? Just yes or no? Is that the argument
No.
that you're now making? The very pedantic argument that you're making now?
No, I didn't just
Okay.
say just simply because of ethnicity. I'm making it across the board, as in ultranationalism is against what a nation believes their nation should be, which includes racism, but isn't
Uh-huh.
exclusive to racism.
Okay, so we're not making any specific distinction about Kanye West making very specifically anti-Semitic comments. No, that's
Because it's
okay. It's fine.
again,
No,
like
it's
I
fine.
said,
Listen, I'm gonna. I think
Not
I think if
exclusively-
you're gonna sit here, and pretend, okay, that this entire time that we're having this conversation, that you were making some sort of distinction between bigotry basis on specific ethnicity versus racism, and you never brought it up at any point in this entire conversation, that I'm gonna believe that you're retarded. No one is gonna believe that that's what you meant. at all.
Or I've asked you multiple times to look up the definition of ultranationalism, and you can see why it's not exclusive to racism. Like I've said 100 times.
This is why I called you the chief gaslighter. You made a very specific argument, and we could play it back. You didn't even say ultranationalist. You made a very specific argument that you said a Nazi is anyone who wants to centralize power. You did not say ultranationalist.
I did
Okay,
say
and then when you realize that was an untenable position, you've now shifted to ultranationalism. And now when you realize that that's even a stupider position, you're now like, well, actually, technically, ultranationalism has ethnicity tied into it, and the Nazis were not specifically racist on racial lines; they were on ethnic lines. So therefore, I'm right. This is the most absurd fucking argument I've ever heard in my life.
Tomorrow, I'm going to clip
You're
the first.
so dishonest. This is like this is an insane level. See, no, because an honest person, dialogue always, an honest person would have just said, as you know, when we were having the conversation about like the term racism versus the concept racism, and I said, no, I'm talking about the word. I made sure to be very explicit to explain what I'm talking about. You have decided, either you're lying or you actually were just this stupid, have decided the entire time to be intentionally vague with what the fuck you were talking about and never actually be specific at any point in this conversation.
Then I'll clip it and I'll show you because I started from the beginning.
Why didn't you wait? Hold on.
It's
So I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Okay, let me take a Destiny's. I'm super curious. Okay, if this was really your argument, why don't you just stop at any point in the conversation and say, Sitch, you're misunderstanding me. When I say ultranationalism, I mean bigotry against people of different ethnicities. Okay, so we're not actually disagreeing. Why didn't you say that at any point in this conversation?
So I want to find out which time you didn't know that I was making that argument. Was it the time when I explicitly pointed to Mongolia? Was it the time where I explicitly pointed to Turkey? Was it the time where I explicitly
This is this is insane. This is insanely dishonest.
I'm trying to figure out when you think that I wasn't.
Adam, you can just kick Dalek off from the Zoom. This is
what happened.
This is the most insanely dishonest thing I've ever heard in my life. This is so dishonest.
I don't know.
This is this is insane. Oh my God.
I don't know how the argument morphed into something different. It sounded like he was actually coming in closer to.
This is crazy.
It sounded like he was coming in closer to acknowledging that racism was a component of Nazism.
When I clipped this and send it to you, when I clipped the first time, I brought up ultranationalists.
I'm going to cover it on Tuesday when I'm streaming by myself.
Yeah, when I first said that, I want you, because he's not going to be able to say it.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. Why didn't you ever at any point in this conversation, if this is what you actually meant, if this is what you actually meant, why didn't you at any point in this conversation?
What is he saying he actually meant?
He's saying he means that they're not racist. They're ethnicists. That's what ultranationalism
What's the difference?
It means that they're.
What is the difference? Ethno-nationalist. What is the difference?
What's the difference between ethno-nationalism and racism?
And a racist, yeah.
Because racism is exclusively an American concept.
Oh my God.
It is. Ethno-nationalism is across the board, which means you can be against a certain ethnicity that is the same race as you, which is why it's not exclusively racist, or you can be against an ideology that is also the same race as you, which is all encompassed in ethno-nationalism that isn't encompassed in racism.
If I show up at my job and I say, listen, I'm an ethno-nationalist, but it's okay because I'm not a racist. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh my God.
What do you think is going to happen at my job?
You'll probably get fired.
Okay. Now, why am I going to get fired?
Because
why are they going to fire me?
Because you can't be against people for immutable characteristics.
No, they're going
to have at least one immutable characteristic.
Come on, you know why they're going to fire me. They're going to say, listen, ethno-nationalism is racist, you dumbass. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay. I don't know how else to say this other than if you can just, because again, he's saying that I made an argument that I didn't make an argument that I did exclusively make since the beginning. So I would like to be able to clip it, and I'll send you that clip of me making that argument.
I encourage it. Do clip it.
Cool.
That's right.
I
didn't know that was your argument. Adam didn't know that was your. No one in chat knew that was your argument. You've decided intentionally to never clarify up until I had to clarify for you. Okay.
This is clarifying. How is this any clearer, Sitch? This is not clear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't know the two of you didn't know what ethno-nationalism meant.
We talk about ethno-nationalism all the time when we talk. Come on.
You know what
we use the term ethno-nationalist interchangeably with racist or white supremacists.
Okay, this is so, oh God, this is like a level of like pedanticness I've never encountered. When we're having a conversation about white nationalism and ethno-nationalism in this country and Nazism, and these terms are used interchangeably to mean the fucking same thing. And you're like, no, actually, they all mean different things. And everyone knows that they mean different things. When they have these conversations, they all use these words in different ways when you know that that's not true. And everyone uses these fucking words interchangeably.
No, I'm saying most people are using the words and they're not using them interchangeably, because if you could say like, you're a racist Nazi, obviously they're saying you're a racist and a Nazi.
So when everyone calls Nick Fuentes a Nazi, they're like, they should actually be incorrect because he's actually a white nationalist, and white nationalism is different than Nazism. Excuse me, sir.
That's what Nick Fuentes says.
Like a lot of people say he's a racist Nazi.
Yes, but they're wrong. He's not a Nazi. He's not a Nazi, though. He's a white nationalist. It's very different.
He's an ethno-nationalist.
What is the?
He's not an ethno-nationalist.
What's the second word?
He's a white nationalist.
What is the second word in white nationalist? White what?
No. He wants nationalism on the basis of a race,
Right.
which you said is not Nazism, sir.
Can we get to super chats? Because
Sir?
Did he really say that?
He did say that, sir. Okay.
Until I prove to
That
you
can't
from the
be.
beginning, I made the or ultra
The
national.
racism is actually not Nazism, sir. They're actually the Nazis weren't actually racist. I'll have you know that. I didn't know if you knew that, Adam.
Oh my
Nazis were not actually racist.
I like how you accuse me of gaslighting, but that's the best argument of what I said. But cool,
That's
cool.
the argument you're making. Because that the Nazis weren't racist.
That's not what I said. I didn't say the
Oh my
Nazis
God.
weren't racist. I said racism is a part, but when people are calling people Nazis, which is why they say
They're
you're racist
referring
and
to
Nazi,
the
they're referring to the authoritarian
nationalist part,
nationalism.
authoritarian nationalist part. Yeah, I remember all that.
Yeah, that's been my argument since the beginning.
But somehow you
When you
drug ethno-nationalism into this as well.
Well, again, Sitch drug in ethno-nationalism. I said ultra-nationalism. And I said that from the beginning.
So
But I'll
ultranationalism
prove that
is not ethno-nationalism now? They're different?
I mean,
Why don't you
ethno-nationalism.
tell me what the fuck you mean by ultranationalism?
Look,
Because I don't know. Maybe you've been defining this in some wacky fucking way that no one knows.
Okay,
this went back to what I was saying about the chat, saying the term is just not definable. And I don't think he ever really defined it clearly as we did with the communism.
Yeah.
Okay,
Everyone knows what we're
actually,
talking about when we define communism.
I don't actually want to hear your definition of ultranationalism.
Will you
Because it
hear
doesn't
Google?
actually matter.
Well,
Doesn't actually even matter.
Ultra-nationalism is an extreme radical
I said I
form
don't
of
care. It doesn't
nationalism.
It doesn't
where
matter.
devotion to one's own country or people is prioritized above all else, often regardless of the impact of other nations. It's also characterized by xenophobia, aggressive foreign policy, authoritarianism, and the belief of absolute supremacy of the nation.
What is xenophobia?
Shinto Art for
What's that
31
mean?
months says, reminder that the main catalyst for Anna changing her beliefs was that she was assaulted by a homeless person. It wasn't random or a grift. That's true. Do you think that she just made up that story?
I don't have to think she made up that story. I can,
okay.
can hold two opinions at once. I can say that she also probably shifted from that and she saw the winds change. She saw the aggressive left. And when I can do one of two things, I can continue down this downward spiral where I become attached to every single negative leftist argument possible because I made every single leftist argument possible, or I can start doing the, hey, I'm becoming a centrist. Look at how centrist I am, guys. I'm better than now.
Well,
I'm better
she's not
than
a Nazi. Sammy G for $5 says, if you think grifter and changing one's mind with more information are the same thing, then you're cooked and need to go touch grass.
Can you give me an example of a grifter then? Give me an example of a grifter. Because right now, based on your arguments, I don't think anybody's a grifter.
Let me think. I don't know,
Tucker Carlson.
Oh, Tucker Carlson.
Candace Owens.
Tucker Carlson. Candace Owens might actually be crazy. It's hard to tell with her.
Tucker Carlson didn't change.
No, she's grifting.
Tucker Carlson, I think, is grifting.
He didn't change his mind. He's just grifting now.
No,
Carlson's 100% grifting. Yeah, what do you mean?
How do you think he's grifting?
Completely grifting.
He changed his mind completely. What are you talking about?
But I mean, that could be just what he did. He just changed his mind. He can't be grifting.
I mean, he specifically said,
"Oh, the robot can't find the label."
In order to grift, you would have to 100% change everything and
I never
do it
said
for
that.
like no possible other reason. Just you'd have to be doing it for money, and he's not doing that. So
Who
I
said
mean,
that?
obviously,
I mean, he got fired and now he's
making.
making shit tons of money. I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
He got
makes
fired.
perfect
Yeah,
sense.
but he also didn't change every single part of his
Well,
ideology.
whoever said that that was part of grifting?
You.
I never said that.
Okay. Woo! I find it hilarious that you're accusing me of dishonesty and now you're doing this.
Okay.
But
And actually, I don't even think I gave any definition of grifting in this entire conversation. I think Adam did. And Adam said something about like grifting just means that someone is lying about their opinions for money.
Lying for money, yeah.
Yeah. Adam, did you say that grifting means that you 180 in all your positions?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know where you got that from.
You made the exact argument. Okay, never mind. Woo!
Okay.
Wow.
Look at the gaslighting here.
Now I'm the dishonest one. Cool.
Maybe we should wrap this up before it becomes a full-on fight.
Oh, I have no
get
intention.
through the super chats.
I have no intention.
Okay. Look, if you guys want to just brawl, I mean, it's better for me.
Oh, I have no intention of fighting.
Tobin Russell for $5 says, glad you still have free will, Sitch. Bitch, I am the progenitor of free will. I'm the seller of free will. I'm the dealer of free will. Okay. For this stream alone, S class is the best class. Thank you.
One stream. I like it.
The Oceanist for $5 says Milton Friedman even promotes something like UBI, but I think he only wanted it as an alternative to the current welfare states. Oh, okay.
It's
for
alternative minimum tax. No, that's not what it is. What is it? Damn it. I can't remember.
Nina for $2 says dialogue always is target audience for one day after another. That's true.
Yeah, one battle.
Movie,
I think
right?
one battle after another is what they meant.
Oh, that is what they meant. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Do you like that movie? Please tell me
it.
you don't.
I haven't seen it. I don't know the reference.
Phil Russell $5 says, man's out here saying that the last 30 genocidal commie regimes are different from this hipster calling themselves a commie and not getting the problem. It's true.
Is it? Because I mean, every single communist move wasn't Mao and Pol Pot. They were very specific communist movements. Yes, they were deadly and everything else, but that's kind of, well, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Vondoom or Voodoo for $5 says, the true story, I got the Godsmack sun tattooed on my back and I didn't know what it was. Everyone always asks me if it's my favorite band. I hate the band. Well, there you go. Maybe
he
accidentally a Nazi on, it's better to accidentally a band tattoo, I think, than a Nazi tattoo. So the Godsmack sun does look pretty cool. I will say that. The Oceans for $5 says, in defense of dialogue always ultra-nationalist argument, Nick Fuentes' existence seems to prove his point from what I can tell, but it doesn't, because Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist. He's not an ethno-nationalist. There's a difference according to dialogue always. So.
No, he's an ultra-nationalist.
But he's a no.
He is. He's an ultra-nationalist.
No. Yes. No, sir. He is not an ultra-nationalist, which has to do with ethno-nationalism baked into it, as you were saying.
Yeah, but he's an ultra-nationalism. That is his top.
But he's not. He's a white nationalist. He's a race nationalist, which is very different.
No, it's not.
Yes. Oh, he's not a white nationalist?
Stop. I got to make sure to
Nick
clarify.
Fuentes is making distinction. He said he only wants specific types of white people in the country. I haven't heard him make those arguments.
Wait. Yes, he did. He absolutely did. Yes,
what,
he did.
Really?
Because he doesn't like communist white.
Huh?
Yeah, he doesn't like communist white people. Yep. He doesn't like liberal white people. He doesn't like leftist white people. And he has explicitly said in his personal America, those people would be removed too.
Okay. So we're pretending now, huh? We don't understand that when he says that black people can't produce white societies, and then he says, but I also don't like white people that have certain views. We're going to pretend like we don't understand the difference between that.
To pretend like just because he has a racist point of view, he doesn't fully have.
That's the basis of his ideology.
Okay, can we keep going? Because you're just going to keep pretending. You're going to keep pretending.
I'm pretending, everybody. I'm pretending, everybody. Okay. Okay, everybody.
This is what pretending looks like.
This is pretending.
Let me ask you this. Do you honestly believe that if every single person from every single different race was out of the country, Nick Fuentes would not still be a nationalist?
I don't think Nick Fuentes would even exist.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you if he existed. Well, he'd still be a nationalist.
I don't actually. I don't think he'd be a nationalist. I think he might be like Richard Spencer. He could be a fucking communist if there was only white people in the country.
So you don't think that he would have a specific ideology explicitly for the advancement of his national people and not anyone else?
Not necessarily, no.
He could be a communist easily because he'd be like, these rich people are ruining the country.
Yeah.
Right? He could be a populist.
So if he had just one more question, I'll just let it go. So if he had a completely white nation, he would also be into globalism and intervention in foreign nations?
So we're now going to pretend that you're either a nationalist or a globalist. There's nothing in between.
Or my argument is he is a nationalist regardless.
So everyone who's not a globalist is a nationalist, is your argument?
No, my argument is everyone.
That's what you just tried to say. You can
No,
walk
my
it back
argument,
if you want, but that's the argument you just tried to catch me on, but you didn't catch me, did ya?
okay. I love the accusation of me being
Okay.
so my explicit argument was
Yes.
that Nick Fuentes holds nationalism above all else,
And I
which means
disagree with that. Yes. I don't know why you would even base that on anything.
Yeah, what is that based on?
on him
Nick
saying things
Fuentes
like,
hates America. What are you talking about?
"What? Okay, can we move on?" Because I don't even know how to respond to that statement as if like that was in any way, shape, or form honest. Nick Fuentes hates America. Okay, but we can go to another thing.
Orca for 33 months. Thanks so much. Says I'm a bit behind, but 95% of the country couldn't name another Nazi group other than the Germany and Italy in World War II. Felt like always is a goober. A team reigns. Supreme.
Supreme. Nice.
Okay. I mean, they also don't know about Marcos, which is why I would argue that. Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. And let me look at the Streamlabs here. Braided Horse for $2 says, don't let dialogue always bait and switch Democrats' actual position about being excited about the country being majority minority and pro illegal migration with the actual bad conspiracy of great replacement. They're distinctly different.
Oh, okay. So, the Buffalo shooter was a Democrat, because that's the only way that that argument would make any sense.
That's not what he was. That's not what he was saying.
Wait, or the Buffalo shooter was exclusively motivated by the bastardization of democratic arguments into the belief of the extinction of the white race, which would be great replacement theory.
I know that had nothing to do with what he was saying.
That is okay.
He was saying that there's two different positions. There is the great replacement conspiracy, which is the idea that some nefarious group wants to intentionally replace white people, usually Jews, usually in order to control, the country, because they're also racist and they think that, non-white people are easier to control or something, right? Versus Democrats, and some have explicitly said this, that are happy about white people becoming the minority because they think that that will mean that Democrats will win more races, electoral races, and the pro illegal migration in the country. Even I'd say even further extreme people are pro illegal migration in the country.
And my argument is, even though those two views exist, the view that leads to actual violence is the radical right wing one. The other one doesn't lead to actual violence because, I mean, it exists and you might not like it, but that's not what motivated people to like.
Well, I think
grab a gun.
people can conflate the two as the same thing, and maybe I'm sure
Yeah.
the shooter guy probably did.
I mean, both El Paso and Buffalo had manifestos that explicitly pointed out like what side they're talking about. So, I mean, we can hypothetically
No, but
argue that.
I understand that, but he was saying that he thinks that you're using a broad brush in the conversation, and that there were a lot of people on the right who don't believe in the great replacement conspiracy element, but they do agree that Democrats are soft on immigration because they're fine with it for electoral purposes.
Sure, but the reason why I focused most on like people like Tucker Carlson saying it is because Tucker Carlson wasn't saying like I'm making this far more nuanced, the Democrats think X type of argument. He was conflating that and pretending like he was arguing against that while pushing the Lemo or Lemlu, or I can't remember his name and I don't have the thing with me, but he was actually pushing that French philosopher guy's view on great replacement.
Okay, that's fine. We could. Dialogue Skywalker for $2 says, from my point of view, the Jedi are the Nazis. True.
Wasn't
Cells
there a
Temp.
book saying that the Jedi were the bad guys? One of the Star Wars books? I mean,
Probably.
yeah. Sorry.
Silas Temp for $12 says, I can understand people are horrified at Trump's actions, want to use the normatively heavy words like Nazi to persuade people against him. But even if you're right in your comparison dialogue, authoritarian is much less challenging leap for people to accept. Assad is a more accurate figure to compare. I don't know what the rules are for bringing people on, but I come down to talk about this on a future stream. I mean,
like I said,
why do you think
example is
why do
no
you
one
think
knows
most people would use the phrase Nazi over using the phrase authoritarian?
because authoritarian's too big of a word and Nazi brings an emotional response.
Oh, okay. Because it means something different, huh?
No, I was very
Oh,
specific on this. Authoritarian is a big word, and it also has a lot of other meanings. Where
Oh, you mean like
Nazi
it's
can be-
literally a big word? I understand. I thought you meant conceptually, but it's
yeah, no,
literally
no,
a big word. Okay, I see what you're saying.
too many. I mean, like, they
Too
actually did
many
studies on it.
syllables for the
No, no,
dummies.
I'm not being
Okay.
mean. They actually did a study on this. The more syllables and more words you use to try to explain your opponent, the better chance you have of losing a debate.
Right.
I'm not lying. You can look it up.
No, I agree with you. People are retards. This conversation. Uriguni for $5 says apparently Dialog always thinks black nationalism isn't racist, but everyone else is when they want to base their nation on race. So it's okay if you're black. Is this true?
Well, by definition, black nationalism would be a racist thing because it's black nationalism.
Is it a Nazi thing? Because it's nationalist.
It can be, but I don't
So
think
black nationalists
black
are Nazis?
They can be, yeah, because
They
they can
can
believe,
be?
But they can't
because they
because
believe
they're
in
race
black.
nationalists. They're not ethno nationalists.
They're uber nationals. Can we? I don't know how else to explain the definition of uber nationalism to you, and I feel like we keep going in this circle where you don't know or you
We're
don't care what
testing
you
your
don't care.
definition.
Well,
we're testing
we're
your
done with super
definition
chats,
against the
so-
real world.
Yeah, uber nationalism is everyone that I feel is a positive to this nation that I think this nation is supposed to be is part of this nation. Everyone that isn't should be removed. And that can go across race, that can go across ethnicity, that can go across political beliefs, that can go across age, that can go across almost any ism you can think of, which is why it's a broad brush
Mhm.
when it comes to uber nationalism. It doesn't explicitly have to be racism because that's why they say racist Nazi, because they're saying you're the type of Nazi that is racist.
Mhm. As opposed to an anti-racist Nazi.
Yes. Someone like Kanye West.
Fascinating. Did you leave, Sitch? Oh, we're done with super chats.
Anyways, I think that's it for questions. No, I'm here. Well,
Oh,
there's
we gotta
there's
do some
other
more
super
super
chats.
chats?
We're
Okay.
done with Dialog always related super chats.
And I want to
Okay, I
watch
think that
are we going to listen to
So,
a little bit of the bitchuation shit?
Well,
I guess
I
we'll
gotta
my
go
hands to
soon
it.
because it's
Yeah,
9
no,
o'clock.
we're going to look. You've been very, very, very generous with your time. Not very generous with understanding our arguments, but
Every time. Every time. All right.
what?
Every time.
What do you mean every time?
Every time.
I mean, no, it's just every time. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna take. Never mind. You just take my argument to the most ridiculous, pedantic way, and then accuse me of doing it, which is actually just kind of funny.
The
because-
projection, chat.
I know, I know,
I'm the
I was just about
pedantic
to
one,
say.
chat. The
I was just about to
projection
say. I was
times
just about to say
1,000.
because I'm pretty sure you guys think the same thing about me. So it's like every time.
No, look, I don't want to straw man your argument. I want to make your argument crystal clear for myself and the audience. That's what we do with every single person on the show. I mean, I don't think it's fair to say that we're trying to twist your argument. We're trying to understand your argument.
I don't think you're trying to twist it, but I feel like, and I don't know if I can prove it, but I feel like it's deliberately being misinterpreted. I don't think you have to twist.
Look
you
here.
twist it
No,
sometimes.
I think you're kind of developing your argument on the fly here. And when we test your argument, we find holes in your argument. Then you kind of like change the argument a little bit to try to make it accommodate those problems that we have with the argument. I think that's what's going on here.
The definition of ultranationalism. I just don't know I don't know how you keep accusing me of that. When like from the beginning, I was like, Nazism is ultranationalism, authoritarianism. So it's not simply just racism, which is why people are called racist and Nazis.
Well, look, we don't have to re-adjudicate. We've already been arguing about this for 5 hours. So,
Yeah.
but look, you have been very generous with your time. That's completely honest, and I do thank you. Look, you're welcome to come on anytime. I love arguing with this stuff about you. It infuriates the audience.
I'm about to
And
say
I
your
find
audience
it.
hates me. Like, I don't know why you guys keep bringing me on, knowing that your audience hates me.
They look. People need someone to hate. Okay, they need it. They need it
Like,
with every fiber of their being. Okay.
you should have Sean.
I
His
think you're
gaslighting brings more people to like me.
look, I think it would be I think a challenge for you would be to win the audience over. And I look, right now it seems like Mount Everest. It seems like an impossible goal. But look,
Yeah,
I think you could do it. I think you could do it.
I'm
Just
not winning that argument. It's over just from the fact that I'm a leftist. I start the game as a leftist, so I'm losing from the beginning.
are you a socialist? When you say leftist, do you mean someone on the left, or do you mean like you want to abolish property rights?
I'm someone on the left.
Okay. Well, look, I think Sitch and I are on the left. No one believes it, but I mean, look, I'm arguing for you. I don't see how people don't see this, but
Well, no,
anyway,
I argue that you guys are. I'd kind of make fun of the whole centrist thing because, like, you guys kind of really defend a lot of the worst sides of the right wing. But even though you're not,
I don't
right-wingers.
I don't see that though. I really don't. Like I think a lot of people on the left are giving people on the right. They're not giving them a fair interpretation of their arguments, which goes back to what I said the whole show is about.
You literally defended Stephen Miller all the way until I had to prove to you the things that Stephen Miller was doing. And even then, you're like, well, maybe you've never given.
Look,
a
I'm
single
not.
leftist
I
this
am
much-
not. I want to make this clear. I am not defending Stephen Miller. I'm saying that I'm not going to accept your interpretation of Stephen Miller just as is, because there's there's the boy that cried wolf thing going on where people are accusing just people who are not racist of racism. I mean, you've been accusing Anna Kasparian of grifting for 2 hours. I think you're wrong about that. I think it's a misinterpretation. So I'm not going to just on your say so accept that any person is a racist or an ethno-nationalist or a grifter.
Yeah, but you could have always said, "Hey, what evidence do you have of this?" Not, "I think you're
You
falsely."
look, you gave me some evidence, but I'm not
But you
prepared
accused me
to
of
evaluate the
falsely
evidence
accusing.
right here on the show. Like maybe you're right. Maybe Stephen Miller is a white supremacist. Maybe Stephen Miller is worse than Nick Fuentes. Okay, I don't
But you
know.
could ask me what
It's
I
hard for
mean.
me
You
to
don't have to
imagine
immediately
Stephen Miller
accuse me of
thinks
lying.
Hitler's cool as being as he's Jewish, but
I
maybe
never
I'm wrong.
gave that. Well, again, did Hitler is cool have to be what Stephen Miller says in order for somebody to call it? What
No, he
I
could
got
be a
so much
racist. He could totally be a racist. He could want every single brown person deported from the United States. You could be completely correct.
My
But I
argument is,
know
if
that
this was a
you're
leftist, you
making
would
that
not
assumption
require.
about people who do not want that.
If this was a leftist, you would not require anywhere near this much before you came to the defense of them. You would instantly believe.
I see. I don't. That is not. I don't think that's fair. I really don't think that's fair.
You can't you could say that somebody else that maybe watched one or two clips of you guys might be wrong in saying it, but I've been
Look,
watching you guys for years.
we had Christian. I can't remember his last name. He's a guy who does the MMT podcast, okay? Who is a leftist, who's a socialist, right? We had him on the show, perfectly nice to him, talked to him about his positions and, tried to have an intelligent conversation with him. We've had people on that I do think are completely just toxic personalities on YouTube that are just that I do not like them in the least bit. I think all they do is try to twist conservatives' arguments. They're not trying to understand people. And we've had conversations with them where we're not trying to misrepresent their arguments. It doesn't matter if a person is disingenuous or not. We're legitimately trying to understand their arguments and not mischaracterize them. So to say that just because someone is on the left, that we're here to malign their arguments and misunderstand them and strawman them, that's totally unfair. That's unfair.
Who do you think has more violent rhetoric in their content? Hassan Piker or Asmongold?
I'm not really sure. That's a good question. I don't watch. I don't want. I mean, we're only seeing the clips. So I haven't seen a lot of clips of Asmongold with the violent rhetoric, but look, I haven't seen a lot of clips of Hassan with the violent rhetoric.
But you've
It-
made multiple streams. Can we?
It's like a
Can we go to the
dozen or
super
so.
chats? Can we please go to the super chats? Because you've had it's hard for me to believe this when I've heard you bring up Hassan's name in almost every single topic regarding the left. But like when I literally ask you,
Hold on. What exactly are you saying here? Are you saying that you were making a claim that we accuse anyone on the left of something? Is it being violent?
well, I want to say this very clearly. I do not make absolutist claims. So any, all, every, I don't say. What I'm saying is when it
You
comes to the
literally
left,
said every
I said
leftist we
I
bend
said,
over backwards to malign, and every right winger we bend over backwards to interpret nicely.
you can
That's
say
that's the thing that we're arguing over. Right now we're arguing over that.
when it comes to a leftist, you have an incredibly low threshold of what you would believe negatively about that leftist. With a right,
So
with a
you're
right
saying
winger,
all
you have
that
an
another
incredibly
way that you
high
could say
threshold.
that is we look at all leftists through some sort of lens that we think they're up
Yeah,
to
we can go to super
something. They're
chats. We can go
shady.
to super chats. We can go to super chats. I literally gave you my argument and you twisted it into me saying that all, and I don't know how else to give that argument. So like please just we can go to super chats because I literally said to you, I'm not saying all. I'm saying when it comes to a leftist, your threshold for criticism and your belief of the more radical side of leftism is connected to them is far lower than when it comes to a right winger. Like a right winger would have to explicitly be over the top insane before you go, okay, that right winger might be bad. Before a left winger, he or she really does not have to do much for you to be like, oh, this person is a stupid woke communist. It's
Hmm.
there's a very low threshold for you guys to get to that point with a leftist that you don't get anywhere near with a right winger. A right winger would have to literally be Hitler.
Okay. I mean, I disagree with that assessment, but
Okay.
all
I
right.
mean, again, I asked you about the Asmongold versus Hassan, and you immediately went like, "Well, I don't know, so I don't know how to prove that."
Because
When
I
it's
don't
constantly
watch
like,
Asmongold. Okay. I've
"But you
seen
don't watch
like
Hassan either,
I
but
don't
you
watch.
leave
Look,
them."
I don't watch Hassan either. So I've seen clips. I've seen a dozen clips of Hassan using violent rhetoric that everyone pulls out and shares all the time. I've not seen a dozen clips of Asmongold using violent rhetoric.
Because you don't look
I've
for
seen
it.
like one clip of Asmongold doing violent rhetoric that people are spreading around. But
And
I
he
don't
is
know. Look, I don't know how this makes the argument that I'm biased against people on the left.
because I chose the two largest political streamers on Twitch, and that is the argument that you constantly make when you kept bringing up Hassan. Hassan's the biggest political streamer on Twitch. Hassan's the biggest political streamer on Twitch. Well, now that Asmongold is the biggest political streamer on Twitch,
But
all of a
that's
sudden,
in the
don't know what
context
to
of
do. I don't
of
know what he's saying.
that's in the
Like
context of the idea of communism being not repulsive to the wider society. That's it. That was in the context of that.
as opposed to ultra nationalist violent rhetoric. But again, can we get to the super chats? Because I don't know how else to
Well, I
make
think
this
we're done.
argument.
We're done with the super chat. So I'm letting you go. I'm giving you
Oh,
an out here. You've been on forever, and
yeah. Like I have fun with this, but I don't know how
Mhm.
else to give the argument because again, the largest
Well,
political streamer on
I
Twitch
guess
is somebody that you don't know enough about to make a criticism, but the other largest political streamer on Twitch, you suddenly have more than enough information to be able to use him for every single criticism you have on the left.
do you feel
And
like we're
believe
being bad faith with you? Is that why you're making this accusation that we're bad faith with people on the left and good
me,
faith with people on the right?
I don't care how you are with me. I don't know or even care how you guys are with me. I just have watched your content enough to watch how you deal with left wing rhetoric and how quickly you are to go to the worst possible interpretation of a left wing rhetoric and how quick you are to lean to the best possible interpretation of right wing rhetoric.
Okay. Well, I'll look for it. Point it out when I do it.
I have a million tweets to you every time you do it. But yeah. But
A lot of
thank you
times I
again.
don't really understand the argument you're making in the tweet, though. That's why I don't respond. I'm like, what's going on? What is he saying here? I don't know
course
the
you
implication of what you're
don't.
saying. So,
Of course you don't.
well,
But
look,
yeah,
it's why I wanted to invite you on so we could just talk. And like, if things were unclear, I could say, hey, here's what's unclear, clarify it.
but even talking to you guys, every time I make a point, it's like, well, I don't know what you really mean by this, or I think that you're just saying something, or you're conflating, or hey, this is whataboutism, where it's like there's these little holes that you guys run into every time I try to make a point, to where it's like I don't even know how to make the point, because every time I try to make a point, it's, well, I don't know what this means. I don't know what you're saying. Or I don't know how this goes. So then it's just kind of a waste to point it out,
Well,
especially when
look, I'm not trying to gotcha you. Sitch might be trying to gotcha you, but I'm like, I consider you a friend. Okay.
oh, cool, cool. I mean, yeah,
He's like, oh my God.
like you as a
People are,
political,
my family's
don't
going to
mean,
hate me now. I'm friends with a right winger.
my family wouldn't be. We're not those type of people. We like everybody.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
but yeah, I, but thanks for having me on. And like I said, in 2.5 years, when they start doing investigations into the Doge firings and the Doge information, I would love to be on for that stream.
You know, as soon as they fire up the gas chambers, you're going to be my first phone call. I'm going to be like, look, you were right all along. Holy shit.
I'll either be out the country or dead by that time. So
Well,
sure.
I wish I had. All right. Take care, man.
You too. See you later.
Sitch, are you still there or did the internet cut out?
Well, that was nice. That let me I played like 3 rounds of Pokemon Go.
Oh, really? How'd you do?
I did pretty good.
How do you?
3 out of 2. That's pretty good. Or 3 out of 5, I should say. That's pretty good, right? What?
I was laughing at Nick Costanza's.
Uh,
Wow, he finally admitted it, folks. Adam is right wing. Sitch was mad. No, look, I don't think I'm right wing. I don't care if people call me right wing. I think it's incorrect, but I'm done.
mm-hmm.
I'm at a point where I just don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. I believes what I believes. And whatever you wanna
Popeye.
however you wanna malign me, you just jump to it.
Living Sex Walls for $5 says, look up Oregon IP28 if you want to see some mind-boggling, blood-boiling stupidity. Uh-oh. What is this? It's a proposed ballot initiative in Oregon known as the Peace Act. Seeks to redefine animal abuse by removing existing legal exemptions for hunting, fishing, trapping, and standard farming practices. Oh. So basically want to say that
what? They're gonna make
like
hunting abuse?
Hunting, fishing, and
that's
farming.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Can you imagine you can't go fishing anymore because it's animal abuse? I mean, it is kind of abusive. Well,
obviously
you're catching those fish and eating them.
Eat it. Yeah. What do you, like? Come on.
It's not cannibalism. Come on.
Right. Riri Magor for 39 months. Thanks so much. Says, did Adam see the Sheep Detective movie? How did he like it?
I did not see it yet. No.
You know,
but I do want to see it, and I thank you for the recommendation. And I did notice other people in chat also said they saw it on your recommendation, and they liked it. It was good. They could agree with you, and I should see it.
It's funny because you said your wife wanted to see it, and I was watching the trailer with Sammy, and the trailer looks like god awful.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like I'm like, what the fuck? But Sammy's all like super excited to see it.
I know, that's what we were in the theater.
Yeah.
And my wife was so excited about it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's literally the 2 movies.
Right. Well, she's like, oh, it looks cute. Like I want to see cutesy animal stuff. But then it's weird because I've seen only positive reviews and like everyone says it's good, even though the trailer looks terrible. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's just a bad trailer.
Yeah.
So yeah, I am curious to see.
Well, maybe the story actually goes deeper than the trailer does. It's the story just looks silly. So.
Well, the story makes it look like it's like a little kid movie.
Mm-hmm.
Roberto Calamari for $5 says the year is 2026 and we're still doing Trump as a Nazi thing. Pre-litigating this for the billionth time. Jan, how boring. Kick this idiot off. I mean, honestly, we should have done that.
I
She's
mean,
done
he's
that
a
from the
good
beginning.
sport about it. You guys were insulting the shit out of him. I wouldn't have stuck around for all your guys' insults. So, I mean, props to him.
Hmm. I don't know
I
about
just
that.
look and I don't think it's fair to make the accusations he's making about us. I don't think you want to like misinterpret his argument in any way, shape, or form, right? You're not trying to do
No,
that.
I think no. And I think he was intentionally shifting the goalposts because what he said was stupid. And then it shifted into being intentionally vague. And now he's gonna try to claim that like, well, it's not my fault. I never actually defined the thing I was talking about the whole time. Like this is an absurd way to have a conversation with a person. And I don't think it's actually real whatsoever. I think he got completely debate brain in that conversation and said a bunch of stupid things, and now he's trying to like shift it so that actually the stupid things were not so stupid in his estimation.
Right.
Short stack goblin for 2 hours says, "Boring alert! Haven't we done this like 10 times?" But 11th is always fun too.
Yeah.
What do you
Look.
mean?
Oh my God.
What?
I wonder if short fat goblin has sex with his girlfriend and thinks the same thing. Oh my God. We've had sex like 10 times.
Oh,
Boring.
there you go. Exactly.
Come on. Some things are worth doing
11
of times.
That's true, right? Yeah. CS Paffy for 18 months says, "Yep, Adam is going to be doing a lot of light graphic design this show."
I did a little bit.
Oh, where you know?
Yeah. I put a Tim Pool hat on
Nice.
Dialogue Always when he was endorsing Tim Pool, which was just because I stumbled upon the Tim Pool hat that's in the OBS.
Love it or hate it for 18 months says Camp of Saints was recently removed from Amazon and then subsequently restored.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
for being racist?
I guess. I don't think racist books should be banned.
No.
Living says, well, for $2 says read banned books. And then for $2 says Dev had video 3 years ago on GRT worth watching. Did you mean CRT? Or is I don't know what GRT is. I assume you mean
Yeah,
CRT.
I don't know either.
Let's see. Read these. Living says, well, for $2 says we need martial arts dedicated to fighting clankers. That is true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm going to be a grammaton cleric.
Did you see there's all these videos of people that attack like the Uber Eats robots that are like delivering food?
That's funny.
There's like a whole video of a guy. All he does is just, I guess it's like he has a whole YouTube channel. All he does is like yell at the Uber Eats robots, which seems kind of silly to me. But
sounds like a grift.
yeah,
This is why they need the drones, because then they can't attack them, right? They're in the air.
Well, it's probably, well, you could shoot them down, couldn't you? I mean, it'd be harder, right?
Not supposed to shoot a firearm within city limits, though.
More, oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I assume you,
What? Yeah, how do you not know that? You
well, I
can't just
guess,
shoot your firearm.
no, well, obviously, you can't just ever just shoot a firearm for no reason, right? But like, you can shoot it if an intruder or at a shooting range, right?
Yeah, at a shooting range, yeah.
Okay.
There's certain places that you can.
Okay. Right.
You can't just walk out in your front yard, though,
Well, yeah, obviously.
and
But,
shoot into the air.
I mean, you're not really supposed to do that anywhere.
No, it's dangerous. Those bullets come down.
They do come down somewhere.
Occasionally, they hit someone in the head when they come
Yep.
down, and you're in big trouble.
Sade Ray for
trouble.
$5 says, for £5 says, I don't understand why Trump would say he doesn't care about higher gas prices. And why does he seem to be siding with China against Taiwan?
Yeah, what was up with that?
That
about
was
the gas prices thing.
That
seemed super out of touch.
It did, yeah.
Trump is usually better than that.
And the Taiwan thing was crazy too, because at first, like there were two different statements. One, which I thought people were kind of making a mountain out of a molehill, which was when he was saying like, oh, that they shouldn't be independent. Because I'm like, okay, that's the U.S.'s position has always been that. But then he kept going, and in a second clip I saw, and he was just like, I don't know, he was really laying on thick about how he started saying that like Taiwan stole the chip industry from America. I'm like, what? Like it seemed like it was just really on the And then I don't know, it just seemed like he was really on the whole like just let China take over Taiwan, at least from his rhetoric. Now it's Trump, and Trump will say 20 things today and 20 different things tomorrow. So who the fuck knows what will actually happen? But
It's part of the negotiation.
I don't think it is. I think Trump just says whatever random shit pops in his mind at the time.
But Xi is like, oh, I love this Trump guy after those comments. He's like, oh yeah, Trump.
Remember when there was a time where like when a president talked to a foreign country that people get all up in arms about how like, oh, you're not allowed that the foreign leader is not allowed to like criticize our country. Like we can criticize our country, right? But the foreigners aren't allowed to criticize our country.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I
you
do
have,
remember that.
and then we have Trump going on and saying like, "Oh, Xi was talking about how bad America is," and he's right because it was Joe Biden's fault. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
That was a little off.
It was kind of insane. I was
That
like,
was
"Okay,
not cool.
no." Let's see. Neener for $5 says America becoming browner is real and a good thing. Ask NPR. Why should the truth be suppressed? Why should it be ignored for the sake of equality?
Okay.
Let's see. Neener for $2 also says I admire the guest commitment to gaslighting. So do I. Riri Magor for $2 says, "Oh God, why dialogue always? I'm gonna read Dune instead."
Wow.
Let's see. Get rid of all these.
Magor's a classic dialogue always hater.
True.
It's an acquired taste. It's like caviar. Not everyone can stand the intellectual debate.
Chakas for $5 says, Sitch, at the next meeting, can you inquire about creating a nice overcast for my next race? No rain, just clouds. We'll talk about it.
I was like, race? What kind of race?
Yeah,
what race? Depends what race are you racing carts?
Right. Just DM me your location and I'll talk to the secret Jews that control the weather machines about that.
Our car racing is indoors, so we don't have to worry about that.
That's true.
Always shady.
Devil on your shoulder for 14 months says, have you thought of reaching out to Feral Historian? His interesting views about the post-war consensus. He and Sitch could geek out about classic sci-fi.
No, but
no.
We don't really think about reaching out to people. I guess I do occasionally.
Let's see.
Reminder.
For $2 says, just stupid then. I wonder who he's talking about there.
You.
Exactly. Adam defunded for 40 months. Says, Adam, if you want us to watch your lame MMT strings, at least bring on a babe in cosplay or make Sitch wear a maid outfit IRL. The people vote.
Well, look, we'll consider that. That might be good. Okay. I'm surprised. We got, I think, 5,000-6,000 views on that stream, which I expected to get like 500.
Right.
So 10 times. Oh, look, the humans at dinner now for 30 minutes. And the robot's just jamming now.
There you go. He's gonna catch. Well, he's almost 1,000 behind. So he's got a lot of catching
less than 1,000.
Yeah, he's at like 800.
800, yeah. He can do that easy in 30 minutes. Oh man, he's gonna smoke them.
Metalworks for $5 says Planter's also anti-Israel and has been on an anti-Semitic podcast. No, you don't understand. It was an accidental tattoo. You accidentally got the Nazi skull tattoo. It's an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
I think you missed one. Reminder, Shinto art for 31 months. Reminder, the main catalyst for Anna's changing her beliefs was that she was assaulted by a homeless person. It wasn't it wasn't random or a grift. Oh, you did read it?
Yeah, because I asked Alec always, did he think Anna
was
making up that story?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Good for you. You never ever miss a super chat.
That's true. I've never done that before.
You've never.
That's true. Fair and Practical Progress for 2 Aussie bucks says, would you like to chat with Anna anytime soon? I'm not sure because I really don't want to talk about Israel. So
you have to though.
I feel like you have to, yeah. So I'm not sure. Living Sucks Walter early for $2 says, I'm the 99%.
Oh yeah. True. I remember that.
True. As blood will flow for 46 months, thanks so much. Says, but Adam, tell me why you liked Dread 2012. It's marginally important to me on a spiritual level.
Dread 2012. Well, it's been a long time.
I was the one in chat, by the way. How dare you? I was one in chat that said I love Dread 2012. It was me.
Well, I thought it was pretty good
me.
too.
It
That
wasn't
was
Adam.
that's like the one location Judge Dredd, right? It's all in a building.
It's all in that building.
Yeah.
Well, mostly all in that building.
Yeah. No, I it's been a long time since I saw it, but when I saw it, I remember liking it. I don't think I could do a plot summary of it to save my life, though. I mean, it's been 15 years.
I like it because it's kind of exactly what you want a classic action movie to be. You know, it has it's an interesting world, has an interesting setup, has very well done action sequences. It doesn't get bogged down in it's fast paced. Doesn't get bogged down in a bunch of other random shit. It's just this is just a day in the life of some random action guy's world, and it's just perfectly done.
Yeah. Sweet.
And yeah, Carl Urban did a great job as Dredd, and he never took off the helmet like Stallone did.
Yeah, he's good.
As blood will flow. Thanks so much for another $10. Neener for $2 says, poor guy is just misunderstood by all of us plebs. That's true. Living says Wall Street for $5 says, why does DA get to say when super chats happen? Show us that.
Oh,
funny. PC $5 says, time for the reverse Irish goodbye. That's when you slowly push someone out of the event and close the door without saying bye.
Oh my God.
I like it, yeah.
You guys are so mean.
Righteous Indifference for $3 says, bye-bye, with a little note. Thank you. The Oceans for $5 says, have him on more. He may be cringe and have weird views on Nazis, but echo chambers are cringier. Well, there you go. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
We should have Destiny on, though, so we could have him yell at us, right?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. I know.
Terrible.
It just sounds like torture, doesn't it?
It does. SimCG, thanks so much for $10. Says, new guest soon or what? Yeah, you shouldn't put fans. I think you confused some people. I think they thought it was going to be some sort of rotating thing.
No, I mean, well, if you want to change it, you can change it whatever you want, but just don't make it mean to dialogue always, since I hate it when people do that, when they have a guest on and then they make it completely mean after the guest leaves.
Yeah, I agree.
That's bad.
Have we ever done that? I feel like we're probably doing that.
That's the kind of thing that dialogue always would accuse us of doing, but we would never actually do.
Right. So you don't want me to put arguing with a racist, dishonest fan? I shouldn't put that in the title?
No, of course not. Just leave the title alone. Okay. The title's fine.
Solid for $2 says, a Kyle Klinsky fan I know has talked about how the elites want to devalue the dollar to collapse the economy and take over the world so they can get away with Epstein. So I believe he said what DA said he said. I don't remember what DA said he said.
Wow, that is crazy.
That's pretty crazy, but I could believe that. 100% could believe that.
But look, devalue the dollar. That's libertarian gold standard shit that Kyle Kalinski's spewing. That's a bit odd.
Yeah.
It's the globalists.
It also doesn't make sense. People, this is why I hate the conspiracy shit. And it came up a lot in this conversation with that, always, kind of the anti-conspiracy grifter thing. When someone has a conspiracy theory, they're very hyper motivated to believe this end goal claim. And so it doesn't matter. Every piece of information will somehow be twisted to mean their end goal is correct, even if it makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
And it's this, the whole conversation with Anna was very indicative of that. Solid for $2 says, did you see that people are using the fact that Shu used the phrase chimp out on X in response to Hassan's latest stream as evidence she's far right? Also, I was referring to Charlie Kirk memes in last week's Streamlabs. I mean, I'm not surprised. So.
Yeah, look, everything has to be framed in a racist way.
Oh, I think I missed one from last week. Arithmus for $2 says, hey, Sitch, I paid over $50,000 in tariffs and did not raise prices. I want my fucking money back. I don't appreciate the dismissive attitude that so many people, yourself included, and the corporation is getting money back. Yeah, listen, if obviously if a business ate a bunch of money in tariffs and didn't raise prices, then they should 100% be able to sue the government, get the money back. I don't think anyone would be against that. So most people,
Here,
we're talking
here.
generally about businesses that raise the prices to compensate for the tariffs, and then that I think would be wrong for them to sue the government to get that back. But we, the people, should really be getting the money back.
What's wrong with stock buybacks? What's the matter with that? Why are stock buybacks bad?
Dr. Diller, thanks so much for the $7. Says, just here to support you guys. Arguing with people always warms my cold, dead heart. And
Thank
Sitch
you.
has to wear a maid outfit on the next MMT stream. He doesn't need to be on camera, but we'll know if he's not wearing it. Terrible. Okay.
People are dying to get in the maid outfit.
I know. Should we watch the Bituation Room thing? Or?
Just a little bit before. I
Just a
mean, we
little
gotta sign off here in the next 20 minutes or so because your internet's gonna start going major.
I think we
intermittent.
already passed the it's already.
Oh, we
gone.
did?
I mean, it got all fucked up, and then now it's fine now. So
Well, we'll sign off then when it does reappear.
okay, we'll see if it fucks up.
Our former friend Anna Kasparian.
Former friend.
like,
oh my god.
It's former friend Francesca Fiorentini. Yeah, right.
Former friend. Trying to think if anyone I could call a former friend is someone who like
Mhm.
abandoned my friendship or fucked me over.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think she's wearing? I didn't even notice this until now. She's wearing a shirt that's got a bunch of watermelon slices on it.
Yeah.
Is this like a pro-Palestinian thing?
Is it? I don't know. What's
Like
the what?
Because so pro-Palestinian people use the watermelon as like a Palestinian symbol. You know about this?
Well, then
talk
that's
about
got to be what it is.
Because it's like the colors of the Palestinian flag are green, white, and black, and it's got the red bar. So they're like, oh, they try to use it like a subtle thing. I'm wondering because she's attacking Anna, who's like super pro-Israel, so she's like trying to signal her support for Palestine while attacking Anna. Anyway,
our friend.
Sometimes I check in on like what Anna's up to, and then I like actually feel sick to my stomach sometimes listening to her because I find her so distasteful and upsetting and annoying and incorrect.
God, I hate the internet politics space so much. I
thought
fucking hate it.
I thought they'd be more in agreement now because of all the Israel stuff. That's kind of it's funny.
It's just catty bullshit.
Right.
It's catty influencer bullshit. Oh my God. I can't believe Anna Kasparian's so much more popular than me.
But this interview, which I actually kind of, if you can stomach like more than 5 minutes of watching Anna talk, watch it because Miriam Francoise is very smart and she used to work with Al Jazeera Media. Folks might remember her from her work. Sort of, I think she started her own show called The Tea.
Wasn't this a thing?
So I wanted to play some of this because a little story before I play it. Like a few years ago when Anna and I were still talking, and she and Jank actually had the cojones to debate people on the left, which they stopped having. They claim they want to work with all people. They're currently just every single show of TYT right now is just just tons of baby oil and Tucker's asshole. And it's just over and over. And the layers.
This is such a, I would love to debate people on the left that we're going to have a good faith debate, but so many people on the left, well, and people on the right, obviously the right is not immune from bad faith tactics. So many people in the internet space, they want to just have bad faith debates where they just want to fucking dunk on you and they want to yell and they want to just do stupid fucking internet shit. That it's a big pain in the ass. So I don't blame people who don't want to jump into a debate with bad faith people. We're just going to lie and mischaracterize everything you say.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but to characterize that, right? Not wanting to get into a debate with someone who's completely bad faith as I don't want to debate anyone on the left. That is bad faith.
Of baby oil on his asshole are just insane. And they constantly defend. In fact, Anna here defends to Miriam why she wants to, glaze Tucker's asshole. And that is because you should never not work with someone simply because you disagree with them on one or two issues. Weird, because I feel like the so-called max left, i.e. people who believe.
Well, it's funny that she's saying it because didn't she quit because she was like, I disagree with Anna so much I have to quit. So
Yeah.
Though I do feel a little conflicted because obviously Tucker Carlson sucks ass. So
Exactly.
a little conflicted.
Believe in trans rights or moving money out of the police and into social programs have been discarded wholeheartedly for being irrational and unable to be reasoned with by Anna and Cenk. But yet we agree on many other things: corporate power, overturning Citizens United, abortion rights. But funny how some people get, you can work with them, but others, can't even work with them, can't even debate with them. The point is the digression.
Didn't Francisco, she's making it sound like she got fired. Didn't she leave herself?
No, I think she got fired.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
She got fired. She went on her podcast and started talking a bunch of shit about Cenk,
that's
her
right.
boss. Yeah.
That's right.
And finally he was like, okay, I just have to let her go.
Okay.
Like,
so
you
she's
can't
okay.
malign the net. You can't go on your show and malign the network
Right.
like
So
you're doing.
I was right about sensing dishonesty. I was wrong about what was dishonest. It was because it wasn't the disagreement about politics. It was the fact that she was shit talking them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Look, even all this shit. Can you imagine talking about your boss like this? Oh, you just want to fucking ream out Tucker Carlson. You just want to give Tucker Carlson's ass a tongue bath. Like, is this really necessary?
I mean,
do I have
is it
to
necessary that I drink my own urine?
Do I have to imagine Tucker Carlson's lubed ass to watch your show? It's not fun.
Goes back to she had Olayemi Olorian on with Cenk, and they had a very interesting discussion about defund the police. And Olayemi, as an abolitionist, sort of presented her case. And this
that's
that's bringing
right?
Up like ancient fucking. That was from like years ago. Remember?
That's Olay, right? That fucking piece of shit. That lying, backstabbing piece.
This was, back in 2021. Of course, the Black Lives Matter movement had been popping off and was sort of at its tail end. And at various points, Cenk and Anna were a little bit resistant to, honestly, they covered it, but I think very reluctantly and sort of resentfully. And Anna thinks that Olay is, in her words, racist. And she told me that. She goes, I just feel like Olayemi's like, she's racist. She's like racist against white people. And like Karen is actually a slur. And she told me this. So Karen's like a bad thing to say.
Didn't she say that she has a...
This is fucking crazy. Olay is racist. Totally racist.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, look, she spoke the truth to you. They believe the whole black people can't be racist thing. And since Olay is black, it's impossible for her to be racist. I mean, I believe Olay is an attorney and went to an Ivy League school, but power versus power and privilege.
She has a hard time talking to black people.
Well, Olay confused iDubbbz with Chris Ray Gun.
Yes. Yeah.
And refuses. And completely refuses to admit that she confused the two different white people that look kind of the same.
Oh, of course.
Racist. She's like racist against white people. And like Karen is actually a slur. And she told me this. So Karen's like a bad thing to say.
Didn't she say that she has a hard time talking to black people?
I don't remember that clip, but
she referenced the clip, Adam.
I know. Proof that she watches our show.
That's hilarious. How did Dialogue always know that talking point?
Because you watched it on Majority Report.
This
just came out.
That's so funny.
Okay.
It's a yes. I've heard the lore of said clip, and I had to explain to her. I said, so the thing
They're
about
so
racism is it
catty.
is structural, and so because white people were never enslaved by African Americans, that you cannot really say like racism. You could say a bigot or someone who is,
Prejudiced and closed-minded, but racism is directly related to sociological and political power imbalances that come from the fact that this country was built on white supremacy and we lived under decades of slavery and Jim Crow and centuries of Black people being by law designated as second-class citizens, including practices that exist to this day.
The winds are changing, Sitch. The winds have moved on.
I know.
When did
I
this
know.
come out?
Not long ago.
Like days ago, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
That are like that you could list off: redlining, differences in Black wealth that go down for generations that can only be explained by racism.
This is my thing with the left.
Yeah.
Always trying to divide us by talking about reality, and I really, I don't like that because that makes it harder for me to layer the 17th layer of oil on Tucker Carlson's hairy ass.
Here it comes again. Here comes the lube ass commentary. What's going on with that? It's a bit odd, I think. God, they're so hateful. They just hate Anna.
So you've got to stop with this analogy. I'm going to throw up on
the left.
Look,
even she's done with the analogy.
she's helping you out there. Yeah, she's
like,
please,
why do you keep
please
bringing
stop.
this up? Are you obsessed with asshole?
Yes,
In the
please.
lead up to the 2024 election, guys, this immigration issue is really hurting the Democrats. They got to take it seriously. I got attacked. Okay, all right. Well, when you see the shift to the Republican Party, hopefully you'll wake up to the fact that we've made mistakes and maybe we can change. Maybe we can do better moving forward.
Who is we? Who's we?
Who is
Kamala
we?
Harris moved so far to the center on immigration. She told immigrants to their faces at a town hall that they have to come the right way effectively.
Okay,
she was
but
like,
she said she's unaligned though. I
said
thought that
come
was her
right?
whole new brand. I haven't subscribed to the Substack, so I don't know what the new updates have been.
Yeah,
but it's a little jarring to see the kind of shift back into the we. Come on, guys.
Oh, this is like so catty, man.
I
This
know.
is so fucking catty.
I love it.
These are like adult women, right?
I mean, arguably,
this seems like
right?
high school. This seems like
Right.
high school. Oh my God, she's so unaligned. This kind of transformation is what they're begging for in people, right? Anyone who's right wing, they're like, oh my God, I want them to transform into my political tribe.
Mm-hmm.
thing when I don't think that she identifies with the left at all
no,
anymore.
she doesn't. But but again, that's how you build the brand by saying you used to be on the left.
We'll see.
But don't you see some of that identitarianism on the right as well? Because I feel
Okay,
like
wait,
there's
we have to go back. I'm so
the
sorry.
question is here.
Here
An
we go.
Asian worker are not the same as a Black worker.
So here Miriam is trying to talk about how race is important in class analysis. So here Miriam is basically trying to break that down for Anna.
The left were saying some pretty horrific things about because terrible, bigoted or biased comments that were said about other groups of people. Like you're not going to change the culture unless you're willing to reject all of that. Right. And you don't want to see it directed at anyone. I even saw it directed at Asians during the affirmative action fights because there were a group of Asians who challenged affirmative action all the way to the Supreme Court.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
You have a minority group in the United States that people on the left were saying some pretty horrific things about. because of the fact that they're Asian. Oh, Asians think so highly of themselves. They think they're white. And this.
Okay, you're just gonna have to deal with some of the BS she says uncontested, so I can get to the better BS.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in right there, but she's lying about the Asian American thing. Keep
She's
going.
lying.
Well, her claim is that yes, people.
Who do you think Anna's smarter than these two other girls?
Yes.
Yeah,
But that
so
means
do
very
I.
low bar,
I
right?
think she's like, because they're both dummies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Anna's really smart. Look, and she's also obviously read a bunch on that story and whatnot. I couldn't believe Dialogue always kept saying Anna doesn't read anything.
Hmm.
I was like, what?
People on the left were racist to Asians because they joined affirmative action, anti-affirmative action lawsuits.
No, but the only reason that they were included in that lawsuit, it was by a conservative group, I'm trying to look it up right now, is because they were using that as a shield to basically say that, oh, it's white people being discriminated against, but also Asian people too, so that they could get rid of affirmative action processes for black people, Latino people, etc. The reason that those practices exist is not because we pick some random groups out of a hat and decide that these are the ones that we want to uplift and these are the ones that we hate. It's because those groups have been systemically discriminated against by higher learning institutions and have like actual tangible differences in the way that like teachers respond to them, in socioeconomic status and all of that. That's what affirmative action.
All fucking cope. The reason that they used the Asians in the lawsuit was because they were the ones that were most affected. They were the ones with the highest scores and the best grades and the most applications that were actually being turned away. Did you listen to any of the Supreme Court case on that?
Yes.
Yeah. I listened to it as well. What she's saying is kind of gobbledygook.
Is about.
Well, she doesn't think so.
Okay.
I suppose, of course, and I hear you on that, but I suppose some other people might say, but within that working class, yes, the working class is screwed, but actually black people are the most screwed of that group, right? That within that, it's not equally screwed. And similarly with affirmative action, your prospects as an Asian worker are not the same as a black worker. And that's, statistically backed up, that when you see the numbers on unemployment, when you see the numbers on people applying for jobs and actually being successful, that reflects also race in addition to class. I mean, do you feel...
It's so easy to just say, okay, look, if blacks are disproportionately in that lower socioeconomic status category, and we're going to do something about that complete lower economic status category, you're going to disproportionately help black people without actually making laws that are racially biased, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Like, why not just fix it that way? Why do we have to be like, no, we have to put race into the law? It's so
they're
stupid
racist.
to me. Yeah, exactly. Because they're racist. It's ridiculous. They're like, look, we don't want to help poor white people. Are you kidding me? White people have gotten enough of a hand. Fuck those people.
Feel that, because a lot of people, I suppose, on the right today are sort of within this idea of, white lives matter, that we shouldn't talk about race, that actually race is, like you say, an impediment to kind of coalescing around more important issues as they might see it. Like there's a sort of, I think, desire to go back to a colorblind world, which, I'm not sure is going to serve the working class equally.
Well, let me ask you something. We did have affirmative action for many decades. Did it solve anything?
I mean,
this fucking smile is absolutely killing me.
Affirmative action for many decades. Did it solve anything?
Like, Miriam just gets done explaining very, very, very respectfully why the identitarianism or identity politics gets played by the right as well, and also how class and race intermingle, and that working class, number one, majority of working class people are people of color and are also women, and that should factor in. And then Anna just comes back to the well, we had affirmative action. Did that solve anything? sly little smile as if she knows it didn't.
If it's
mean,
not
the
a
question is,
panacea, if our efforts to address systemic racism are not a panacea that have an 100% hit rate, then apparently the justification is to do away with the program altogether. It's so obvious that she's only listening to conservative media because this is a conservative construction, and you don't need to just apply it to racism here. You can apply it to
And then the accusations. They're not really saying anything, and then the accusations come out. Oh yeah, she just listens to conservative media. Obviously, she's a conservative. She's a conservative, guys.
any social program that the government funds. They break things, they cut them to the bone. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, then they don't work. The VA, healthcare on that front, SNAP benefits, they make it as bureaucratic and difficult as possible. And that's the same thing with affirmative action, as they've largely kept it to institutions and private institutions that are absorbing this. And the Supreme Court has now said it's illegal, so she got her way. That we should be addressing systemic racism in a much broader way that would actually have impacts, including forms of, yes, reparations that can close the gap between black and white people.
Oh my God, it's so
this is like,
bad.
yeah, it's like the real communism's never been tried. It's like, well, real equality, okay, a real affirmative action has never been tried.
Yeah, they
have reparations.
They've never really addressed the core question of has affirmative action worked, right?
Well, they got hyper triggered.
Well, look, we know why affirmative action hasn't been helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it was helpful for many, many years. Now it's to the point where I'm not sure it's helpful anymore. I didn't live through those years, so maybe it wasn't helpful. Maybe everyone they hired, they were just like DI hire, totally dumb, not worth it.
Well, I mean, I think when we still lived in a society that was like very outwardly racist against black people, affirmative action makes sense to some extent. But then you're going to reach a saturation point where the society is no longer racist.
Yeah.
You're not going to be like, I'm not going to hire a black person because they're black, or I'm not going to allow a black person to college because they're black. And then you start to get into, okay, well, we've reached that saturation point, so we don't really need affirmative action policies anymore.
Right. And then people like this on the left will categorize that as being racist.
Right.
As an end to black people in the workplace.
Because they believe because they do this vacillation where they'll say, I'm not saying that you're racist. I'm talking about systemic racism. But then you're like, okay, well, let's get rid of these, policies that only target explicit racism. And then they say, no, because if you do that, they're not going to hire black people anymore. It's like, so are you saying that they are
explicitly
racist?
racist?
Yeah, like what's happening?
Yeah.
Those would be actually things that wouldn't just tweak along the edges and not have the preferred outcome that she says that she's interested in. That would actually change things systemically, addressing systemic racism from the root. And she is using the conservative framework of, if it didn't solve everything, then what's the use of having any anti-racist measures on the federal level to begin with? And I just want to make sure that I was correct about this. Yes. Students for Fair Admission that brought that affirmative action case to the Supreme Court, and it already started in 2014 when they brought that case, was funded by large conservative groups with Federalist Society ties. This is the Republican
so
Party.
That white centrists like Anna can say, wow, well, Asians support this, and they're people of color too. So let's watch a little bit more.
Is affirmative action the solution to racism?
But they're not really addressing the point, which is that they were discriminating against Asian people.
Yeah.
Like 100%.
Yeah, the Supreme Court acknowledged that. I mean, they won the case.
You can
They're
100%.
Do you know who funded that case?
The whiteys, the racists. Like you can 100% say they were using them as a shield. I don't think it's true, but you can make that argument. That doesn't detract from the fact that they were 100% doing that action. They were being racist against Asian people.
Of course not. And do you think the left, who's in favor of being racist against white people, is going to fund a lawsuit proving that? Hell no.
No.
They don't even believe you can be racist against white people, which is a big part of the problem.
Right.
right, in society? I think that's what the question is here. I don't know that it is the same thing as saying that considerations of the ways in which race intersects with class should be removed from our considerations.
Well, I never said that. Right? But what I do have a problem with is the way that suddenly the left used identitarianism and the differences in race, the differences in gender, the
Define
differences in all of these
identitarianism,
things
lady.
that are immutable and we can't change.
Define that.
And
Define-
honestly,
she has
the
no
way
idea.
that it was talked about.
Well, who got upset about trans people? I'm sorry. Who had a problem with trans people? Who wants to make a real big fucking fuss about who gets to be in the locker room of which locker room? Which
Oh my god, this is so bad. This is fucking terrible content.
That's
Sitch.
hilarious.
They're not responding to the point at all. They're like,
No.
oh my god, she's a transphobe. You can't talk about identity. You're a transphobe. Shut up.
apparently in her locker rooms, everybody's staring at your genitals.
Yeah, she's an adult woman that can't see a dick without losing her mind. Apparently,
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh my god. Imagine like a woman's like in a locker room, and all of a sudden it's like a naked guy walks in and
I
it's like,
know.
what are you doing in here? It's like, what? You can't handle seeing a dick? What the fuck?
Oh
This is
man.
insane.
This is so bad.
I know.
but you
Which
know,
she thinks
let's
she's
make that
ever-
everybody else's problem. And apparently, it's also everybody else's problem that she has such thin skin that she can't deal with some leftist Twitter accounts having a disagreement with her. To be honest with you, these people who can't have like a consistent ideology or choose to learn and grow from, say, a backlash on the internet should not be in this line of work. I'm not saying that it's easy.
Look, it morphs so easily from, okay, we're having a conversation about affirmative action and DEI to
Mhm.
just complete personal attacks. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you're a
Of course.
transphobe. Yeah. This is insane.
It's
They're not
funny.
even going to address the argument.
Nope.
Did affirmative action work, ladies? That's what we're talking about here.
It's difficult to get criticism and feedback constantly, but if you
But you're so thin-skinned.
have this paper thin of an understanding of yourself and the world, perhaps you are a little bit too susceptible to criticism and flattery, which is obvious with the Tucker Carlson thing, to be able to provide your audience with anything resembling the truth.
I mean, but this is specifically about race, and she's just so wrong. Like, I just want to underscore that. Like, you know, if you're going to go around here talking a big game about Israel's war crimes, you know, and yet you have such a fundamentally basic and right-wing understanding of racism and race and ethno-nationalism in this country, like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I mean, again, we can get into her Israel stuff, but
About
let's keep
pit
going.
everyone against each other. So you don't have a coalition even on the left. You have people who are obsessed with their own personal identity more than anything else. So yes, racism does exist. That does need to be at the intersection of the class battle. Anyone who denies that is just living in a fantasy world.
Cool.
However, when you, and this has
But
been a
stop
really big
talking
problem
about it.
when you uplift or you prioritize how different and fractured we are from one another, when your politics
Straw
becomes
man.
about not class war, but your own personal grievances. All you're going to do is cause fights, and that's what you see on the left constantly. Everyone's fighting each other. Broken coalitions, fracturing.
Broken coalitions, bitch. When have you ever tried to organize a coalition on the left in your goddamn life? And you honestly, let's take Jenk out of this, because to Jenk's credit, he's actually tried to organize things. You know, they might have been very ill-conceived and whatnot, but he's actually tried. And on the other hand, has openly said she doesn't care about activism, and she doesn't even know if like activism works. She doesn't care. She only wants to build coalition. It's called cloudalition. That's what she builds.
Yeah.
She wants coalitions for fucking clout, okay? Not about change, not about, you know, policy, not about people. This is just about clout.
Clout chaser. Clout goblin.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to continue?
We can.
This is just like insanely
This is hilarious.
insanely bad faith.
Right. That's pretty funny.
I will listen to this interview Anna did with the other woman,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm sure it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The commentary here from the Bitchuation Room, I don't think it's very interesting at all.
I think it's enlightening. I don't agree with you.
Really? What is
Yeah.
enlightening about it?
I mean, it shows what retarded catty bitches they are.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
but
right.
look,
That's
I
enlightening.
I do think the Democrats have a kind of branding issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might be competitive in the midterms because the economy is falling apart, but and the branding issue that I think the Democrats have, I think it's evidenced by how poorly Kamala Harris did in the last election. But all of the branding issues that they have are being signal boosted by these two right here. These are like the avatar of these problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
We
for
can
her.
listen to more if you want.
But there's a little
No.
bit more. She
And-
gets crazier.
No,
Okay, I just can.
No more.
No, let's.
No more.
Okay.
I sent here. Wait. I sent you some artwork that someone made.
Oh, sweet. I'll bring that up. I haven't seen
Also-
artwork in a long time.
I
What's
know.
going on?
And also, there's a Stephen A. Smith clip we should bring up too.
Oh yeah, is it him being a racist fuck?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
Super
nice.
racist. So this is Orlando Lucivi on Twitter, or Ryan Bala on Twitter just sent this to us. Very cool. It's like I don't know. It's like they carved it into the wood somehow.
Wow. Yeah, like
Look at
like
that.
it's a wood burning tool, or it
Yeah.
might just be like a soldering iron. Sometimes
Like
you
a-
take
yeah. That's right. Not carved, like burnt
a
into the wood.
soldering.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at that.
great.
That's super cool. I was trying to think of some stupid wood pun to write, but I wasn't smart enough. So there you go.
Holy shit, this is great. I've been
Isn't that cool?
drawing. I've been drawing while I watch Survivor.
You don't have like
Working on some
PTSD of
stuff.
like drawing us so many times from the comic.
Yeah. No, I don't. No, I love to draw. Drawing's great. This is good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Very awesome. Thank you.
Amazing.
Amazing. Okay. Sent you the Stephen A. Smith clip too. So it's a tweeter clip.
Oh, okay. You know how I feel about those.
I know.
Oh, it's Stephen
What?
A. Smith. I thought it was
Yes.
the racist Stephen.
Oh, I thought you were just joking. I don't.
Who who
Oh,
are you?
Orlando's in the chat. Orlando Frosts. Yes, thank you. It was great. Looks very cool. Just heard Sammy yelling. Oh, my tab crashed.
One of my tabs crashed too.
Okay. But yes,
But
thank
I
you.
fixed
Orlando.
it. Yeah,
Super
thanks. That's
cool.
awesome.
Super cool.
A lot of work too.
I know.
Drawing with probably a soldering iron, right?
I wish I could draw.
You can. It's not
Right.
hard. You just take a
No.
pen, a piece of
I
paper.
can't draw.
It's fun.
No, I'm very bad at it.
I'm sure. All right, here it is. 1:59. Ready to rock and roll. What's this
Yep.
about? Does it need any setup?
It doesn't need any setup.
All right, here we go. Stephen A. Smith, running for president.
In some of these people, Stephen.
Well, not all of them. Time. Nope. You don't get to do that. Don't talk to me about mental illness on the side of the right. But you have people talking about transgender without parental consent, and men transitioning to women and playing in women's sports and thinking that was okay, and people could be incarcerated and they could have sex changes and stuff like that. Oh, no. You don't get to sit up there and just point to the right about that and not act like there wasn't craziness on the left too. I'm a moderate who primarily votes Democrat. And I'm here to tell you something right now. I don't recognize this left. Or not this one. Not the one that I've been seeing over the last few years. I'm a moderate who will lean left on everything but dollars, meaning taxes. I can't stand high taxes in California, New York, New Jersey. Okay, I'm a fiscal conservative with my money. I'm liberal with everything else. And I'm still appalled by how far left the left has leaned. It's disgraceful. No common sense. And oh, by the way, when you talk about woke culture and cancel culture, don't come to me with the Republicans. It wasn't the Republicans that was trying to get people fired for pronouncing the wrong pronoun. That's the left. And you're appealing to a community, and in the meanwhile, you're turning your back on black folks who supported you since the 60s. Don't get me started with all of that. I got a lot of problems with Trump. I got a lot of problems with some of the things that I've seen from the Republican side. Most recently and then more immediate is the Affordable Care Act and the fact that they still haven't had a plan. All these damn years you had an opportunity to have a plan. And we still wait for the GOP to have a damn plan. You holding up everything, but you ain't got no damn plan. That's disgraceful. But I'm not going to act like it's just them. Oh, hell no. The left, the extreme left is what I'm talking about, not the moderate left. The extreme left is a damn problem. And that's why 77 million people stood up and said Donald Trump is closer to normalcy than some of those folks.
Here, here. Where do I vote for this guy?
Yeah, I think that's really what you need, like someone on the left to say is the message if they want to really, pull ahead of the pack.
If Kamala Harris said that, oh my God, she would have done way better.
Mm-hmm.
She just stood up to the people. But no, she tried to kowtow to all the people who were the radical. The problem is the radical left is kind of controlling the media space.
Mm-hmm.
So they're the ones that want to push the candidates into these corners, right?
Right, right.
Seems like the caller was wanting to push Stephen A. Smith into that corner. And he was like, no, fuck you.
In some of these people, Stephen.
Well, not all of
Cool stuff. Who sent us this?
Sammy sent me those clips.
Oh, nice. All right, let's read a couple more super chats and then we can log off.
The Rights and Difference for $2 says, did Emma just sign off on an unsolicited dick pic?
Yeah, I love that. Of course she did.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it, but with that language, a grown woman, she's so like that's a great point because I bet you I'd be very curious. Do you know all the drama with the Uber Eats girl?
Yeah, of course. Look, I love drama. I
we
follow
talk about
all the
this on stream?
drama.
I don't know
Yes.
if we talked about this.
Well, look,
Really?
I even if we didn't, I'm following all the juicy Uber Eats girl drama where the guy passed out on his couch and
Yes.
she
yes.
pushed his door open and pulled his pants down around his ankles and said, "You sexually assaulted me." Took
Right.
pictures and shared them on the internet, and then they swooped in and fired her ass, and now she's being prosecuted, possibly being thrown in jail for years.
So yeah, if
Is that a
if
good summary?
that's not as a terrible summary, but
Was it?
yes, but if you haven't been following the story, there was a woman who's like an Uber Eats driver, and she arrives at a house,
Mhm.
and it's unclear. I don't know if the door was like fully open or partially open, but there's some amount of door was open.
Supposedly
she-
they have her on the Ring camera opening the door, though.
Right.
That's like a crucial piece of evidence.
That would be very crucial, right? But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if we've ever seen that, but
We
they
have
supposedly-
no.
yeah. But in the court case, they showed that she'd opened the door. So the door was like open to some extent, and then she pushed it open more. And inside, the guy who called Uber Eats was like passed out on the couch, and he had like his pants down to some amount, and you could maybe see his genitals or something, right?
Like he was rubbing one out and he passed out before he could finish.
Or he just was drunk and passed out, and his pants were unbuckled, right? And he just kind of fell.
Maybe he went to the bathroom and
Yeah,
came
maybe he
out
just
and
came
fell
back from the
down.
bathroom, right? Like obviously, if you're so drunk that you order and then just pass on your couch, like you're very, very like.
But on the order, it said just to leave it on the porch, right? It didn't
Yes,
say
the order
come
said
in
to
and
just-
leave it next to me.
Right. Yeah. It's just, which by the way, if it did, like what kind of Uber Eats driver, especially a woman, would do that? I'm gonna like go into a random stranger's house.
One
That's pretty
looking
sus.
for a viral moment that they could
Right.
grift off of.
Right. So she takes a video of this guy and she claims that he sexually assaulted her, right? Because in her mind, she's thinking, well, this guy, left the door open so I'd walk in and see him naked, right? Which,
Mhm.
first of all, he didn't tell her to come in at all, right? And he's obviously passed out. It's not like he's like standing in the doorway, like jacking off, like ready, like come on in, like then I'd be like, okay, maybe this girl's right. But so she obviously tried to like, make this big victim story about this whole situation. And then, but obviously it completely backfired. She got fired, from Uber. Everyone kind of disagreed with her. And now she's, might go to jail for this, for doing all this stuff. But I bet you that there's a clip of Emma Vigeland saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe people are citing against this woman. This poor Uber Eats driver. She was a victim of like evil misogyny and sexism in society, right?"
Of course.
And you just be like, Emma, what? She's a grown woman. She just can't see a little dick once in a while. Okay, is it so wrong, Emma? Why is a grown woman freaking out about saying a dick, Emma? Huh?
Yeah, if the guy actually said that he was transgender and went to a women's locker room and started jacking off, then Emma Vigeland would completely
I might be like, "Oh,
support
excuse me,
that.
sir. I'm so sorry."
Exactly.
That's what that guy should have said. He should have said, "How dare you?" As a
I'm
transgender woman.
trans. Yeah.
How dare you come into my place to take a picture of me without my permission?
Oh,
Then Emma would have been like, "Oh my God, that poor woman."
yeah. The double standard. Stephen A.
Zero
Smith
Fox.
has to be running for president.
Yes. Zero Fox for $5 says they used Asians in the lawsuit because due to the Civil Rights Act, whites have a higher bar to prove discrimination.
Really?
Wow. That's pretty bad too. That's crazy. Orlando Frost for 2 Canadian says, "Oh, hey, thanks so much for the $2 and the art." Says, "Tagged you guys in art. I did. Hope you liked it. It was wonderful."
Yeah, thanks. We showed it.
Kyle Petty for $10 says, "DA equals don't acknowledge. Using Nazis to try to explain that someone is making power grabs is insane. There are much less inflammatory examples you could use. He's a mitwit. Just ignore him, please. Great show." Well, thank you.
You can't say just ignore him and then say great show. I mean, obviously he came on and talked to us for like 5 hours. But look, I get it. Thank you for the super chat.
Sure. We can. Yes. Pawnee Mac for 30 months. Thanks so much. Has been missing my chats. Oh, have I? Apologize. That's the case. Thoughts on the two Crank movies, S-Class and A-Team Unity? I love Crank. Those are like the best. I think those are the best. Maybe not the best. No, are they? They're pretty top. They're in like the top 5 best action movies. The Crank movies are so good.
Hardcore
you don't agree
Henry
with
is
this?
like 10 times better than Crank.
What?
Yeah, easily.
Listen, I like Hardcore Henry, but it is not better than the Crank movies. That's blasphemy.
I mean, it is objectively.
No. How dare you, sir?
Look, it's been a while. I'm not sure I've seen anything more than just the first Crank movie too. I didn't know there was multiple Crank movies.
Have to immediately go out. Okay.
I saw the first one, and it's
have to see the second
like
one.
a little silly, is it not?
Yes.
The
it's very
premise
silly.
of the movie is he has to keep his heart rate up or he will die, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And instead of just hopping on a treadmill and running, he's like fucking women in the street and stuff.
Well, he also he's trying to kill or get the antidote of the people that poisoned him. So he can't just like run around a treadmill for forever, right?
I'd forgotten about that part. Yeah, they have some reason for him to be out in the public.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's like banging his girlfriend while shooting people because he's got to keep his heart rate up.
No, look, it's out there. It's great.
Is that the one? That is the one. That's the one where he fucks his girlfriend on the horse track, and the horse like jumps over them, and she looks at the horse dick. That movie's insane. The Craig. Okay, Craig 2 is even like more absurd. So Craig 1. Here's a spoiler. Okay, Craig 1 ends, and Red Letter Media did like fantastic reviews of these movies. These movies are so good. The first Crank movie ends with him falling out of a helicopter to his death.
Mm-hmm.
He's like from like a super high amount. He's like in like the fucking stratosphere. And somehow and he survives. Like he just hits a car and survives because it's like he's magic, right? He's a magical person.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Right?
You would bounce like 40 feet in the air.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a hilarious movie. the second Crank movie is like the plot is they have David Carradine, an Asian face for some reason. Who, if you don't know, that's Bill from Kill Bill. If you don't know who that is,
Yeah,
um,
Asian
he
face.
well he's like dressed up like he's like an Asian gangster or something.
Okay.
Like, and they got prosthetics on him to make him look Asian, even though
Really?
yeah, I don't know if he's half Asian or zero Asian. I mean, he
He's
was
a-
in Kung Fu. And he was
Yeah.
half Asian in Kung Fu, but I don't think he's actually Asian in real life. But so he takes Jason Statham's heart because he thinks the heart like gives him superpowers, and he replaces Jason Statham's heart with a battery. And so the whole movie, Jason Statham is trying to get his heart back. He has to keep charging his heart. So he has to like keep like putting like jumper cables on his like nipples, or like stick his finger in like electrical socket, or like do those like ridiculous things to keep like electrifying himself.
That is Crank too.
That's correct.
I describe these movies as silly.
It's called
How
Crank
can
2
you-
High Voltage. Okay. It's
How,
perfect.
how can
It's
you
so good.
object to that description?
No,
That
I
is
don't. It's perfect.
Obviously silly.
No, I was objecting because I think it's not a little silly. I think it's very silly.
Oh, okay. You don't
Yes.
think I went far enough.
I
Okay.
didn't
well,
go far
good.
enough. Yeah,
Have you seen the movie Shoot 'Em Up with Clive Owen?
I have. Yes,
it's kind of in it's that same
it's-
genre.
It's in the same park as Shoot 'Em Up, though I think it's much better than Shoot 'Em Up.
I blame
but it's very
Quentin
similar.
Tarantino for all of this. This is like the logical extension of what Quentin Tarantino started with, the kind of like wackiness in movies.
I think, but you don't like the wackiness. I think it's great.
No, I do, but look, there's a line, okay, that you can cross, and it pushes this willing suspension of disbelief just too far. That's when you're like, okay, well,
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of
I'm
like
playing a video game. I'm not watching a movie anymore.
But Hardcore Henry, how's that not similar?
I thought Hardcore Henry managed the line so much better.
I mean, I guess you're right.
They
It's
had
not- it's
good
not-
excuses for their
Yeah, it's not
silliness.
wacky. I mean, there
Yeah.
are people with literal superpowers in Hardcore
Yeah,
Henry, so
exactly.
it's not like
Yeah.
wacky. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
And they have some sort of scientific explanation for the superpowers, like all.
Do they?
Yeah.
I don't remember. The psychic
Yeah.
guy has an explanation for it?
Maybe the psychic.
Or are you talking
guy
about the
doesn't.
robots?
Yeah,
You're
the
talking about
robots. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the robot. Okay. That's why I like, because it's got robots in it.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it. A huge
No,
part
I don't
of
know.
it.
I kind of view like Crank. I mean, Crank is more. It's like more silly than like Hot Fuzz, but I kind of view it like similar. Like Hot Fuzz is like very goofy,
Mhm.
but that's like the point. It's like it's like an action comedy.
Yeah. I mean, Hot Fuzz seems believable just because it's set in a small town. So.
But, I mean, it's believable that like they have like that massive gunfight like in the middle of the
Oh,
town.
yeah, well,
yeah.
okay. That might be that might be pushing it.
And like no one dies.
Well, and
somehow.
also the whole town is like murdering people, No, maybe that is more believable.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Mississippi Burning. It's basically the same plot, but just a
Like
comedy,
yeah.
right?
Well, I don't know. Like that. Yeah, they kill like
It's the
they kill,
comedy
like,
version of Mississippi Burning.
that like the HOA kills like I don't know like 50 people, and then at the giant shootout at the end, like somehow none of them die in the shootout. Right? They all just get like wounded and arrested.
Oh yeah.
Even the guy that gets impaled on like the chin.
I love movies like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why
Okay.
Crank is just I don't know what it is about Crank.
I
that-
mean, you got to go into it like this is just a silly. You're right. It's like a silly video game, goofy.
if
movie.
Crank, I think if Will Ferrell was in Crank, I'd be like, okay, I get it.
It wouldn't work though. Like
Yeah.
it works because it's Jason Statham. Because it's like,
But
it's like
he's
a
in so many
parody.
serious movies, though.
But that's the point. It's like it's almost like it's so over the top. It's like a satire of the Transporter
Right,
movies or
okay,
something
I
to that
gotcha.
effect.
They're going for like an airplane effect, where it's
Almost.
like
I mean, not quite.
comedy,
it's just
but
like-
in a serious tone.
Yeah. I don't know. Tongue in cheek is the way I guess you would describe it.
Hmm.
Vu Doom for $5 says eventually Jeff Probst will behind the scenes ruin Survivor. Adam, this happens. Remember my recommendation to watch Australian Survivor.
Look, I might watch Australian Survivor. I like the whole social politics of Survivor. So many times I'm watching Survivor and I'm like, this is the fucking best show. I just love the way people fuck each other over and backstab people and deceive people. Oh, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's totally in the context of this game. Plus, it's a hard thing to do. It's like, I have to deceive people and then ask them to give me $1 million for deceiving them. And people are like, oh, yeah, those people did the best job of deceiving everyone. You should watch it, Sitch. You'd probably love it. Nah, you might hate
maybe.
it.
I've never really get into the Survivor.
Don't watch like at the very beginning, the first seasons are not as exciting as like later seasons. Because they've kind of gotten all of the boring. They figured out what works about the show and tried to get all the boring parts out. I'm watching season 48 now, and oh my God, it's so woke. They have a guy with a speech impediment on and a autistic girl that you cannot tell is autistic in any way, shape, or form, right? She just seems like a normal person, even a highly functioning person, like very smart, very intelligent, very good at challenges. But she's running around telling everyone, oh, I have this secret. I have autism and it's really bad. And you're going, oh my God, this is such bullshit. She's supposed to be the spokesperson for autistic people. But have you seen the show Love on the Spectrum at all? Or they have truly autistic people?
I've seen clips of it, yes.
Yeah, it's really good. The people in there are obviously autistic. And I think those people probably watch the Survivor chick and go, oh man, she's totally lying. How is this even how is this even a thing? Anyway.
Anyways.
Are we good? Is that all the super chats?
I just got distracted. James Woods said that he was the voice of Hades in every iteration that Hades has appeared. I'm trying to look up. Was he the voice in Kingdom Hearts? Hades too?
Like all the movies or just the video game?
And like, because there's a bunch of cartoons, like with Hades shows up in the animated series. He was in the video games. I don't know. For some reason, I had like a memory of it, like not being him in the video games. Maybe he was just kind of phoning it in. But no, he literally is always the voice of Hades. Well, good for him. That's pretty awesome.
It's interesting. In Survivor, they have to vote people off in order to get the $1 million. So they're constantly evaluating people on how good their story is, which is also important in politics, right? Someone's backstory is why they're popular or why they get elected. So they have the guy with the speech impediment and they have the autistic girl, and they're like, oh, the speech impediment guy. I mean, that's too good a story. People are not going to resist being able to vote for the guy who sounds retarded. So we have to vote him out. We have to get him out of here. Otherwise, he will totally win. He will beat us because people will feel sorry for him.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And maybe it's true.
It is totally true.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you're like, in normal life, you're trying to elevate these people, right? But in Survivor, you're like, no, we got to get rid of this fool.
Gotta take him out.
Yeah. So the show is really about shitting on the disabled because society wants to give them things, wants to protect them too much. It's great.
That's good.
They had one season where it was like the black tribe versus the Mexican tribe versus the white tribe. Can they do that on TV now?
No.
Think they could do that now?
You get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess who
That's
won?
not allowed. Who?
The whites, obviously.
Oh,
come on. No,
wow.
I don't remember who won. It's been so long since I saw that season.
Okay. Anyways.
Oh, are we really done with super chats? Holy
Yeah,
shit. Well, this was a great stream. This was a great stream. I know you guys
make
like
it
to complain.
Another 30 minutes. The man versus robot is almost over, and it's close.
What does that mean?
The race, the sorting race, is almost over.
Huh.
Isn't that part of the problem though? Like, if it's just for a shift, like the robot's just gonna go forever.
I saw that guy. I followed him on Twitter, and he's saying they're gonna let it run until the robot malfunctions. How's that just one shift?
I mean, I think the guy is going to. It's super close right now. The guy is going to probably slightly beat the robot because, like, that's what happens is that the robot pulls ahead when the guy takes like a break, and then the guy comes.
Turn your volume off.
The guy. Oh, did you just hit back?
Yeah, I just hit back. Did it work?
I'm on the. All right, let's just click the thing. But it's not working for me. Whatever, I'll just close it.
This is day 5, man versus machine. So it's not one shift.
Yeah.
Does the robot go while the man goes home and sleeps?
Oh, I see. I'm assuming, or do they have like another person come in and like switch? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, is Bob malfunctioning right now? What's going on with Bob?
Yeah, did you see that? What was that?
Bob is malfunctioning.
He was doing his little. He took a break. He was doing some stretches. Some robot.
Now
stretches.
He's back in there. He's like, I'm going for it now.
Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, you guys can watch the end of that.
Yeah. All right.
Voodoo for $5 says Australian Survivor is so much better. Wow, look at that. So much better.
I will check it out. Is it? I mean, I'll figure out how to find it. And yeah, no, I will. I'm like a Survivor super fan now.
Boba Pack for $2 says, wait, did Doge scrap our Black Ops program? LOL. I guess it did.
Oh, shit.
Fondue for $10 says Neon Odyssey is a sci-fi setting for D&D. They have pretty cool animated MVs. They base some of their characters on Cowboy Bebop. I've been playing tabletops for years, and we'll be running 2 games starting next month. Oh, cool. Well, there you go.
That's probably the one thing you say more than anything else.
Are you just like telling us this, or are you soliciting people to join your game, or what's going on here, Fondue? I mean,
right here, look at this. Cool. We're right at the point where they're gonna pass one another. 12,210 packages versus 12,208 packages. Wait, they're not counting all. Oh. God, Bob is doing great. That robot is he's really sorting those packages. They keep having skips in the live stream. I don't know. Maybe that's
because they can't let you see the robot's going to lose, Adam. It's a conspiracy.
I know. No, I think it's just when you have it on live in the watch together, it fucks up. I think that's all it is.
Well, if the robot is close, even if it's slightly behind, I mean, it's still going to be more profitable because they don't. Well, I guess it depends how much it costs to run and maintain the robot. Because we're assuming in the long run that's going to be less than hiring a person.
The electricity and maintenance cost is going to be less than the person's wage. I think far less. Just if they pay health insurance for that guy, oh my God.
Well, I mean, do most places, like most Amazon places, I don't know, do they pay for health insurance for people?
They should.
They should, but I don't know if they do.
They definitely should. Right?
And also, I guess it's going to depend, like, the upfront cost of the robot, too. So. And also, I would assume this is probably, like, I assume this would be the easiest menial task for a robot to do, right? To flip a something.
I love when it has trouble finding the tag. I really love that. It's like searching around, looking. It's like, where's that tag?
It's kind of creepy how like, even though obviously you can see it's still jerky, like not human, but it's like close enough to human movements that it is creepy. It's a little creepy. Like that thing really does look like a little person could be inside there.
Oh, you think it's just a guy wearing a suit?
It's just a little, no, there's like a little like dwarf inside the chest.
Oh my god,
controlling it.
he fucked one up.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes, you didn't see that?
No, I'm watching it delayed through the stream.
Yeah, but I'm watching in the watch together.
I watched together crash, so
Oh, it did? Oh, you turned it off.
I turned it off.
He let one get through.
Oh, that.
Fired.
Oh, I see it. The red one.
Yeah, the red one.
Oh, I can't believe it.
It
Bob.
went through with the thing up.
Fire that.
That's
fucking
probably your
robot.
package. It's never going to get there.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. They both been
Terrible.
fucking up.
Look at him. He's like,
Their live chat said it has remote control. Yeah, but it doesn't mean someone is remote controlling. It just means it has the ability, right? I'm assuming that's not a person controlling it. It doesn't look like a person controlling it.
that one went good.
Because it keeps like, I guess not doing it now. Oh, maybe now. Now it looks a little bit more precise. When we first turned on the stream, it was it would just keep moving with even like its arms, even when there's nothing there, which is kind of, what you'd expect more from a robot. Now it looks a little bit more precise, but who knows?
Oh, it's got the package flipped down. It's
Yeah.
when the postage is on the far side, and it's like, where is it?
Right.
I can't find it. This is a complex algorithm.
Yes.
Oh, here it is.
Contrast.
Here's a good one. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Contrast for 49 months. Thanks so much. 49 months being Frugal Seeker says watching a bit behind. Always a treat when Sitch goes full shit posting troll points. I'm glad you appreciate it. Guys, I'm requesting a lyric analysis of Warren G Regulate. Of Warren G's song Regulate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I've ever heard that song.
I know I haven't. I don't know who Warren G is.
I've never heard the song before. Why would you request such a thing?
What's it? What's the song about?
I don't.
Most
not
songs
gonna-
are
not gonna
about
do it.
love or sex.
We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good too, but you can't be any geek off the street. Got to be handy with the steel. If you know what I mean, earn your keep. Regulators mount up. Okay. Pass on that one. Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it to the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist who would never ever stoop to getting bogged down in some sort of ultra pedantic debate, bro, nonsensical, retarded argument where you try to say that the Nazis were actually not racist, but they were really just ultra nationalist, and that's very different. And how dare you conflate racism with ethno-nationalism, you dirty, dirty bigot. You would never do that in an isekai world. No. You would just, open a nice trading, you just open a nice trading post or a casino or something to that effect, and you would end the slave trade because you're a good person. And Dupa Yashi, thanks so much for the $10. Says, I went from not caring about politics and voting for whatever the media told me to full Shapiro/Tim Pool listener, thinking the end of the country was near. Now I've chilled out with you free will seekers. Thank you. Well, look at that. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad that that's happening.
A true isekai protagonist.
A true
there.
isekai protagonist. Let's all just chill and isekai all our protagonists. And we'll catch you guys all. I don't know, maybe Adam's going to try to do a Tuesday stream and sucker me in. We'll see.
Maybe. I haven't made up my mind yet. Bye-bye, everyone. This was great. Thanks for coming. I want the robot to win.